Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. Thanks for being here. Today I'm gonna chit-chat, play a little bit of Legion Remix, because I'm almost done with it. Yesterday I got my 100 world quests in Heroic World tier finished, and now I just have to finish Argosian Reach rep, which I might be able to finish today, depending on how many world quests there are, and Armies of Legion Fall rep. But I'd like to also kind of chat about some of the things happening on Argus, kind of take a look around the areas that we can, and maybe discuss some of the themes that I see, some of the things that I don't know, just kind of strike me as odd about the Legion and about Argus itself. I'll talk about that, but we'll get into that. Stabristow, thanks for being here. What's up, Amithra? What's up, Big Mighty Anna? Skag, Arianar, good to see you. Siotric, good to see you as always, friend. Morgan, hello. What's up, Jazzmania? Dana, what's up? What's up, Relotha? Welcome, guys. I did a little bit of a chit-chat yesterday, a little bit about Blood Ties and the Fell. Really enjoying the book. Still about halfway through. Didn't read any more yesterday. Elias, thanks for the follow. And chatted about, like I said, Fell just a little bit. Nothing too crazy. Do you have any plans to react to League videos? I mean, I don't have anything planned right now, but I do know that I want to do more League reacts. I didn't realize it, but some of my League reactions from like 6 months ago have like 150,000 views. Like what the fuck? Had no idea that people wanted to watch them that much. I didn't know that they were still getting views like that. So that's been pretty crazy. So I do want to do more of it, also because I'm just interested in it. But I did see the one you linked. I just again, I just don't know how much I'm going to be doing that on stream. I got a lot of positive feedback about the Swain one because I did it all off stream, you know, without any of the distractions or sitting there munching on food or anything like that. I think people really do like the closed format of it being recorded that way. So I'm not sure if I'm going to do it live, but I need to get a sense of what champions people would like me to react to the most, and get back into doing that. Probably Aurelian Soul. I would imagine, you know, I haven't technically reacted to Mordekaiser, but I know so much about Mordekaiser. You know, it would probably make for a good react. So all the Sanuzal stuff. It's pretty. I have a lot of thoughts on the events that occurred back in those early days of the Noxian tribes and stuff. So yeah, I definitely have some intent to react to it more. I've just been so focused on Cyberpunk, you know, editing these VODs. They're pretty long, but thankfully the way I'm playing Cyberpunk is pretty to the point generally. I have days where I'm mostly doing side content or days where I'm mostly doing main story content, so being able to split it up like that has been really good. It's made it easier to edit and cut down. People seem to be enjoying it. It doesn't get like crazy views, but you know, it's got like good staying power. It's something that'll be relevant for basically forever for people that want to watch the playthrough, and I don't know, it's fun. I'm really enjoying it. I really love Cyberpunk. I didn't know what to expect from it. I'm really liking playing it, so that's why a lot of my focus has just been, you know, kind of directed towards that. More to come, Mordekaiser, that's right. That's right. But yeah, so today I'm going to dick around a little bit on Remix to start and chat lore and hang out, and eventually we'll get back into Cyberpunk Day 14 a little bit later. Can't wait for you to continue the main quest. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do today. So today I'm going to go and continue the Pan Am side quest with Saul, and you know, hopefully see where things, you know, see how things go there. And then I'm going to get back to I'm going to go visit Evelyn's burial site, and I'm going to go and catch up with Judy and figure out what she wants to do with this cloud situation. And then if I finish that, then I'll go and meet up with Takemura and see what's going on there. So a lot of stuff to do today, but yeah. Well, before that, we'll play some. I'll play some World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft. Last night I went to Argus for the first time on Remix and got some world questing in. I wonder why Pan Am is first on your list and Takemoto's last. You don't wonder that at all. You know exactly why that is. Takemoto likes to send me haikus. So, you know, there's that. Pan Am is Pan Am, so, you know. It's not too deep of a mystery. Every once in a while, I kind of take a look at the comments on my light video, and people are just like, there's so much just insufferable cringe in the comments, dude. People saying, like, the light always was evil. It's another side of the coin, and I'm like, oh my god, bro. It's so funny how people change up. Like, you'll say that the light is evil, or that it's doing bad things for, like, years, and they'll deny it, they'll deny it, they'll deny it, they'll deny it, and then eventually they'll, like, switch up. And all of a sudden, it's been evil the whole time, and they knew it. It's so fucking annoying. And then I also get people that comment things like, the moment you, like, a guy commented, he's like, the moment you said that killing was evil, I almost spit out my drink. And he, like, goes on this, like, 2-paragraph, like, explanation to me about how morality and perspective work. And I'm like, dude, it's actually insane. Like, I never said that killing is inherently evil. Like, you just hear what you want to hear. Like, it's so wild. I literally said that killing people is part of a generally accepted societal moral compass that we all tend to abide by. I didn't say killing is inherently evil, but again, people just they just hear what they want to hear, so that they can, like, get outraged and make some fucking long ass paragraph response to it, even though that's not what I said. It's like, dude, god damn, like, you're arguing against the wind right now. Like, no, like, I didn't even say that. You just made up that I said that. It's so interesting to me how, I don't know, people are just, like, so strange. They're so strange. You see this across every media, even Blood Magic and League Lamau. That's where the bad hemomancy came from. Right, stuff like that gives me brain damage. People just can't comprehend a force or magic being neutral. No, I don't get it, dude. It's so strange. It's like, it is, but it isn't. It just, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a philosophical barrier. I don't know if it's an intellectual barrier. I don't know if it's both. I don't know if it's people that recognize it but choose to, like, remain ignorant of it because it makes them feel better. I don't know what it is. Human behavior is so, like, and that's not why I'm not even really actively going back to the comments because there's almost 400 of them and half of them are just dog shit. But it's not the comments it's not the comments on the video that bother me. It's not even people's opinion or view of the light that bothers me. It's like, it's the human behavioral aspect that I find so fucking fascinating. Like, I just can't understand it. It's like trying to understand why, like, people, like, snap and murder people. Like, it's just, like, almost, it's, like, incomprehensible. Like, I'm trying to see the logic in it, the reason behind it. And sometimes that's, like, it's like, it feels impossible to see. I just don't get it. We can wait for more Takemoto. We can wait more for Takemoto. It's no need to speed up. Yeah. I figured he hasn't messaged me in forever. There's no time limit there. Arcat, thanks for the follow. Yeah, it's the human behavioral aspect and what it means for, like, the grander scheme of how humans interact. It's like thinking gravity is evil because it makes people fall to the ground. It's a funny, obviously humorous comparison you make, Arcath, but that's true. It's like I had people saying, like, yeah, so Dimensius isn't evil, the Void's not evil, and I was like, no. Like, what do you mean, no? Like, he's driven to consumption by his nature. Dimensius is not evil. Like, he's gravity, he's entropy, he's a black hole. It's like saying black holes are evil. Like, no. Like, no. Like evil and good are something that we create from a moral standpoint to basically define what we like and what we find revolting. Like, some would argue that the objective sense of good and evil is not real, right? It's all perspective and experience. But regardless, I would still make the argument that there's things that people can do that are good and that are evil. I believe in good and evil actions from people, right? I do. Like, I think that walking into a building and murdering children is evil. Like, I don't see how you can ever logically justify, emotionally justify, morally justify something like that. Like, that it just doesn't, it's evil, right? Like, doing charity and providing services, you know, charitable work and services to people who need it, or like stuff like that is inherently good stuff, I think, you know, especially if it's done on like a personal level and not for corporate, you know, tax write-offs and shit like that. Kudinia, thanks for the follow. There is good and evil, I think, but aspects of nature it doesn't apply to them, right? Like, tornadoes aren't good or evil. Volcanoes aren't good or evil. Tsunamis aren't good or evil. They can result in awful things for us, but they have no intention, right? So again, Dimensius, I don't think really has like intention like people think. Like, the void just is, and it's malleable and manipulatable. Like, and they try to ascribe morality to it, but it's not accurate. So I just think it's just so fascinating. And really the point of my argument in the video was, just because someone has a lot of conviction and does something bad with the light doesn't mean the light is bad. But it's so fucking funny because there's people that do get it, but there's also a group on either side who don't seem to get that premise. Like, they just don't seem to get it. The light is holy, therefore it is God, therefore it is good. The light has always been evil, I knew it. It's like, what the fuck? Doesn't make any sense. Like, no, that's not the point. Could a serial killer be considered a force of nature like a tornado? See, I think that's a difficult thing because pretty much every instance of a serial killer that I have watched, and this is anecdotal, right? It's my experience with it, but they almost always have some kind of troubled home situation, whether they've been abused or abandoned or socially rejected, or there's usually more going on besides like they're just a murderer. You know what I mean? Like, I definitely think that there's some behavior in children, right? And this is where we get into discussions about free will, right? Do you actually have free will, or are you literally destined to be a murderer? I feel like that is a pretty deep philosophical and frankly scientific discussion that I get why you make the comparison, but it's hard to answer that because it depends on what you assert regarding our free will. Do you have free will? Could it have been avoided through healthier relationships? Could it have been avoided through a better home life, through less social rejection, through less having to keep in a shell about whether or not you were homosexual? Because there are individuals who were serial killers who were kind of trapped in the closet, like literally, because they lived during a time where they couldn't be out about it. And so I'm sure that you know, can have an effect on their social acceptance and feeling like an outcast and feeling different, and like whether people live isolated lives, right? It just feels like there's a lot more. There's so much nuance to people's behavior, I think, less so than a tornado. I think. You know, as something, a tornado doesn't have sentience. A human being does, right? So there are serial killers who know that what they're doing is wrong. They know it. And there are some serial killers who act in such a way that they kind of are looking to inevitably get caught because they know that what they're doing is wrong. And they actually don't want to continue doing it, but they have this impulse to do it, right? They're almost like addicted to it. So it gets really complicated. But a tornado is not like that. A tornado doesn't have sentience. It doesn't know that what it's doing is destroying. It doesn't have that. Back in the day, we may have thought that. We may have thought it's the gods or it's the elements or whatever, but that's not really the case. We can boil it down to scientific phenomenon. So yeah, I think it's hard to make the correlation. There are things in the universe, you know, you can even make the case that animals that don't have, you know, conscious thought in the way that we do aren't really evil. They're just acting upon more of a primal aspect. But again, humans are kind of blessed and cursed at the same time to have awareness. We are self-conscious. We have that. And so things that don't, and don't have the ability to even have a sense of moral compass or morality at all, I don't know that I would apply good and evil to them. And again, so that's your gravity. That's many of the things in the WoW cosmos outside of mortal beings who don't have the ability to even perceive morality. I would honestly say that they're not good or evil. You have to have a certain level of consciousness and sentience in order to even have that. So the cosmic forces themselves, I don't think they might. It might be a fragmented, shattered psyche of the cosmos itself. And maybe they each have parts of a full-blown consciousness like what we have, right? But it's hard to say. I would say that like pure light and void and pure chaos and order, if these things truly exist as we think they do, I don't think I would put good and evil on them, because I think that as energy, they can push and pull people towards more ideological extremes in their behavior. But I don't know. I'm stuck on this. I'm not really sure what to think. Like, I don't know if that means that the actual pure cosmic force is the way that it affects people. Does that make sense? Like, you have a source of something, and then you have the way that it affects other things. You have a thing, and then you have what it does. You know? So, I'm not sure. And some people wouldn't separate those at all. They would say it's the same thing. The effect that the thing has is the thing. Right? So, if the light has a way of kind of pushing people towards greater levels of zeal, then the light itself is zealous. Which I actually just learned there's some differences between zeal, zealous, and zealot. I didn't realize that they can actually be separated in terms of what they mean. Zeal meaning intense passion, fervor, or energy for a person or cause, which is often seen as a positive trait. The team showed great zeal in tackling the project. Then there's overzealous, full of or showing strong enthusiasm and dedication, fervent and earnest. She was a zealous advocate for environmental protection. And then there is zealot, which is more historically rooted, a person who is fanatically devoted to a cause, often to the point of extremism or intolerance. Historically, it was used by the Romans for a member of the fiercely nationalistic Jewish sect. He was dismissed as a political zealot for uncompromising views. So you can have zeal, you can be zealous for something without being unreasonable or extremist or intolerant. And that's going to be relevant today because there's some zealous people on Argus that we'll run into, but being zealous and having zeal does not necessarily make you bad. I just want to throw that out there because when we get into actual definitions of words, it matters. It's like the warp from Warhammer before it was intertwined with Chaos Realms. I'm not really sure what that means, but I'm assuming kind of like, I know a little bit about the warp. I think it's basically like the twisting nether. But I don't really know what the intertwined with the Chaos Realms actually means when you say that. Aren't they just the same but as noun, verb, adjective? No. No. So first off, zeal and zealot are both nouns. Zeal is a thing. Zealot is a thing. But zealot is specifically to the point of extremism or intolerance. Having zeal or being zealous does not mean that you're intolerant of other perspectives or input. I think societies can make choices that make more or less serial killers, sure. Also, society can make choices that often result in tornadoes being more dangerous and frequent. I feel like that's like a false equivalence that you're making. I'm not denying that those things are true. I agree with you. But how does that apply to the morality of those things? Basically, you're trying to say, by society's choices, the fact that it leads to more serial killers basically means that the morality of a serial killer is the same as a tornado. But the difference is, yet again, the serial killer still has consciousness. A tornado does not. Let me be clear that, I think I get what you're trying to say, like, but not trying to equivocate. Okay. If you look at some of the characters named in some of the light focus groups have zeal or even seen as zealots because the light essentially backs them up in their belief purely because it respects one's will to do something, not their ethics, right? Did you watch The Walking Dead where Morgan was in the woods with the psychiatrist? He talked about evil and it was super interesting. I did see that, but I don't remember the scene. Yeah, Pinero, I feel like that it is interesting. I mean, it brings, I mean, it's a point of debate, I think. I think in a way, this is kind of how Sylvanas felt. She felt very shaped by the things that had happened to her, her environment, her history, things that were really out of her control. And so I think Sylvanas developed this sense from that and the fact that she had a split soul. She developed this sense that she didn't have free will. And I think it's because she basically looked at all the things that happened to her and said, like, I'm the way that I am and there's no getting around it. I can't change it because this is what happened. You know, these events occurred, but I think the truth is, even broken as she was, there was still like a choice. I mean, I think part of having a conscience and conscience, yeah, and having free will is being able to recognize when you have an impulse and then being able to resist it. If you can't resist the impulse at all, maybe you don't have free will. But it's hard for people that aren't experiencing that type of impulse or compulsion. I think impulse is the right word. To like relate to that. Because it's like, what do you mean you didn't have a choice? You just had to do it. It's just weird she lived for hundreds or thousands of years and then suddenly gave up because bad stuff happened. I don't think Sylvanas is actually that old. And I think that that's a gross oversimplification of what happened. Suddenly gave up because bad stuff happened? Brother. No offense, but that makes it seem like you're not really that familiar with Sylvanas' story. Everyone has a breaking point. For Sylvanas, that breaking point was having her soul shattered. It wasn't even that. It wasn't even that. That's what's crazy. She was slain defending her homeland, had her soul sundered by Arthas and bent to the will of the Lich King. And even then, she didn't give up. Sylvanas just had one bad day. It wasn't that bad. Yeah, I mean, yeah, being dominated by the Lich King, forced to commit atrocities after dying to him trying to defend your homeland. Finally breaking free from it, but having no place in society whatsoever, because you're a fucking banshee. Going on a personal quest to slay the Lich King, only to be denied your ability to strike him down for what he did to you. Being so caught in despair that you kill yourself by throwing yourself off of Icecrown Citadel. She literally committed suicide. Like, I don't think people really understand that. Sylvanas was so fed up and despairing that she killed herself. She tried to. And then the Valkyr were like, hey, maybe don't do that. We can make a deal with you. You can be one of us. And you can work alongside us. And that's when she got introduced to the jailer, unfortunately. But the first, you know, not directly, but the first hints of the connection between them was Edge of Night. And then she starts going more the path of doing bad things, using the Forsaken as arrows in her quiver. You know? But I think that people really downplay the sheer suffering and loss that Sylvanas Windrunner endured. It's, yeah, I'd really caution against oversimplifying that, because it's really fucked up. And then on top of that, yes, literally having your soul shattered to the point where, like, you're missing your capacity to feel certain emotional set sensations, like remorse. Just didn't have that. At least not fully. It maybe was in there somewhere. But, yeah. Sylvanas did Severance before it was a TV show. Yeah, it's pretty sad what happened to her. Sylvanas has one of the most tragic stories in WoW. But she also has one of the most long stories in WoW. It's been going since Warcraft 3. Technically, yeah. So, I think it's probably hard for people to relate to it because it's so long. There's so much shit that's happened in it. Sylvanas has died multiple fucking times. Like, the stuff she's got, I just don't know if people really, I don't know if people really understand it. In my opinion, too long. Okay, then Illidan, Malfurion, Thrall, Jaina, all their stories should end too. I agree. Illyria, Turalion, get rid of all of them. Finish it. Rex R2, pretty much any Warcraft 3 character, get rid of them. Finish it. Right? We need new heroes. That's a shame we haven't got any. Can't even think of one. Arathor's a new one? Arator, you mean? Yeah. I'm being a smartass. Just seen a simp bait until Shadowlands anyway. The same way Tyrande is boiled down to mommy energy. Yeah, I think it's interesting how people are so willing to try to find a compromise and relate to Arthas, but not Sylvanas. It's very interesting to me. And it's not the only one that's like that. But unironically, I do think that we are getting a bunch of future heroes and faction leaders kind of set up for us right now. Arator to Anduin Rin, Dagran Thaurissan. You know, he doesn't have much combat prowess at all, but he could be useful. You know? Can you describe to me what you mean by quasi-power fantasy? Probably because Arthas' story at its core is based in sacrifice, and Sylvanas is kind of based in victimhood. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's like painful to read. I can't, like, what does that even what do you mean? Arthas' story is based in sacrifice? Who, of all the people around him? Surely not himself, right? And Sylvanas is kind of based in victimhood. Sylvanas is a victim. And a hero. Like, what? If anything, Sylvanas literally sacrificed herself to try to stop Arthas Menethil. Sorry, what did Arthas sacrifice? Oh, right, his humanity. And his father. Oh, right, and his mentor. Right. Oh, and his lover. Right. Okay, I guess he did sacrifice a lot. Yeah. It's like saying the story of Anakin Skywalker is fucking about sacrifice. What? You want to talk about a story about sacrifice? Talk about Illidan Stormrage. See, it seems like you're just trying to paint Arthas as some kind of it's like more noble or like better. Like, what the fuck? Story and victimhood. I would need you to extrapolate more on that, because objectively Sylvanas is literally a victim of the Lich King. Like, what the fuck? And again, I would like to know what quasi-power fantasy means, because I tried to look it up and there's not a clear definition of what that actually means. Dude, it's rage bait. See, that's what you guys... I love how you guys are smarter than me. You guys just know. You know what I mean? I'm so glad you guys that you just know. You can't conceive of the possibility that it isn't rage bait. Guys, I've been doing this long enough that what you kind of have to understand is that a lot of the time this isn't rage bait. You guys try to just write shit off as rage bait because it doesn't make sense to you or because you don't agree with it, but they might not be rage baiting. They might genuinely think this. Just because you don't like it or don't agree doesn't mean it's rage bait. Don't be dismissive just for these reasons. We just don't know. That's why you have to ask. And yes, in asking, I'm gonna make it out to be like that sounds ridiculous. Here's why I would argue that point. But Arthas' motivation was to sacrifice everything and be destroyed by it, which at its start was compelling for the Warcraft audience base at the time. Versus Sylvanas, who did sacrifice for sure, and she is a victim, but how people see it, she seems more a victim. That's because she is. See, I appreciate you explaining, but Arthas' motivation, I don't agree with you that it's to sacrifice everything and be destroyed by it. I don't agree. That's not how I take Arthas' story. I take his story as one of desperation, fear, and arrogance. He didn't listen to anyone else around him. It wasn't about making sacrifices. It was about acting impulsively and trying to solve a problem he didn't understand. And as a result, he desperately sought power that ended up ruining him. But Arthas was not aware that this would be the case. He didn't know that. So it's not his motivation. His motivation is to save his kingdom initially, and that's great. But even before he picks up Frostmourne, he starts doing horrible fucking things. Horrible things. So it's not even because he picks up the blade and was dominated that leads him to do that. There's something that's a part of Arthas, a flaw in his character, because he is flawed, that leads him to behave this way. You can see it with Uther in the fucking first scene of Warcraft 3. Where he's like arrogant and kind of dismissive. He's petulant. Yeah, he's egotistical. It's arrogance. Yeah, he's very egotistical. And again, that's not to say that Sylvanas is better or Arthas is better. That's not the point that I'm trying to make. But I feel like you're putting Arthas in this, kind of on this, almost on this pedestal that makes him seem better than he was. And you're making it seem like Sylvanas, while a victim, is seen as more of a victim when that's how it should work because she is more of a victim. Like, that is literally the case. That's literally the case. I don't like your opinion for that reason. I'm out. I offer you 100K for 33% equity and a $1 royalty on every sale in perpetuity. I played Warcraft 3 again recently. Nothing Arthas did was self-sacrifice. He was a petulant, egotistical child who thought he could do nothing wrong. I think there's a need to separate between sacrifice and self-sacrifice here. Yeah, he didn't self-sacrifice at all. I think there's a group of WoW fans that are willing to see themselves in Arthas and not in Sylvanas. And it's interesting to think about why that is. I'm specifically responding to how you said people are more likely to understand Arthas versus Sylvanas, and I'm saying this is how I think most casual people see it, and how people are more likely to be drawn to Arthas than Sylvanas' story. Okay, thank you for clarifying. That does make more sense. That does make more sense. And I do think, personally, that there is a gender thing that goes on there. I do. You can hate me for saying that, but I do think that men probably have an easier time relating to and understanding and seeing themselves in Arthas and even excusing his actions than they do with Sylvanas. So, to a degree, yes. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's the only reason. That would be ridiculous. But I do think it is relevant. Minsky, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the only reason by any means. And it's not just men. I mean, here I am sympathizing with Sylvanas, but I try to see both sides. As much as I fucking don't like Arthas, and I thought he was a douche, I do try to be understanding of why he is that way. You know what I mean? Prince of a kingdom, part of the Silver Hand, training directly under Uther. He's got one of the, I mean, his girlfriend's Jaina fucking Proudmoore. Like, bro. This guy had it going on. You know what I mean? But he was also a dick. Arthas is literally that character that you see in movies who, like, you have the main character, whoever, like, the guy who, like, meets the just, like, stunning, charismatic, intelligent, awesome woman and they, like, hit it off, and then all of a sudden Arthas is, like, the boyfriend that rides up in his fucking sports car and, like, jumps out and comes up and puts his arm around. He's like, how's it going, babe? Who's this guy? You know, like, that's Arthas Menethil. That's literally him. Kind of hard to see yourself in Sylvanas when you're a man, just to be fair. It isn't that hard, man. Because what you have to do is just not care about the fact that it's man or woman. If I were to look at, if Arthas was a female and Sylvanas was a male, I could still, like, see either of those things. That shouldn't be the barrier. If the reason why you can or can't relate to someone is because of what's in their pants, I feel like you're lacking, they're not to make the accusational or accusatory or whatever. I feel like there's a bit of a disconnect there. I think men should have an easier time relating to women. I think that's part of the problem in like society with like misogynistic behavior and stuff. Why is it? Why is it that it's so hard for them to relate? It shouldn't be. They're both people. You know? It's not as if women aren't human beings. Why are they hard to relate to? They go through shit. They have their own problems. They have emotions. They have struggles. They have societal things that pressure down on them same way that men do. You know? I still think WoW I wish WoW would have more badass male characters instead of killing them all off. I mean, you got Malfurion Stormage, you got Illidan Stormage, you got Thrall. I don't know. You got Lorthamar Theron. Khadgar's pretty badass in my opinion. You got Rexar still. You got a bunch of cool male characters. They didn't kill them all off. I'm a Garrosh lover. All right. Depends on why. Did you love his fascism and murder? Is that what you liked about him? Or did you like that he was a big buff dude that swung an axe around? Two different things, you know what I mean? We need more Varians. Varian was a great character. I like Varian. Varian and Garrosh are an interesting mirror to one another as well. We still have Tyrallion as well. But there has been a lot of male characters who've died. I will say. There has been. Tyrion Fordring, right? Varian Rin, Garrosh Hellscream, fucking Vol'jin, but Vol'jin's coming back. I mean, regardless of the Zaxxas video, I'm sure Vol'jin's coming. I mean, it's not. He is like they prepped him in Ardenweald to be reborn as a Loa. It's not. That is absolutely going to happen. So totally agree. If you guys haven't seen the Zaxxas video, you should go watch it. It's good. He has an interesting twist on how Vol'jin might return and what he might return as. It's very interesting. And Zaxxas said, I saw your message. You just described what it's like to be Lorthamar hitting on Jaina. Not Lorthamar. Kael'thas is what you said. Excuse me. Sorry. As you could understand, I get them mixed up. To be fair, pre-Pandaria, Garrosh was cool. Yeah. I mean, I would generally agree with that too. Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, guys, sometimes that's why I don't really like the faction conflict. No, you're good, Zaxxas. I forgot about it until you mentioned it just now. It's all good, bro. Don't worry about it. Could have been way more egregious. Don't worry. That's why I don't like the faction conflict sometimes, because I felt like Garrosh was almost kind of pushed towards that sequence of events from a faction conflict that's kind of arbitrarily existing. Like, I think the faction conflict is fucking idiotic after how many times we've united to fight against greater threats. It's stupid to me. But I don't know. I feel like we went towards this route of like discovering this new land, and now we have to do conquest on it, and now he finds this thing. He's driven, the horde is driven to the brink, and so he's desperate, and the whole, from Kata to Mop, the whole Ashenvale stuff happens, and they get in quarrels with the Night Elves, which wouldn't even be, it's not even the first time, but like, I don't know. And I guess they try to write it, and I think usually they do a decent job in a way that like makes sense, and it's like the factions were kind of, circumstance and stuff led to this situation. Like it's understandable how it could occur. But I guess sometimes it can feel like the characters end up suffering individually as a result of the faction conflict. And that's really annoying. Circulating Dreamer, it's been good. I'm super excited for the next one. I think there was a dev interview on why they pushed Garrosh into the villain role. Yeah, I think that might have been, I don't remember who that was with. That might have been with Dave Kosak. But yeah, that might be interesting to watch. Because I don't really identify I get some of it, okay? I think that there's value in, being a badass sometimes, and being a little hard-headed and being willing to take the initiative to like strike first if you need to. I think that there's some things about Garrosh that I did like. But it's obviously like, the kind of regime that he put together and the kind of weird racist stuff that he kind of started doing. It's like, what is going on here? Bro, you can't unironically say Garrosh did nothing wrong, because he did. But it's like, did they really have to take him that direction? I don't know. I think they were trying to show again how like hard-headed, well-intentioned people can still go down bad paths. I mean, that happens a lot in WoW. I mean, in fantasy and in general, fantasy and fiction in general. But yeah, I don't think he was like as extreme before. I don't know. People dismiss how similar Varian and pre-Pandaria Garrosh were, and both had empathetic moments. Sure. I'm waiting for Illidan to return and watch Maev chase him around Scooby-Doo style. I think that Illidan just needs to fucking turn around, ask her to take her helmet off, and smooch her right on the lips, dude. I ship Illidan and Maev 100 times, bro. I don't give a fuck. Tyrande already picked Malfurion. You might as well just go for the girl who's obsessed with you. You know what I mean? Like, dude, come on. I am my scars. Well, yeah, so is my Ev. She wants to hate fuck Illidan so bad. Just get it over with. I didn't mind Garrosh becoming villain, but it sure felt rushed a bit. Sure. Ugh, Tyrande. Tyrande. I'm gonna start calling her Rhonda. I'm gonna start calling Tyrande Rhonda. Oh, Rhonda. Rhonda the Night Warrior. You know what I'm tired of, Pyro? Blizzard forcing the faction war so Bane and Jaina can't get together. Sorry, I'm gonna vomit. Ayo, Rhonda. Ayo, Rhonda. I'd like to see the timeline where Garrosh was the hero. He could have been had he just made some different choices. And realistically, once Garrosh got exposed, and this is really right towards the end, he did a lot. It's similar to Arthas, where he did a lot of bad stuff before he picked up the sword. Garrosh did a lot of bad stuff before he took Zalato and the power of Yasharaja's heart, and then exposed himself to the Shah of Pride. Like he had already done enough bad, but really, once they got to that point, they were fucked. Like, once Arthas picks up the sword, he's fucked. Once Garrosh gets corrupted by Yasharaj, he's fucked. Like, there's no coming back from it. And that's rough. I mean, it's interesting because War Crimes does kind of put a different light on that, because it's not like Garrosh was like permanently corrupted. Realistically, if anything, the Shah of Pride was kind of feeding on the prideful nature of Garrosh, kind of bolstering him, but him bolstering it. So it is kind of an interesting dynamic that exists there, but yeah, it's sad. It's sad. I think, like, obviously we want interesting, compelling villains, and I don't think anyway that we want the faction leaders to be immune to becoming villains, right? But I think that when we relate to characters for whatever reason, and I think that the majority of players relate to characters for positive reasons. I don't think that people look at the bad things Arthas did and think, that's why I like that guy. That's why I find him relatable. Like, I don't really think that's why. I don't think that people do the same thing with Garrosh either. I think that when people do, they're being ironic or dishonest, or maybe they're just a fucking freak. But ultimately, I think that we each see different admirable things in the characters that we're drawn to. And it sucks to see characters go through a downfall. And there is value to telling some of those stories, like Arthas, right? But sometimes I think people feel like it's happened too many times, especially with like the Horde side. And it makes it tough to like reconcile that, of like, how come my favorite characters or my faction's characters always seem to get pushed towards doing the worst shit, and then, you know, there's more of a stigma surrounding the Horde now as a result, so on and so forth. So, and again, that's not to say that Alliance leaders haven't done bad things. Like, Gen Greymane is a good example of an Alliance leader who's an asshole, or has been an asshole in the past. But, and Jaina's done some pretty bad things too. The Purge of Talorand's pretty tough. So, it's not like they're immune. But I just think no one really wants to see characters that they admire for different reasons, usually good reasons, to kind of have downfalls, especially when they seem abrupt and perhaps even maybe a little bit forced. And I think one of the big problems that people take with the story now is that some people feel like that's done forcefully and kind of dishonestly in order to try to push like a moral narrative or to try to prove a point. And I think that for some people it's hard because it feels like the character is almost taken a little bit unnecessarily and maybe even unrealistically towards the extreme. And I think some people tend to want to resist that because they feel like, okay, you ruined a character in order to prove a point. Like, I hope you proved your point. Like, I hope that was worth it. So I think that's a bit of why some people, at least, would be maybe a little dissatisfied with how they have seen characters go in the past. There are well-written ones where it makes sense, like Arthas Menethil, and there are others where it doesn't feel like it makes as much sense. And to be honest, with Sylvanas, looking back at it in hindsight, I think it mostly makes sense, with a couple exceptions of events that are like, whoa, that is really over the top. Like the burning of Teldrassil and the betrayal at the Arathi Highlands, where she starts having the Forsaken shot by the Dark Rangers because she thinks they're defecting to the Alliance. I get it. She's driven by fear. Kalia Menethil terrifies and enrages her. It causes her to act impulsively. It's very similar to what happened at Teldrassil, but it's like, damn, dude, like how far can you possibly take this shit in order to make your point? Like, fuck. But then at the same time, it's weird. Rip Kalia. Well, Kalia's not gone. She's, I mean, well, part of her surely is, but she's not gone. Kalia was resurrected. Kalia's been around since. She's been in several storylines, Shadowlands, BFA, shit like that. So, even Legion. She's still dead? Well, she's undead, but I get what you're saying. Her body never decayed or anything like that, and she was brought back as she herself and as the light would have her be, which I do not like how that sounds at all. I don't like that at all. Why does the light have any... The light, you mean as the Naru would have her be? Fuck out of here. And she's resurrected by a Naru that was formerly a fucking Void Lord. It faded into shadow and turned into a Void God. And then gets fucking turned back into a Soraka the Light Eater. And then gets turned back into a goddamn Naru. But anyway, yeah, I understand it more. It's really, I'm gonna be honest, like Sylvanas' story is a pretty deep and complex one. And I've talked about this so much at length, but I didn't really appreciate it until I did some pretty like deep introspection on some of my own behavior and realized that in a lot of ways, Sylvanas and I are pretty similar. And I think a lot of this comes from analyzing what the different fragments of a soul are bent towards in terms of emotion and what they feel and what they perceive and what their existence is. And a lot of that was illustrated through Uther and Sylvanas specifically. And until it like clicked for me, like what they were trying to say, I didn't really get it. I didn't really understand why Sylvanas kind of allowed herself to be tricked by the jailer. And I think the truth is that Sylvanas wasn't really tricked. I mean, in a way she is, because I don't know if she recognizes quite how extreme the jailer is going to take it. But Sylvanas is basically like, her whole story in Torghast with she and Anduin is basically her saying, I have no choice, I have no free will, because she's given up. She is so full of anger and hatred and despair. This nihilistic view of injustice. I wouldn't even say despair, but you could, but hey, you probably should. That she willingly falls in line with the ideals and actions of the Lich King, effectively. But the irony of it is that he's not the Lich King. She effectively becomes the Lich King willingly. And that's like a fucked up difference between she and Arthas, is that Arthas made those choices, sure, but I don't know if Arthas ever really knew the powers that he was communicating with to the level that Sylvanas did. And so in that moment where it finally clicks for her, after her dialogues back and forth with Anduin Rin, she feels very guilty about having him dominated. You can tell that she made the choice to do it, but she doesn't really feel good about it. They illustrate that in her facial expressions pretty clearly when she looks at him while he's dominated. And she realizes, like, in that moment, because sometimes we don't realize that we've gone too far until it's too late, like, I fucked up. I fucked up. Like, he's like, everyone is gonna serve. Like, it's not even gonna be a case of willingly. Like, he's gonna dominate. He's just gonna dominate everything. Like, and I guess Sylvanas kind of blinded herself to what he was gonna do, because she couldn't. I don't think she really wanted to see the truth. And I think, again, that's really what Anduin gets her to see, is that, like, you have a choice here, and you've kind of chosen to see it as though you don't, but you do. And that's really the changing point for Sylvanas. Anduin, I think realistically, Anduin like kind of changes her mind, even though it's a little bit too late. And so it's sad. It's fucked up because basically all that trauma, all that fucked up shit that Sylvanas has gone through, beat down her conscience, beat down her psyche, beat down her emotions and her sense of free will to the point where she just like willingly gave herself up. And it's really fucked up. It's to be that far gone, to feel like you don't have really any control. None of this is within your control. So, in your opinion, do you think Sylvanas was poorly written in Legion, BFA, and Shadowlands? No. I think that Blizzard didn't do a great job of conveying what was going on with her, necessarily. And I think that it's really hard to tell a story like that when you have such large gaps in between what the person is doing. I think it's really hard to like look at what happened at Teldrassil, and I guess they tried to capitalize on this. And it's an interesting kind of social experiment, I suppose, to see people that chose to be a loyalist to Sylvanas even after that. But it is pretty fascinating. I don't think that if you look at the entire story of Sylvanas through that era, I don't think that it's bad. I just don't know that it's told well. Like, a story can be good, but is the person telling the story doing a good job of telling it? That, I think those can be two different things. So that I think that's more what I would say. I think if you look at Sylvanas' story beats in a vacuum, exactly as Stabber just said, we're going to tell 70% of their story in this book. I wouldn't even say that's a bit of an exaggeration, but I get why you're saying that. And then ask players why they're reacting to game events in a vacuum. Even if you remove the book from it, it's like she burns down this tree and then we have to wait like 6 months until the next thing happens. And then she does some more bad stuff, and then she does some more bad stuff. And we're kind of sitting, the people that are like, have enjoyed Sylvanas as a character, darker and edgier and damaged, as many people are. You're sitting there waiting for like, okay, but why? Okay, but why? Okay, but why? And I feel like this is an inherent problem with World of Warcraft storytelling, because it's told through the vessel of a video game typically, is it just takes so long. It takes so long to get to like the punch. You know what I mean? It's hard to take a character like Sylvanas and tell her a critical portion of her story arc over the course of 3 expansions. That's like 6 fucking years. And then how much stuff is in that 400-page novel right there that 1.1% of the player base is gonna read? I haven't even read it. Like, partly because I'm a little afraid to, because I'm afraid I'm gonna hate it. But, you know, I know the key points that are in it. You know, like the Dreadlords infusing Argus with death, and which I think is cringe. I don't even like that, but I feel like there could be some regret from Blizzard killing some characters off too. No doubt they regret Kael, Vash, etc. after a while became more narratively driven. Illidan too, really, as per TBC at the time. Yeah. Yep, and I mean, they brought Vash back again, technically, in the Shadowlands, and Kael. Both of those characters are still like a thing. I feel like payoff in WoW is something that is rare. It feels like we're constantly going on and on and on. It does get me hyped for TLT that everything will come to a head because God, we need it. And that's exact, and yeah, well said, Ed. And I think, you know, we've had that discussion before as well, as you put in your video. And I had said the same thing, like, World of Warcraft has this problem, for those who haven't seen Ed's video. It has this problem of continuing to build and build and build and build. And I'm not even talking about the first ones and shit like that, right? I'm just talking about character arcs. They just build and they build and they build, and you get brief moments of satisfaction, but they hardly ever have actually come to a climax and paid off. And it's a problem. Like, Blizzard just continues, the World of Warcraft team continues to do more and more and more. And my concern is that they're now going to like institute a bunch of newer people to come in and rule. and replace some of these older characters, and then use some kind of general, almost like world-changing event that's going to involve the sacrifice or death of a bunch of these characters. And that's what I'm worried about, is that instead of these characters being given an opportunity to like have their own unique, meaningful ends, that a lot of them are going to get wrapped up together. And I'm worried about that. They need to do a Warcraft 4 to make new heroes. Doing it in MMO doesn't work. See, I don't really agree. I do think the shift in narrative pacing lately has been better. Cutscenes have been better. A lot more of this stuff is voiced, a lot more stay a while and listens. It's there. I mean, it's in the game and it works. I feel like I understand Illyria's story pretty fucking well, and the majority of it's been in the game since Legion. That's when she gets brought back. Post-Alliance Expedition Recovery, effectively with she and Turallion finding out that they were on Argus, having joined the Grand Army of the Light. But, here's your problem, is people don't want to play an RTS. I'm gonna be honest, if the way that they continued WoW's storyline was to put it into an RTS, I don't think I'm gonna interact with that. I don't like RTS. I don't want to play RTS. I only played Warcraft 3 because I wanted the story. I do not enjoy the gameplay. I just don't. So ultimately, like, I don't think that you already transitioned away from an RTS. You've been making an MMO for 25 years now. 20 years now. I think that if you transition back to an RTS, you're going to lose a lot of people. And I like playing as my character. Yeah, I do. I just don't think that... Unfortunately, like, I don't think that there is a catch-all solution. I think they just need to bring some endings to the game and wrap some shit up and tie it all back together in a cohesive way. I do love the idea of TLT being WoW's Endwalker. Yeah, and then we can really turn the page and explore cool new places. Yeah, let's go to Tural and deal with fucking Wu Clement. I don't want to forget the past, but I'm excited to see what else is out there. The way that you handle it properly, I think, is like what they're doing with the Arathi. You take old concepts, old places, people's ideas, events, you write new stuff into them, and you bring them back around so that you don't feel like you're abandoning the world that you've been interacting with, but you're also not sticking to the same thing you have been the entire time. You gotta use what you already have. That's what I think, in a lot of ways, that's where Dawntrail kind of fucked up. Was it felt like almost a complete abandonment of the things that came before to try to write something new. And I think that was hugely detrimental to the reception of the story. So in World of Warcraft, and I say the same thing about using old cities, which I'm so thrilled that they're redoing Quell the Lost, because this is an example of it. You have all of these incredible locales. You have these other worlds. You have star maps with other planets floating around Azeroth that we cannot see. You have cosmic storylines and shit. Use it, you know? Use it. There are other worlds to go to. There's other things to discover. You know, there are places that can be revamped, revitalized. Build a new Draenei city on Azure Mist and Blood Mist Isle. Do it. Do it like they talk about. Revamp Gilneas. Let us go back there. Let's heal the land of around Lordaeron. Let's revitalize this place, you know? We just have all of these amazing places that we can use. Let's update Orgrimmar. Let's, like, there's too much that's sitting there just waiting to be used to just continue to write extra shit. And I do think that places like Avaloran will be a big opportunity for them to be like, yo, you want some new shit? Here you go. Whole entire continent over the storming seas that the Chronicle hinted at, which it does, and other in-game books hint at, but the Titans didn't order this place. So let's see what the primal world, untouched by the hand of order, let's see what that looks like. Let's get a deeper glimpse into what could have been. Or let's see a place where the light has kind of taken over or something like that. I have a code, Ariel, if you need this. We don't need a Warcraft 4. Each expansion introduced new characters. We already got some characters that have matured enough to be the protagonists of the new expansions. Anduin, Eretor, Rathian, Bolvar, Kalia, Chandris. I think that it is going to help them a lot to have, like, recaps of stories. I really do think that between patches, having some kind of recap cinematic or quest line that you do that brings you back and like reminds you of the things that have happened would be really good. Because World of Warcraft exists in like long form episodic delivery. I think it's a problem because you spend so much time between patches at times that you kind of forget what happened. And I think that's a big problem for players, especially if you get people that aren't reading quest text and aren't paying any fucking attention, which at that point, those people should just shut the fuck up because they don't care anyways. But the information that you need is there when you pay attention and read the books and you interact with the game on a deeper level than just turning on K's auto quest or Azeroth autopilot and fucking forgetting that you're playing a video game. But, you know, they're ultimately, like, I think that they should have recaps and they should have things that remind people of what happened so that people can kind of stay up to date and remember what has occurred, you know, because I'd be willing to bet that even if you ask people that played baseline The War Within what the stories of each of the zones were, I would be willing to bet that the majority of them could not tell you. And that's a problem. And that's why the lore walking with Cho exists for, I guess, but it's not enough. It's not enough. Like, because that stuff isn't covering what just happened in this expansion. Like, you need to have people consistently reminded of what is going on, even if it's relatively recent. You know, like last time on Dragon Ball Z or something like that. You know, a little less obviously corny and shit. But if we saw Warcraft 4 at this point, it's probably going to be so far ahead in the future, it won't be connected to WoW. It would be too difficult to manage. The story's transcended into the MMO. Yeah, and I have to say, man, I got to just remind people, Warcraft 3 is a very narrow view of the Warcraft universe. It is a very specific set of events that is a fragment of the bigger thing, bro. I don't know what language that you're typing in there, but that's not going to be okay here in the channel. So English only, please. Hey, Decimus as well. Can you check the unban request for me, please? They added something like that. If you played for a long time, you have just the important quests in the War Within. Right, but people, you have to choose to engage with that. You have to choose to engage with it. You know what I'm saying? I think that they should just have something that when you log back in after the patch, it catches you up on what happened. Like a cinematic that auto plays, you know, something. And look, I understand, and I would like to be able to just say that there's a one-size-fits-all solution to this problem. I get that there's people that don't want to have the speed with which they can do quests gated by dialogue and stuff, but I'm gonna just say it. I don't care. I don't care. Like, I think that they should just deliver the story directly with stay a while and listens automatically playing, not even allow quests to progress until you get through the dialogue. Like, you're telling a fucking story. If you don't want to listen to the story, tune out for a second. Go fucking take a piss. Pull up a fucking video and watch a little couple shorts on YouTube if you don't have the attention span to fucking deal with it. But this whole, like, let's put optional stay a while and listens and then have people complain that there's no story or that they're not telling it or that there's not enough depth or whatever. Like, I just get the fuck out of here. Like, fuck that. Like, tell the fucking story in the medium and mode by which you intend to, and people that don't want to pay attention can fucking do something else for the brief few moments that Thrall and Jaina talk to each other, for God's sake. You know what I mean? I just don't give a fuck. For the first time, it should not be skippable. That's the way I feel as well. Dude, it's just, it pisses me off because it's like, if you took all of the stay a while and listens in the entire expansion of the War Within, all of them, every single one, you're looking at like maybe 10 minutes. Maybe. Fucking maybe 10 minutes. It's just not that much. It's just not that much. If you took all quest dialogue and made it so that you can't progress to the next quest until they finish speaking, which in a lot of cases is actually already true, like, it's just not that much time. It's just not that much time. And if people are like, well, you know, I want to race to get to max level the fastest. Yeah, well, everyone else has to fucking do it as well. I think the people who don't care or know about the story just have an agenda. Like, they aren't interested. It's patently obvious. But it also doesn't make them right. And again, it's not a one-size-fits-all solution to the problem. But ultimately, if you want your story to be fucking listened to, make the fucking people listen to it. They also use awesome voice acting. I mean, come on. Exactly. I still think Legion is the best delivered story, personally. But they have done very well with the War Within and Saga so far. Yeah, I think I'd probably agree with that. BFA was pretty good, too. I thought. I just want the story to be coherent. Sure. I think the Shadowlands story, especially the base expansion story, is pretty coherent as well. I think it's pretty obvious what's happened there. It's not complicated. The jailer is escaping the Maw and influencing denizens of different Shadowlands realms. There's a fucking drought. All the animals going to the Maw. And Revendreth has been pooling the anima to feed to the mob for a long time now. Denathrius is working with the jailer. We have to stop them and stop the drought so that the fucking denizens of the Shadowlands don't fade into obscurity because they're starved of energy. That's the story. Like, and then you get into Korthia and it gets a little bit more complicated because you start to realize more about the Primus. And it, yeah. Is it told the best? Probably not necessarily. But is it coherent? Yeah, I think it is. If you play through the main story of Shadowlands and you don't get what's going on, I'm concerned. Some of the contained stories were nice too, for sure. Yep. Revendreth, the idea of Sin Stones, it was cool as hell. Revendreth was the most impressive zone I'd seen until Hall of Fall. Revendreth is pretty amazing. It's a sick fucking zone. And honestly, like, the quest lines in Maldraxxus are pretty straightforward too. We do war. And we don't have a leader, so we're fighting each other for supremacy. There you go. That's the story. Oh, Kel'Thuzad's part of the House of Rituals. He works with the jailer and betrayed them. Wow. Shocker. They destroyed the House of Plagues. Wow. It's very complicated. Like, it's just not complicated. Like, it's just not. Devos and others get corrupted by the power of the Maw. They're despairing. Maw-sworn Kyrian. They're aiding them, turning people towards despair and suffering, as what happened with Uther. We have to stop them. Also, while we do it, we should probably bring reform to the way that Bastion works because it's horrifying. And memory erasure doesn't necessarily have to be part of serving in the afterlife. Why is that a thing? Thank Order for that. Like, yeah. Ardenweald. Oh, the drought is heavily affecting us. We're under siege by the Drust on one side, attacked by the Gorm on the other, and we're starving of anima. We have to make sacrifices. Please help us save the mischief in the groves. Stop the jailer's forces. Stop them from taking the heart of the forest. And fight back against the Drust. Yes, very complicated. Devos deserved more spotlight time, I agree. I thought Devos was a great character, and arguably the best character out of Bastion. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, what I'm trying to say is that I just don't think it's that complicated. When you play through the zones, it's relatively straightforward. I really think the passage of time just does a number on people. I really think that's one of the biggest problems. Time is the enemy of memory. I barely remember who Devos is. That's tough. Devos is the paragon of... Which paragon was she? She's the paragon of... Is it justice? Paragon of courage? Paragon of loyalty? She's one of the paragons that serves Carestia the Firstborn. And their philosophy ends up like darkened and kind of like perverted by the corruption of the Maw. They basically begin to question the ways of the Kyrian and like revolt against them as Dark Kyrian. Devos is the leader. Loyalty. Yeah, that's ironic. Yeah, and then she becomes the Paragon of Doubt. I can just help with it later. Are you trying it all on there, or have you tried it on the computer? Just leave it as fine. The lady you throw the spear at? Yeah. One thing I missed on SW was Maldraxxus have an outpost on the other realms, so they actually could protect them like an army. Well, they weren't only doing that, they were infiltrating Legion outposts and stealing information from them, which I really like to take and twist as like potentially a communication tactic between the Legion and Maldraxxus. You do minor skirmishes with your House of Eyes, basically like those that are infiltrators and spies, to exchange information and make it look like you're fighting each other, but you're actually not. And if the Primus, for instance, was trying to communicate with Sargeras without anyone knowing, Sargeras doesn't give a fuck about, you know, losing some Doom Lords or Fel guards at a fucking outpost on a world. He doesn't give a fuck. And what's really interesting that you might not have caught is that the world that they go to take that information, the map ends up in Korthia, first of all, which is interesting. And in addition to that, it's actually the same world that Illidan took the Demon Hunters to fight the Doom Lord Asgoth or whatever. So that the cinematic with Illidan and the Illidari, that's the same world that the Shadowlands House of Eyes infiltrates. It's pretty sick. The House of Eyes goes there and steals the map and kills some Fel guards or whatever, while the world is still healthy and has life on it. And then the Legion shows up, or the Illidari show up later when the world is basically ruined by the power of Fel. You can tell because the shots that they show are almost exactly, they're basically identical. Was it you that showed that how the map of Maldraxxus is designed to akin to Naxxramas? Yes. Yep. With the different quarters of Naxxramas and what they represent. I really like Deathwing. Interesting character with a cool design. A shame that many players only remember him from Spine of Deathwing fighting Kata. Well, that's because so much of Deathwing's story is frankly written outside of the game. Like, so much of Deathwing's history is in books like the series The War of the Ancients. So much of it is in things like The War of the Scaleborn. Like, Deathwing is one of those characters that is prevalent, and you deal with a lot of lieutenants of Deathwing and things that he's been involved with in like vanilla. And you do deal with him more directly in Cataclysm, but who he was basically as an Eltharion is really only seen in the game as like memories through like Yogg-Saron and stuff like that. So yeah, that's part of the issue there, I think, is just like Deathwing is one of those characters that a large part of, you know, in all of the books about the dragon aspects, I mean, the Dawn of the Aspects, the fucking Day of the Dragon, Night of the Dragon, all that stuff. So yeah, it's unfortunate because when you think, honestly, like, the way I kind of think about it in my mind is it's not exclusive that books only exist before Warcraft 3, because Warcraft 3 encompasses a lot of information that does exist in books like Arthas and War of Eternity trilogy and War of the Ancients trilogy and stuff like that. But there is a giant section of lore that exists basically almost anything before the events of Warcraft 3 is in a book. So it's funny because people say things like, yeah, wow, you know, everything now that they do, they always are putting in a book and it's all books. And there's a lot of, especially character-specific novels, but a ton of books cover information that's pre-Warcraft 3. So, like, you have this huge swath of history, and a lot of which exists in books, especially as it pertains to the dragon aspects, Ordering of Azeroth, stuff like that. Then you have, like, Warcraft 3 with the War of the Ancients and so on, and the events of the Frozen Throne, Reign of Chaos, all that shit. And then you get into more, like, character novels and in-between expansion novels after the fact. But it's just interesting that I think some people perceive that the books are, like, a new thing. But a lot of these books are real fucking old, and they're covering lore that you can't experience through Warcraft 3. Like, it's shit that predates even Warcraft 3. I think some people have the impression that, like, Warcraft 3 is the start of WoW's lore, and it isn't. If anything, it's actually like the midway point. The Well of Eternity is like in the middle. It's actually not even. I mean, it kind of is. I mean, it's really not. If we're talking about an actual median span of time, it isn't. But you know what I mean. That's why I was excited for Dragonflight, the Drake they were trying to investigate the truth of Neltharion and his history. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff there. It's very interesting. Him using like Titan relics and shit that he found in Oathbinder. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff. Do you think Sylvanas has anything against Xal'atath?
Sylvanas seems too chilled. Maybe she's just doesn't care about Zal's level of threat, or she found something beyond the Shadowlands. I don't know that. I don't think Sylvanas is aware of. Well, up until recently, I don't think that Sylvanas is aware. Should be the bottom one. Of what Xal'atath has even done. Like, until we showed up in the Shadowlands, I think Sylvanas is in this mode of like. How would I describe this? Almost like melancholy reflection and carrying out her sentence. At no point during the 1127 storyline does Sylvanas try to shirk the responsibility of what she has done. I think that her getting the other part of her soul back has really opened her mind and body and soul up to the fact that, like, she really did some really bad things. And I think that Sylvanas has genuinely looked to take accountability for that in whatever way she can. And she doesn't take the charge given to her by Tyrande lightly. Like, she seems to have fully embraced that she has done terrible wrong, and that she really has no right nor desire to leave the Maw until her duty is done. And she seems to be taking that pretty seriously. I mean, she's not gonna die. She's immortal. She's not going anywhere. So I think that she really cares. I think she really cares. Do you think they're gonna do the redemption equals death trope for Sylvanas' redemption? No. I think that they're probably gonna use Tyrande as a vessel for someone to show how compassion can be shown to someone who did something wrong, especially in a state where they were basically broken. So I think the fact that Dorithur is shown as like witnessing everything that's happening in the Maw during that questline and before, I think that there could end up being a situation where Tyrande basically ends up contacting Sylvanas and being like, hey, I still fucking hate you, and you're, you know, you'll never be able to make up for what you've done. You will never be forgiven, but I think your homeland needs you, and you may have destroyed mine, but, you know, maybe Tyrande finding some wisdom or something in being like, you fell for your kingdom once before, don't do it again, kind of situation. Like, I'm gonna give you a chance to leave here, even if just for a little bit. Don't fuck it up. That's what I'd really like. I would really like that. I think that Tyrande does not have to forgive her. It doesn't have to be redemption. I think that Sylvanas will end up coming back in patch content to aid us in the defense of Silvermoon in some capacity. Will Sylvanas end up dying? I don't know. They honestly could go that route where there's a self-sacrifice, and, you know, one thing I've seen is when Void consumes, that one way to restore the light is to sacrifice yourself. Velen did that. We saw that with Kara on alternate Draenor. You can sacrifice yourself and exchange it for the energy to restore the light. It's kind of similar to what Soulscribe does with Koresh. And if I had to pick just one character who would be very fitting, and I felt this way about Sylvanas before because I thought it's where she was going to go, to commit an act of self-sacrifice to save her homeland, I mean, I feel like it would be Sylvanas. I think that there's probably a ton of energy stored up in that you know, soul and everything, so that is a possibility. But I also am on the side. I agree with Zaxxas here. I would prefer that Sylvanas does make it to the last Titan, and that she has grown, I would hope, extremely suspicious of people like the Primus, and extremely suspicious of what the Titans have done to the Shadowlands. I would really love for her to be that kind of person who the rejoining of her soul has kind of awakened her to new perspectives that she had lost, and allows her to basically start to connect some of the dots. I always have hope for Sylvanas' character. It's such like a flaw, but it's also something I'm just not willing to fucking give up. I don't know what it is. Even if Sylvanas gives up hope and gives up on herself, I just can't seem to fucking do it. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know what it is. I love it's not even redemption. I just love, like, I just love the stories where people do something really fucking wrong, and they are punished and have moments of reflection and realize, like, that there is another way. Like, and that doesn't have to be redemption. Like, you're still gonna have people that probably hate her forever. I mean, it's complicated, you know. There's never gonna. I don't think that there's gonna be a moment where like Sylvanas is hailed as like a fucking redeemed hero and everyone showers her with love. Like, I think she's forever gonna be someone who's hated, and that's something that you have to live with when you make those choices. So, yeah, and also I don't think that even if there was a story of redemption, I don't think that death always has to be the answer for that. To come back to your actual question, I don't think that death is the only way that you can find redemption. And death, I think, is also like too general a term. I think self-sacrifice is basically necessary. Illidan carries something similar. Absolutely, he does. Yeah, absolutely. Although I would argue that, you know, some of the things Sylvanas did were arguably worse, but I get it. So yeah, I personally think that they'll bring Sylvanas back at a moment where like we are basically facing the brink of utter annihilation, and that if someone or something doesn't show up to fucking help us, we're fucked. And I think like I would do it in a sense where like right at that pivotal moment where like we're about to fucking lose, that would probably be the moment where I would have Sylvanas Windrunner show up. In a, you know, you can have a triumphant return and do the right thing without being redeemed, right? It's more complicated than that. And of course, if they did something like that, you're always going to get people that are like, oh, here we go, Sylvanas redemption arc, or oh, I guess she's just good now, because they can't see stories with nuance. So, yeah. You're definitely going to have that, but does she need to be redeemed? Do we need every character to be good for all sides? No. Nope. Sometimes people just have to do the right thing because they know it's the right thing to do, and do it without trampling on, try to do it anyway, at the very least without trampling on what other people's input is. You can just picture it. Sylvanas strikes a fatal blow on Norganon. The Banshee shadows burn out in my veins. I have freed myself, and Madan crouches beside her. No, old ranger, you freed us all. Fucking Thrall and Grommash and Manaroth all over again. Oh my god. Even if Sylvanas is redeemed, that doesn't make her good. And again, what does redemption even, what does it even mean? Like, sometimes you just serve your sentence and you move on with life, and it's not redemption, you know? Does she still have the power from Zoval? I don't really, I mean, she's still like effectively like, you know, it's a good question. Like, can Sylvanas still turn into a Banshee? Can she do that still? I don't know. And I know that's not what you're asking, but like, I haven't really thought about that. Like, can she still do that? I don't know that she really had power from Zoval. I think she had some armor and like a bow. Why would she use the grapple in the quest line instead of just turning into a Banshee and flying up there? She's still undead, no? I think so. I mean, her body's definitely not alive. So her soul has been like put back together in her body. But yeah, I'm not sure if she was given power from Zoval. I gotta read the novel. After I read Blood Ties, I'll read Sylvanas. Her skin color did change. It did. It's like more blue. I think it changed. What does being undead actually mean in the Shadowlands, though? Isn't everyone undead? I mean, that's kind of how I see it. That's kind of how I see it. There's a Cult of the Forgotten Magic that could be an example. It's a section worshipped by Forsaken. Is she still tormented by the past? No, I think that's the whole reconciliation between the parts of her soul. If she was still if she was still at odds with herself inside her soul, then she wouldn't have awakened. That's what Uther tells us. If you do the Shadowlands questline, the two parts of her are in conflict, and until she finds peace between them, she cannot awaken. So Sylvanas finally wakes up because the Ranger General and the Banshee Queen are able to reconcile with one another, and she becomes whole again. I always thought she did get power from him through all the deaths she caused, and that's why she was OP enough to 1v1 the Lich King. Yeah, I mean, I could just be missing something in the literature because I haven't read Sylvanas, but I don't think that Sylvanas was given power from the Jailer. Pretty sure that she's just pretty fucking strong. Remember that Sylvanas' plan was to, like, go and try to fucking fight Arthas. Like, she's gonna try to 1v1 him, you know? So, also, you have to understand, Bolvar as the Lich King is not the same as Arthas as the Lich King. He doesn't have Frostmourne. So yes, he has the Helm of Domination, and I think he kind of gives in to the power of the Jailer, hoping to stop Sylvanas or whatever. That's why he turns blue. He basically gets dominated. That's why he goes from fire to frost. But I don't think that, it's not like, I don't think Bolvar is like the same power level. There was a mention in 8.2 when she kills Saurfang, where Lorthamar says he's never seen her wield that power. Okay, then I guess maybe she did. I mean, she did have fucking Mossworn Kyrian and shit that came down and abducted people. So it isn't. I believe that. I mean, I believe that she could have got power. Weren't the chains she shoots out from Zoval? Right, I guess she does do that too. She yanks on those chains. That should be more of like a Zoval type of power. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. It's probably implied enough, even if they don't outright say it, which it sounds like they might with Lorthamar. That does sound vaguely familiar. She had to be empowered by Zoval. I don't think base Banshee Sylvanas could fight Night Warrior Tyrande. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. Yeah, I think you guys are right. It sounds to me, based on all that stuff, that she probably was empowered. Because she could always shoot, like, shadow arrows and shit and, like, turn into a Banshee, but the whole chain stuff and, like, the fucking death blast that she launches at Saurfang, I don't think I'd ever seen her do that shit before. That's a good point. Also, just previous representation of her in the game. Basically just using a shadow. She's just a shadow archer. Right. Not a bondage queen. Right. Yeah, I agree with you guys. Nevertheless, I think both Banshee and Zoval powers are gone now. Well, I guess that's kind of the question that I would ask when it comes to Zoval's powers. Is it something that she was given by him and only had as a result of them being allies, or is it more of a technique that he taught her and now she can use if she wants to? But I would still wonder about the Banshee thing, because as I understood it, she basically turned into a Banshee as a result of her having her soul split and like turn into like an undead, like revenant type thing. But that might not be the case. She may still be able to just turn into a fucking Banshee. I mean, she was directly empowered by Zoval's power, like she was channeling Zoval's power, like Anduin. Those aren't the same thing, though. No, I don't agree with you. I mean, and maybe it is possible, but just willingly. But it's different because Anduin is wielding a Mournblade. He's dominated. Anduin isn't just like channeling Zoval's power. He's possessed by him. Like it's moving through him. Sylvanas is not dominated. She's not possessed. Like, as far as I know, they're not connected in that way. So you need to be able to, like, if you guys want to get into the semantics of an argument like this, I need you to, like, provide some kind of evidence that supports that what you're saying is true. If you're going to claim that she's directly empowered, channeling the power like that, then I need you to find something that says that. Because as far as I'm aware, there isn't anything. Doesn't mean that there isn't, but as far as I'm aware, there isn't. But if you're gonna make that claim, you have to show me what, like, where that comes from. We found her arrows emitting some magic to follow her trail. What was it? Green or purple? It's probably purple. Dubbed the Forgotten Shadow, this philosophy centers around self-empowerment and a desire to balance life with death. That's what I originally thought when I saw the cinematic. Taken from the wiki, which I know isn't credible, but interesting. I mean, the wiki is relatively credible, but it depends on what it's written from. You know, is this like RPG lore? Is this MMO main game lore? I remember a character saying how the power that killed Saurfang wasn't normal magic. Right. guys, I get that. I get that. I'm not even arguing that at this point. What I'm trying to get people to consider is the nuance between being taught a technique and how to wield a certain magic and literally channeling someone else's magic through you. Those are different things. At least I think they are. Right? Like, you can learn how to use Fel. It doesn't mean that someone's channeling through you so that you can use Fel. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can be taught certain techniques. So you would, I'm just asking for some kind of evidence that suggests that what is being claimed is what was happening. Because I'm saying I don't know. I'm not the one making the claim that it is one way or that it isn't. I'm saying we don't have the information. So what seems to me to be an assumption is probably not what we should be doing. We should probably be sourcing it with something to prove that what we're saying is true. I know that she was a Banshee first after being risen by Arthas. She reclaimed her body between Reign of Chaos and Frozen Throne. I don't know if she was able to change between forms before meeting Zoval, though. Isn't Sylvanas' like ultimate ability in Warcraft 3 turning into a Banshee? Am I imagining that? Maybe that's not true. Like a paladin channeling a power versus a mage learning, sure. I can provide the link of the article in Wiki. It looks like it has both retail and RPG lore intermixed, right? Most likely there isn't a way of knowing. But IMO, she was likely being empowered. And yeah, fine. Yeah, fair enough. That's fine. I mean, if we don't see her using that power anymore, I think that kind of answers the question. I think it was mind control, but anyway, you think what was mind control? Sylvanas was not mind controlled. In Warcraft 3, when she was first bent to the will of the Lich King, she was. But if you're talking about when she's her ability in Warcraft 3, oh, her being able to use mind control. Okay. As hero. Gotcha. I mean, I think, again, if we never see Sylvanas use those kinds of abilities again, I think it pretty much makes it clear. In the cutscene where she betrays him, he definitely does a soul thingy which relinquishes her of his power before she faints. I don't know about he definitely does. Like, what are you referring to? I don't know. Like, you mean when he pulls her soul fragment out of his storage and flings it at her? I don't understand how you're equating that to relinquishing her of his power. I don't understand that. But it would make sense that he would do that in order to not allow her to utilize his power against him. I can understand that. But she fainted because her soul was given back to her. And you see her soul kind of like shift, or like I think the blue fragment of it kind of like shift with her body, almost kind of showing that, like, I think to me, I read it as like, it's almost like a, not incompatibility, but like, oh, that didn't go back together quite how it was supposed to kind of situation. And then she faints, she goes unconscious, and then, until the two fragments of her soul can reconcile with one another, she can't wake up because she's fighting a war within, effectively. So, yeah, I'm not sure how you can take that and be like, he definitely did this thing. I can't agree with that. Snowy Zoe, thanks for the follow. And Raxi, thanks for the follow too. She also had mind control as an ult in HOTS, but it's HOTS. Right. Okay, so I am curious when she was able to turn into... I mean, the thing is that when you see her in the animatic where she gets killed by Arthas, at the end, doesn't she like roar out with red eyes and shit like a banshee? Isn't she like a energy form, like banshee energy form at that point? So I feel like it was something that she was turned into almost like immediately. It was the blue fragment. Something changed with her there, not necessarily connected to the power. Okay. Sylvanas has been able to transform into a banshee throughout the entire history of her undeath, body or not. Banshees exist out of cause of death. Her having her full soul doesn't undo the existence of a banshee. So unless the claim is that banshees only exist because of the jailer, I don't see the correlation. I think that's a good way of putting it, because you have other banshees who, as far as I understand it, they didn't have their soul split. So having your soul split is not an inherent requirement of becoming a banshee. I would agree with you. So having your soul put back together shouldn't necessarily undo the fact that you're a banshee or can turn into one. I think I would agree with that logic. Because it's not like Sylvanas is the only banshee. And there are other banshees that exist that we don't have any information on them having their soul split. I mean, it's not like every banshee that exists in WoW was killed by Frostmourne. That's not the case, right? It's how you die, right? She was a banshee before her suicide in Edge of Night. In the book, she starts remembering being used by Arthas to sing to the elves and kill them, right? To scream at them. Yikes. So he twisted her into a banshee that he could use. The nuance of all your compassion, seeing everything you did without it, always hit me hard. I mean, it's interesting. Yeah, again, it's been like a journey to how I've changed my view on the Sylvanas storyline. And yeah, a lot of it comes from, again, just self-reflection and trying to have some compassion for what went down, you know? The thing about mind control is that you can do that with shadow magic, not necessarily domination. That is also true. You can also, I mean, you can do mind control, different forms of mind control. One is taking the control of someone's mind, like what a priest can do, which is shadow magic. And then there's other forms that like infect your brain or domination or that kind of stuff, right? So you'll find that like there's different forms of they use fell domination on Garona, as far as I understand. So, or at the very least, like Gul'dan's shadow orb domination shit, right? So it's not, domination is not seemingly a power that only exists through the blue magic that the jailer wields, but something that can be accomplished with different types of magic as well. Light doesn't really do domination as far as I understand it, but more, I mean, it kind of does in the case of the Lightbound, but more like willing oath binding in a lot of cases, which unites them all and allows them to operate as a hive mind, which is similar to domination. I could see her not using those powers or spells anymore because it reminds her of what she's done. Maybe. I could also see the perspective that, like, she's not going to stray away from the reminder of what she's done because that reminder is what makes it real. It's what makes it, like, painful. Weren't there some Highborn Banshees that were created during the Legion's first invasion? As far as I know, yes. You find Banshees and stuff typically around Highborn ruins. Yeah, she is what she is. She could just now be a Dark Ranger, an archer that uses shadow magic. Well, I mean, that would just be a reversion to what she was. Again, I just think that, like, we'll have to see. We'll have to see, because when I did the 1127 storyline, I don't remember her turning into a Banshee at all, or using any chain powers or anything like that. So, I guess we'll have to see. And just because we've seen it certain ways in the past doesn't mean that they can't use this as an opportunity to be like, yeah, she actually isn't a Banshee anymore. She's been made whole again. She is undead, but she's not a Banshee, or who knows? Like, they can use an opportunity to make like a new rule, or they can even make an exception to a rule if it exists because it's fucking Sylvanas Windrunner. You know how they are with certain things. Like, sometimes it's the rule of cool, you know? So, we'll see where they take it. It's pretty cool, though, that we can have such an in-depth conversation about just one character. You know what I mean? It just goes to show how, like, deep the writing for WoW actually is. Like, there's a ton of nuance for a lot of characters, you know? It's not just Sylvanas that this is the thing with. So, I just think that's really cool, and it's a testament to, like, how much world building and individual character storytelling there actually is. There's so fucking much. We could have long, drawn-out conversations about almost any hero character like this. What do you think about the oath Illyria took when she was on Koresh? Do you think it could lead to a tragedy? Can you remind me what that oath was? I don't remember the oath that she took. Was it about, like, defeating Xal'atath or something? And avenging Koresh or some bullshit like that? To be fair, the number of times we've seen her banshee it up is like counted on one hand. Yeah, I mean, it seems like she basically has to embrace her torment to like shift into a banshee. You know what I mean? I mean, you're basically choosing to like go to an ethereal form that embodies your suffering, you know? So like if you're not being forced into that form, I feel like it's probably not something that's that enjoyable to do, to be honest with you. Her eyes glow bright red, the rage within her just like fucking just like spreads out of control. It's pretty crazy. Sanuzel, who just becomes Mordekaiser because he wants to, has the willpower to. Rule of cool, baby. Yeah. What are your honest feelings about Koresh? I liked it. I thought the story was interesting. I thought what they did with Dimensius was interesting. I thought the exchange with Soulscribe was very interesting. I thought the fractal nature of the story told with Nexus King Salhadar was a pretty big hint at someone else. Yeah, I thought it was cool. I liked Koresh. I mean, it was also pretty, like, kind of humbling to see just how catastrophic what had happened to their world actually was. Also, you know, the Doom of Koresh audio drama that came out was fantastic. It was cool to learn about the transmutative and almost like radiation like properties of the barriers that they erected, and learning more about Tazavesh and the wilds that existed on their desert planet and their kind of city states that they operated through, and Locust Walker's past, and learning more about Locust Walker, basically trying to convince Illyria that he needs to give up the fear, you know, associated with Turalian and Eritor, because, and as a result, basically give them up, because he basically did the same thing with his loved one, who ended up, you know, falling victim to the Void, who quite clearly at the end of the Doom of Koresh audio drama is the Void Revenant thing that they're hunting down, so he feels a tremendous amount of guilt. You know, basically, like, if you're gonna go all out, you basically have to give up everything that is important to you. You have to disconnect yourself from it. But in a way, I think, you know, that's kind of a weakness. And Locust Walker was kind of coping a little bit. Like, in order to stop yourself from having to, you know, be distraught by the potential loss of these people, you basically should just distance yourself from them and disconnect from them. And it kind of showed how Locust Walker did that. So, I liked Koresh. I thought the raid was absolutely phenomenal as well. I liked the gameplay of it. I like flying around. I like the phase diving was pretty cool. Using it to like teleport around was pretty tight. I love the books that they hit on Koresh that you could read. Multiversal Energy Dynamics and the Murmuration Paradox is a fantastic one. The Spy Log by Shadreen is another really good one. I like the audio logs that were hidden in the game, and they ended up having put on YouTube by Talora. Another very interesting one, another piece of continuity, because Talora is the one that wrote the Grimoire of the Shadowlands as a broker. So yeah, it was cool. I like learning about the connections between the Ethereals and the brokers, the contact suits that the brokers made, how long ago all this stuff happened, you know? Koresh being hundreds of thousands of years ago. It's given hints about the history of Zaldatath too, which I've enjoyed. Yeah, it's been cool. I've enjoyed it. I thought Koresh was great. Do you think Ellison would stand a chance in a toe-to-toe match against Ashara? Probably not. I mean, would she stand a little bit of a chance? Yeah, but do I think that she'd win? No. No. I'm glad, so this is my oath. I will hunt Zalatath down. I will find justice for Locust Walker. I mean, to be fair, I kind of feel like she already was gonna do that anyways. It's also interesting. I wonder if there's power in fulfilling your oath. Like if you swear an oath and then you adequately fulfill it, I wonder if that like generates power or anything, or like how that works. Is there like an end result to doing that? I wonder. I don't know. Yes, you can't just say yes. It goes yes because, or yes, the evidence for it is internal. You're gonna have to speak in more than one word at a time. Seems like a magical binding to me, this oath thing. Sure. I can't believe I finally spent my gold on something, and I think I already spent 500k-ish on house maxing. Yeah, that's crazy. It can be expensive. Give you the will to do it, more determined in the goal, but you're kind of trapped on this promise. I don't know if you are, though. I mean, Soul Scribe made an oath to Salhadar, but she already had an oath to Koresh, so does one supersede the other? I don't know. Can oaths truly be fulfilled? I think so. It depends on how specific the oath is, but yeah, I think so. I would say the first supersedes the second. Yeah, that was the thing with Soul Scribe, is like, why did she end up picking Koresh? Is it because it was first? Or is it because to her it meant more? I mean, what I think the thing with oaths is it's done via free will, right? So you shouldn't, like, the way that I would look at it is whatever your reason is, it's the one that you truly have the most reason to fulfill, the one that means the most to you. So I would think that she takes an oath to Koresh, she takes an oath to Salhadar, and it might not have anything to do with which one she swore first. It might just be more to do with what is actually important to her. What does she actually care about? What in her soul and through her will is she more inclined to carry out? And I think that's why she picked Koresh. Not necessarily even because it came first. It could be because it's first, though. It should boost your morale enough to make you feel more confident about your skills? Maybe. Just a thought that I was having, like, is there actually some kind of magical outcome to fulfilling an oath? We have fulfilled our oath. You have fulfilled your oath. I guess it totally depends on the nature of the oath. What if this oath Illyria took requires the sacrifice of what Illyria loves? See, that's where I can't really, like, align with you, because the idea that an oath can only be fulfilled one specific way, I just don't really, you know, it comes down to free will. I don't think that swearing an oath binds you to a specific outcome. I think the nature of an oath is more about free will, entering into it of your own accord. And so I don't really perceive that it binds you to a specific outcome. I mean, unless there was a magical aspect to it, like if you X, you will earn Y. I think there's not a tangible reward for it. Yeah, and I don't think there necessarily needs to be a reward for it. One might say that the reward is fulfilling the oath itself. You know, because what is the purpose of the oath? You don't swear an oath to get a reward. You swear an oath because you believe in fulfilling that oath, typically, right? So you don't even have to have like any level of like reward. You know, that might not even really like fit the nature and intent of an oath, right? Because otherwise, is it really an oath, or are you just making like a deal? You know, and are those things different? I perceive that they are. I get what you're saying, Nino, but I don't really think that that's how oaths work. And I don't really believe in being bound by fate anyway. So seems more cultural servitude than a power gain. And yeah, I mean, servitude is one way to look at it. You know, you can make an oath to a friend, and it doesn't necessarily have to be servitude or service, right? But I will say that oaths, I think, are magically tangible. Regardless of whether or not there's an outcome, there is a certain level of binding, it seems, with like how oaths can work. I think this is illustrated through like the Helya-Odin situation, again, where we go down to Helheim and we make a deal with Helya, and then we do the thing, and then she tries to go back on her oath, and then the Valkyr come down from the fucking sky and are like, yeah, even in your own realm, you're bound by your oath. Like, you can't go back on that. And maybe that's because that's part of their culture. Like a literally magically, like, integrated aspect of Rykul and Valkyr culture or something. I don't know. But it seemed pretty tangible. I think the Venari comment is more on the line of, we Koreshi don't forget oaths. Fulfill it. Sure, it's deeply meaningful for them, like spiritually meaningful. Last cutscene in Dragon Soul Raid, the aspects fulfill their oaths to stop the Hour of Twilight. They then lose their powers. But then I think you could ask the question of, did they lose their powers because they fulfilled their charge? Or did they lose their powers because they were expended into the Dragon Soul to defeat Deathwing? Like, did they basically spend the remaining magical infusion that they were granted and become mortals? I don't know. Levin, thanks for the follow. I don't know the answer to that question. Okay, I honestly can't answer that. Nor can I. I don't know. I feel like it's an important distinction, though, right? Like, because we have to get down into the nitty gritty of why the power fades. So I feel like it's, yeah, that's how I see it anyway. Yeah, it's real interesting. I think we'll get more into it, and I really think that a lot of the oath stuff, I think we'll see a lot more of that with the Arathi. I always took it as they had an oath to protect Azeroth, and they gave up their powers to fulfill that oath. I think I agree with that interpretation. I like that, because they're basically having to make a sacrifice in order to make it happen, but it shows how dedicated they are to fulfilling the oath. I think it's, yeah. I think it's more like that. I like that interpretation. I just have a few things to do left in Remix. I gotta get my Argusian Reach to max level, the Argusi. And I gotta get Armies of Legion Fall to Exalted, and then I'm basically done with Remix. I've got all the transmogs, all the staves and one-handed staves and one-handed Taishalok, and all the fucking shit that I hadn't collected from before. Got all that stuff. I'm basically at the point of just wrapping up zone-related objectives to get unique items like the Fell Corrupted Blades of the Fallen King and the Bulwark of Manaroth. I got all play T-Mog and mounts and called it good. Yeah, I've got basically almost everything. I'm at 207 verse and 779, so basically at the level where, like, I pretty much just kill everything. I love that you get 3 blades, like a 2-hander and 2 1-handers, or what do you mean? I need to go try to solo my 40. Yeah, I have a 43, but I think I'd get shit stomped in it. I don't have enough verse to solo it, I don't think. Talus, how many stacks of verse? What's your percentage? $630? Oh my god. Well, what I need to do as well, not just these zone quests, I need to do a, what do you have to do, a plus 20 to get the portal? I need to do a plus 20 for Neltharian's Lair. Just whatever the existing Mythic Plus pool ones are, because I can't remember. I think it's Neltharian's Lair, Vault of the Wardens, And whatever the last one is that I'm missing, which I don't remember what it is. Oh, that hits hard. Okay, so dodge meteor slash. Unless you can't, because you definitely can't. I got the layer at 50 plus 52. Jesus. I don't think I need to do anything quite like that. Court of Stars. Yeah. So I need to get those portals. But besides that, I'm just doing zone stuff. Good morning. Is there any ending you hope for when it comes to The Last Titan? Anything you'd want revealed and things you want kept up to speculation? Man, that's such a broad question. Oh, that just straight one-shot me. Okay, well, Brutalis is not something that you solo at 200 verse stacks. That's tough. Big boy. I mean, I don't know, man. That's such like a, I don't know. Can you be more specific with that question? It's kind of, it's almost like an essay level question that you're asking me right there. There's so much extrapolation I'd have to give to answer that question. You can log and see what key you have. That'd be cool. Because I do have a 43 court. We could run my court. Halls of Valor, Nelslayer, Quarter Stars, Karazhan. So I need Nelslayer, Court, and Kara. Karazhan. Okay. And these people aren't in fucking Heroic World tier. God. Is there any point to be in Heroic World tier once you have done 100 world quests in Heroic World tier? And you're like max geared? Is there any reason to not be in normal? How does power transfer to retail if you convert a timer? I think you get some dog shit gear. You get a lot more infinite power from Heroic. $43 halls. I already have a halls, so... Oh my god, dude. Oh. And I'm doing the most damage, so I'm gonna take the fucking hits anyways. I need a cancel or a macro for Netherwalk. Oh, nice. Because right now I just click it off. It's obnoxious. I finished the campaign last night on my Demon Hunter as well. The Demon Hunter campaign specifically. Do you only unlock the title specifically on the character that you've done it on? Like, if I unlock Slayer on my Demon Hunter, do I get it on my other Demon Hunter? You do? Does that only happen once you transfer your character? Because I don't have it on my Demon Hunter on retail. Do you have to transfer the character for that? You get 655 or 665 gear if you convert your time runner. Yeah, it's pretty mid. Fell, fire, and ice. Interesting. No clue about that? Well, I can say right now, I don't have it on my retail Demon Hunter. I like seeing green gel in the dragon place. Green fell. I do have a Cat Pally. I'm down to take you to the keys you need. I appreciate that. I got some people who'd want to run some. I mean, basically from the end of the last Titan, I've basically just finally hoped that we get to confront the Titans. We get to confront their ordering of the cosmos and realize just how much they've done, and realize how much of the cosmos there is for us that we haven't explored. Basically have it revealed to us that to some degree that everything on the cosmic chart from Chronicle has been ordered, and that almost every facet of the cosmos that we've ever interacted with so far has been ordered. So we don't really know what like the natural primordial cosmos is like. We know what the ordered version of it looks like, and not even ordered, but like over ordered perhaps. You know, I hope eventually we get to go and explore some of the other continents on Azeroth, like Avaloran, which we've, you know, known have existed for a while now, not by name, but just by nature, due to Chronicle and stuff like that. So yeah, you know, I kind of obviously hope for the return of characters like Illidan, like Medivh, stuff like that. And I just hope it's written well. So hopefully that answers your question. It's per character, unfortunately. Is it? Are you serious? So I have to go and do the class order hall again on my retail Demon Hunter and not get skips for the mission tables or anything in order to unlock the title because it's not shared across classes? That's immensely fucking cringe. That's actually insanely fucking cringe if true. That's insane cringe if true. Primordial nature in the universe sounds suspiciously like it could just be what the old gods and Black Empire are. I mean, it could be, but again, I think that there's still nuance there. I think that the Black Empire may have once existed that way, but before it was corrupted by the Void. Because I'm sure it was corrupted by the Void. So, I think that even the Black Empire as we see it in the visions is not really what it was like, but I could be wrong. They're just a small $1 trillion company, right? I don't know what that's what that's related to, but you know, the title might show up when you transfer since it's account bound, but it's on the same account. Is anyone able to? I mean, I could do it, but is anyone able to just look it up? And just like see if we can confirm this with like a Wowhead post or anything like that. The Legion remix, order questline titles transfer to other characters. I don't know, something like that. The titles aren't account bound. Oh my god, that is so fucking cringe, dude. So if you already have a Demon Hunter like I do, and you don't... So you, that's so fucking, that's, there's always something about remix that's just dog shit, dude. So you have to redo all of this on retail with a character that is not going to be able to skip the mission tables. So you're going to have to do all of that in order to actually progress your class order hall and get the fucking titles. Yikes. Unless they change that for Legion Remix characters specifically that I don't know about. Well, that's kind of what I'm saying is like, we should look for some... I'm just going to do it, dude, since fucking no one else is going to do it. I'll just fucking do it. God damn. It says Legion Remix rewards including mounts, transmogs, pets, and potentially even order hall progress can transfer to your main retail account. But the class order hall titles themselves are generally character specific and tied to completing the campaign on that character. The titles are often an exception, requiring individual effort. What is the source of that? Class titles are for the character that did it. Class hall titles are not account-wide. The Order Hall class titles are not account-wide, meaning that each character must complete the Order Hall in order to receive their title. Wow. That's a bummer. That's, I mean, you get Slayer from doing this Demon Order Hall class, Demon Hunter class Order Hall quest line. So that is, I just think that's so fucking lame. I just think that's so lame. But the weapon appearances for doing the class Order Hall do transfer. So keep that in mind. You didn't do it for nothing, because you still unlock a specific appearance for finishing your class Order Hall. Right? So it's not for nothing. It's just not for the title. That's so lame, dude. I kind of understand why, but it's so fucking lame. The mount 2 and the questline artifact appearances are account bound. Do it and unlocks for all specs. Right. I mean, it's like at this point then, question, when you transfer your character to the live servers, does it give you the opportunity to change anything about it, like its name or anything like that? I suppose that might depend on the server, or does it just, I guess because it's technically already bound to the server. You probably don't get a chance to change anything about it, do you? No name change, nothing? Oh my god. This fucking game sucks. This game fucking sucks, dude. That's actually fucking crazy. I would have to faction change it anyway, because it's a blood elf. So I would have, like, I could just replace my existing demon hunter with this one. But have I done anything on that demon hunter that I haven't done on this one that is unique to it? That's the question. I don't think so. But I would have to use one of my faction transfers. I do have a couple on my account that I can use, because this is Horde and my Demon Hunter's Night Elf anyway. So just very cringe. Of course. You can pay for it. It's the same server with phasing, right? I stopped caring about titles when I realized that most people turn titles off. A sick-ass transmog can't turn that off. What do you think Demon Hunters have been doing ever since Sargeras' defeat? I mean, if you're curious, you could read the new book, Blood Ties. It's kind of a spoiler for me to answer that question. You can turn titles off? These people don't have any titles. Landatassian, thank you very much for subbing for 20 months. Woohoo!
Woohoo.
Did you know that if you got the Mage Tower appearance and deleted the character, you can't go back and get the recolors with the appearance like you can with the character you deleted? Found that out the hard way. I'll never get green DH appearance because I remade my DH. Yeah, I believe that. I fucking believe that. Why does she keep pulling me for call to participants? I don't understand. All my remix characters are getting shoved to the bottom of my list and forgotten about. Yeah, I mean, I only have one, because why would I even have more? You know? I had no reason, I don't think. I mean, I guess I could do the class order halls, but gonna have to do them on retail if I want titles anyways. There's just, I love World of Warcraft, but man, there's so much obnoxious fucking annoying shit like that in this game. It's so frustrating. After the Blood Ties novel, do you think Outlands will become relevant in some sort in later expansions? I'm not really sure. And I actually wanted to talk about that a little bit today. Not the story itself, but how one of the benefits of being able to, like, one of the benefits of writing about this game is that you're able to write about areas that are relevant to that character's journey to, without having to write about them in such a way that, like, without having to update them, is what I'm trying to say. You can basically write about Illyria and Turalyon and Eretor going to Auchindoun in a little, you know, tomb that they go into without having to actually put it in the game. So there's like, think about it like this. I think that a lot of players wouldn't mind, but there could be a detriment, especially for newer players, of like, part of this quest takes place in this updated, beautiful city of Suramar. And part of this quest takes place in the old, shitty-looking TBC Auchindoun. And I think that that's also part of the problem. Is like, unless they went back and retroactively updated areas because they're mentioned in books, which they're not going to do, you're going to have this crazy contrast between new and old. And in the book, that's not a thing. It's not a thing. It just is the place, right? I think that's one benefit that they probably thought about when considering, like, telling certain stories in the game versus in the book. There's other benefits and negatives to doing this as well, of course, but I was just thinking about that yesterday. Am I slower, like, on a mount? That's how it feels. So these are zealous echoes. Zealous meaning full of or showing strong enthusiasm and dedication, fervent and earnest. For example, she was a zealous advocate for environmental protection. But there's a difference between being zealous and being a zealot. It's just interesting. Stalwart echo and zealous echo. I wonder if the people who did this recognize the difference at all. Because then you also have fanatical echo, right? Which is maybe even another level. Why am I still getting pop-ups on my fucking screen right now? What is fucking happening? It's like all the loot I got within the last fucking 20 minutes is just now popping up on my screen. So they really believed in what they were doing. At least at this point. Because these are memories of what happened. Also, I just like looking at this place. It's crazy how you have this big-ass seat of the Triumvirate building where Velen, Kil'jaeden, and Archimonde hung out. But then you also clearly have these huge temples that are similar to it in other areas. I mean, their empire was fucking huge, dude. Their planet's like almost covered in like crop circles made out of roads and temples. It's kind of crazy. Dr. Roch, thanks for the 5-month reset, dude.
Ronald Weasley.
Do you think they'll remake all of Northrend for The Last Titan? I just don't really know how it's gonna go. That's a lot, dude. That's so much. I'm just not sure. I mean, I guess they did a similar thing with Eastern Kingdoms up here, but it's so... This is a lot smaller chunk of a lot more zones. I just feel like it... You could have localized re-origination. I could see that. You could take songs like... You could take zones like Crystal Song and merge them with like Southern Storm Peaks or something like that. Like, you could definitely condense. You could take Winter Grasp and condense that with Ice Crown, make it like one area. Sholazar Basin, like, I think condensing zones and making them one thing is viable. You could take Grizzly Hills and Howling Fjord and kind of put them together if you wanted to. And that's what they've done with Quel'Tha Lost via Eversong Woods and the Ghostlands, right? And now Zulaman is a full-blown zone. So they could do that, but I have a hard time imagining like only half of this area being remade. And then, like, what? You fly over the border of Zuldrak and it's just, like, looks like shit all of a sudden? I guess that's kind of what's going to happen in Northern Eastern Kingdoms, to be honest. That's kind of what happened in Lordaeron, too. But it's hard to imagine. It depends on how much of the expansion they want to take place in Northrend. I just don't know. Like, they might want all of it to take place here, and if they do, then they might redo the whole fucking thing. But I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. I foresee reworked Azul Narub, expanded Ulduar, reworked Zuldrak. I could see some of that stuff too. Azul Narub, I don't know. Especially after Ajkahed, I could see them wanting to do that. But that place is pretty fucking ruined. But they could still tell a story with it. I just don't see the whole Northrend being remade. There's no precedent. Yeah, I would definitely, considering that Chris Metzen said the Titans return to Ulduar. Storm Peaks is gonna be redone. I mean, at the very least. I don't see there being gaps between remade areas and other remade areas. So I don't think that they would redo Storm Peaks, not redo Zuldrak, but then redo Grizzly Hills. You know? So I'm not sure. Maybe they could redo like Sholazar, Ice Crown, Storm Peaks, and Zuldrak or something. And then like leave the others at the bottom. I just don't know. They could do Grizzly Hills, Zuldrak, Storm Peaks, and Ice Crown as well. I just don't know. I don't know. Remaking all of Northrend is that's a lot. That's a lot of land, man. But then again, you know, they dropped all of Zandalar, and these are huge fucking zones. This is 6 zones at the beginning of the expansion. I mean, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 10 zones here, so it's like, my God, it's just a lot. But they're not as big. Crystal Song isn't that big. Wintergrass isn't that big. It's also a PvP zone, right? Grizzly Hills isn't that big. I don't know. I don't know what they'll do with that. It's just funny to me because this is specifically the seat of the Triumvirate, but it appears to me that they kind of replicated those buildings. Like, they tried to make the Eridar civilization look gigantic because it is. It's also interesting to me that so much of this has not been touched. Like, none of these areas are destroyed by the Fel. None of them. Which I think is curious. It's like, why did the Legion just forget about that? Did they just not care? You have this huge fucking section. I mean, the vast majority of the planet behind is, you know, destroyed or converted to Fel. Which is, there's so many energy colors here. It's so weird. You actually have a lot of blue. You have a lot of yellow. I mean, that's not what Fel typically looks like. This is very strange. Argus is fucking weird. It's like a big soul soup. You got a lot of gold and orange. You got a lot of blue. You got a lot of green. It's weird. Planet's fucking weird. Fuck off. Yeah, Argus is fascinating. I also would throw out there that, like, as we do the quest line regarding the Vindicar, it, like, gets juiced up with more and more power. I just think it's noteworthy to, like, point out that it starts off as, like, purple and, like, relatively low energy. Is that not just the magma underneath where the crust has been ripped off? No, I don't think it's just magma. Is that what is that? I'm sorry. Is this what magma looks like? No, I don't think that's the case. I think that that's tremendous magical energy down there. And considering that there's a ton of blue and green, no, I don't think it's just magma. Why do you guys make assumptions about shit like that? I don't get it. You don't sit and ponder any alternatives. You just jump to a conclusion about what it is. You're just like, that's what it is. I don't know. You take that and compare it to magma. I just don't think it looks like fucking magma. There's obviously also more colors going on. Like when you see it from far away as well. Like, no, I don't think so. Anyway, what I was trying to say about the ship is that it starts purple and bereft of energy. Kind of reminds me of the Void, and we end up juicing it the fuck up, and it turns all light and stuff like that. So I just thought that was pretty interesting. I forgot the Vindicar goes through transformation as we power it up. But I just like wandering around looking at like the colors of the things on the ground and what the vegetation looks like. And then how some of it's purple and like void corrupted and what that looks like. I don't even know if I really paid that much attention to the story of the quest when I did this when it was live. I'm in need of a very specific type of crystal to maintain the Vindicar's defenses. The constructs lingering here share this technology. Extract their cores. Use whatever manner you see fit. Now, these are constructs powered by the souls of Draenei. So, crystalline construct core. Well, we learned in Warlords of Draenor and HFC that, yeah, these are powered by souls. Once home to an ancient Eridar soul. construct's long vigil is left behind nothing but a crystalline shell. So these are cores that we're going to try to fill with power. But they also have memory crystals, which I don't think that I remembered about the Draenei, which is ironic. The core kind of reminds me of Azurite. Yeah, except it would be Argonite in this case. But yeah, the same blue and gold and green hues that you see with Azurite. That's what I was thinking about it as well. Like, is this a soul that's being split into like soul soup? Is it being melded back together into a single soul? You know, it looks like those same soul colors. You also have a ton of void corruption here, obviously happening for different reasons. But I did a world quest yesterday where you go to these crystals, and these are actually memory crystals. And they hold the last non-insane memories of these Krokul that are void-addled and shadow-touched. And so apparently the Draenei had memory crystal tech as well, which isn't that surprising considering they learned how to use their souls to power robots. You know what I'm saying? That's not really that surprising. But yeah, I like to look at their architecture and I don't know. It's just interesting to like run around and look. I feel like I need to brush up on Tiefling lore to really understand Eridar society. I would look at that, and I would also look at the Protoss from StarCraft, which I admittedly don't know that much about, but they certainly seem inspired by it. But they also very much do look like Tieflings. Yeah, no question about it. They look just like Tieflings. Ancient Mending Crystal. Also, I think when I first played through this, my little puny brain didn't really realize like what the crystals that they use for their houses are. I guess I thought, oh, that's like Naru architecture and shit like that. But I guess it's probably made from Argonite, which you collected many different forms here on the world. Veiled Argonite and stuff like that. I think Draenei getting an Artificer class would be kind of dope. I guess he also said, Ramul said, those constructs certainly have not aged well, have they? I guess nothing is immune to obsolescence in the end. So this is like the reading between the lines that you have to do in World of Warcraft. By playing Hellfire Citadel and by doing some reading, you can learn that these are powered, and you don't even have to do that. The fucking item that I picked up told you. These hold within them Eridar souls that they use to power constructs. Eventually, in time, that power is spent, and we don't really know where that power goes. But what Ramul wanted us to do just now, for those that caught this, he wanted us to gather the power of these crystals so that he could use it to power up the Vindicar more. So the one thing that I kind of learned about the Eridar through Legion is that they're not afraid to use the souls of their dead for fuel. Which is like, I don't know, to me that's kind of fucking insane. Ramul basically just asks you to go collect soul power from constructs and use it to power up our ship. I hate to say it, but I don't think that's that different from what the Legion does. And perhaps that's because the Draenei and Eridar, not Draenei, the Eridar specifically are such a prevalent part of the Legion. So they're basically using the same technology, but with a different twist to it, a different flavor, so to speak. One that apparently, according to this new book, smells like rotten eggs. And we looked at the way the Draenei use it as it's like a good thing or like a benevolent thing, but the way that the Legion uses it as fucked up, even though they're both actually spending souls in order to power their machines. It's very interesting. Is the power source different than the spirit piloting it, or is the spirit and the pilot and soul? Well, that's important actually to a question to ask, and one that I think you can find the answer to through the Sokrathar, the Eternal fight in Hellfire Citadel. Sokrathar is actually taking his spirit and binding it to the machine so that he can use it as a vessel eternally. But when he is inside the machine, he has sentience. He talks to you. He has remarks about what he's doing. None of these machines speak to you. So I'm not sure if the machine he described, or if it comes down to power of will or spirit allows him to communicate whilst connected with the machine. But he is he's a converted Minari, former Eridar, who is using this power to basically try to make himself immortal by making a robot vessel. And in a way, this could very well be similar to what like the Titans did, or what was done to the Eternal Ones, where like their spirit was taken, bound to a machine to make them effectively immortal, and, you know, they're trying to basically like, yeah, they're trying to escape like oblivion because they're a spirit that doesn't want to fade away or something like that, you know? But none of these ones here in any way at least seem to be like sentient and aware. They seem more like mindless constructs. But I could be wrong. What's up, Barrels? Reminds me of the Ruby weapon. Yeah, like the Oversoul, any like Oversoul type stuff, like the integration of the soul into the machine. And like at that point, does it burn the soul up for more power? Does it like meld to it and then eventually burn out? Because that's effectively what happens with Oversoul, if I'm remembering correctly. And that's like dark. Like that's a fucked up storyline. Sounds similar to blood magic or sacrificial magic the Titans oh so despise. Maybe, but I think that this is like colored pretty and it's more like virtuous and honorable in some way. And maybe there's a key here where like the souls of the Draenei, maybe these people agreed to be used this way because it's like part of their, I don't know, it's like part of their society. It's not like I think maybe that's the difference with the Legion, is the Draenei, this is just what they do. This is like how their society is built. They even have household vigilance, which is fucking crazy. But but maybe it's not forced. You know, maybe they believe that it's what they should do because it's their culture. Whereas what the Legion does is they kill you and they use your soul whether you want them to or not. This pulsing crystal used to power household vigilance that once protected the estates of Eridath. But what is inside the power crystal? Is it just like arcane energy? Is it a soul? It's not as explicit as the other stuff. Imagine dying and becoming a servant to some rich family. Yeah, dude, right? But the thing is in Argus, Blackwell, thanks for the 9-month resub, dog. Appreciate that. In Argus, I don't know if there's, and I admittedly need to learn more about Draenei culture. I don't know if there was a such thing as rich or poor. I think one of the things about the Draenei civilization is that I don't know that there was a such thing as royalty. They didn't have kings or queens. And I don't think they had like family lines like that ruled. Like I don't even know if Eridar civilization had a caste system. They had like generals and they had all these different facets of government via the triumvirate, generals, stuff like that. But I don't know that they had the rich and the poor. It very much seems like meritocracy. I agree with you. Velen the prophet, because he's prophesized a bunch of things, right? Like Kil'jaeden and Archimonde showing their prowess with sorcery, and that's why they're in power. It's not because their name holds any weight. Draenei do not have surnames. Castes rely on only surnames. They have titles and just names. So I think that if effectively every single Draenei was given a house to live in, was to follow, it's almost like like the most most idyllic version of, I don't know if you would want to say, I don't know if this is even accurate, but almost like a socialist or communist type, like the ideal, everyone gets treated equally and doing, it's almost like, I wouldn't even say it's like Noxus, because Noxus has like houses and stuff that are like in power, where like that's not how Argus worked. That's not how their society functions here. So again, I say idyllic because it's like pretty much almost unachievable in real life, but like because you know, people are fucking greedy and, you know, do bad shit. But it's like it's almost like every single person was given the exact same house, the exact same opportunity, the exact same, a technocracy maybe? Yeah, something that's like almost like perfectly optimized, like unrealistic in that it's basically like a utopia. It's like almost like a utopian. I would say that if there's any civilization in WoW that's meant to be looked at as utopian or damn near utopian, it's the Eridar. But it's also interesting because with power can come, foolishness and stuff like that. So like, there are certain things that were not allowed, right? Like studying and interacting with demons, not allowed. Not supposed to be doing that. So when Archimonde, who wasn't even actually against demons or toying around with them, found out that Thalkiel was fucking around with demons, he actually ratted him out in order to prove his loyalty and like impress Kil'jaeden and Velen. That's how Archimonde became part of the Triumvirate, because it was a duumvirate with Velen and Kil'jaeden, and it seemed like Thalkiel, who's the demon, the demonology warlock class weapon, the little skull that floats around, that he was gonna like potentially become the third member and form the Triumvirate. But Archimonde, in a bit of hypocritical style, rats him out and basically like ends up becoming the third member of the Triumvirate as a result. It's the demonology warlock quest lore is pretty interesting in the book. Yeah, so Archimonde basically throws him under the bus. Technocracy is the rule of technocrats. It is not utopia. You can have a capitalistic technocracy. Okay, well, whatever fucking... Unless you have a definition for what the fuck I'm trying to describe, then, like, I don't know what adding that is doing. All I'm trying to fucking say, I don't know what the correct terminology for it is that it seems that the Eridar civilization did not run with, like, noble families and kings and queens, and that everyone was given seemingly exactly equal resources and opportunity. Whatever you would call that is the word that you should use. I don't know. And everyone has basically the same opportunity to like study and grow in power or have faith and be part of the, follower of Velen or something like that. Socialism, sure, whatever fucking word, but ultimately like the most idyllic version. I say that because people get fucking caught up in how they view socialism in real life. And they're like, oh, well, that's not how socialism works. Well, I think ideally that's how it's supposed to work. Does it work like that? No. But is that how it's supposed to work? Yes. So like, I don't know what other word to use. Fantasy universe socialism. Yeah, sure. There you go. I'm pretty sure this was Kil'jaeden's spot. Or maybe it was Archichond. It's got to be Archichond because it's got his, pretty sure that's him. The Praetorium. I need to redo the quests here. It would probably be so beneficial. That's where part of his sigil was. Oh, right, because the 3 sigils come together to make the, what is it called again? What is it called? The what of the Triumvirate? Something of the Triumvirate? The crest, some turbo light shit. Yeah, I don't remember what it's called. The crown of the Triumvirate. Crown of Unity. Okay. Yeah, I ought to redo these quests. Their architectural style is also just, like, so weird. So interesting. Augurai Consul. Very creative for an advanced civilization. Sure. And that crown juiced up the ship then. Oh, yeah, because it's got a shitload of power. I just remember the quest line here where you go with Turalyon and Velen over there. And Velen reveals to Turalyon that there was a bunch of stuff that Zira didn't want him to know and that she had kept from him. And I think Turalyon's basically like, well, if she thought that I shouldn't know, then that's good. You know, not even questioning the structure that he's a part of. That's why I like Eretor as a character better than Turalyon, because Turalyon, proper and virtuous as he may be, he's a bit of a bootlicker. And I like that Eretor is willing to challenge like the strictness and like extremely stringent like techniques and ways of operation of the Paladins of the Silver Hand and stuff like that. He's Turalyon sometimes seems more concerned with formality than actually doing the right thing. And I think he tries to do both as much as he can, but I think Eretor is more concerned with saving people and doing the right thing than formality. I think that's really what draws a divide between the two of them.
Good news, comrades! Our glorious leaders have announced the quotas for this quarter. Consistent like button pushing will be rewarded. Work hard to achieve your quota early to avoid punishment. This has been a public service announcement from yours truly. Arkanon Kuros.
Some dumbass shit, whatever they say.
Glory to Argiska, Bliet. Okay.
Eredor's half void, half light tattoos are very on the nose about his character. Yeah. And they don't shy away from that in the book. Blood Ties either. They pretty much, and Turalyon does not like it. Turalyon's like, yeah, it's not the tattoos that bother me, it's the fact that he's got light and dark. Turalyon's like, he's like a company man. But again, Turalyon was an orphan, brought into the church at a young age, and became a paladin. You know, it's basically all he's ever known. He meets Illyria in the Alliance expedition, they fall in love, and then they've spent the last 1,000 fucking years fighting demons in the Twisting Nether together for the Army of the Light. But then there's other things that have happened between them as well, like the fact that like Zira finds out that Illyria's dabbling in the void and basically is going to execute Illyria. Turalyon begs her not to do it, and instead she imprisons her, telling her you're going to remain in prison until you agree to renounce the void and swear fealty to the light. Like, that's literally what happens with Zira and Illyria. The irony is that the whole time, and Turalyon's like, thank you, Zira. He's such a blind man of faith. It's so fucking annoying. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the whole time, Zira is keeping from Turalyon the fact that the Naru can descend into the void, because she's like withholding information that would compromise the way that she's treating Illyria, is how I take that. It's fucked up. Zira knows about the connection with the Naru in the void. She knows it's a thing, but she doesn't tell Turalyon about it because it would basically lessen her influence upon him. It's fucked. It's fucked. And Turalyon's just kind of like a blind fool, you know, man of duty and the way things are done. And so he just doesn't see it. It really annoys me. Turalyon is actually the one wearing the blindfold here, not Illidan. Well, and you can see, and again, Zira and the Naru are, we think, the purest, they're perhaps the purest form of light that exists in the Great Dark Beyond. But again, pure light and shadow dwell in a realm outside the confines of reality. So the Naru are not the purest representation of light and void that exists. They're just not. We know that that is the case. So people that think that the Naru and what they do are just representations of the entirety of the light, they're wrong. It's more complicated than that. They are a shade of the light, a mere fragment of its presence in the cosmos as a whole, right? The Naru is like the old gods to the void. I would say more so like the void lords to the void, or the void gods, especially because Naru literally descend into and become void gods. So if you want to make that comparison, do that. I don't think the old gods actually belong to void. I think they belong to chaos or even life. But anyway, regardless of that, I understand what you're trying to say, and yes, the sentiment is I believe, correct. So again, it's like people see that Zira did this and they're like, oh my god, the Naru, and I used to do this too. The Naru are evil and this and it's like, well, no. And it also doesn't necessarily make the light evil. It's just not, it's deep, it's more complicated than that. So yeah, Zira choosing to do this is like, well, that's her decision. You know, doesn't necessarily mean that's what everything in the light is. But when many of the mortal races interactions with the light are facilitated through the Naru, it can become problematic if those Naru are deceiving in the way that Lura is. And you know what I think, dude? I think it really illustrates that there's something really important that's missing from the holy light, as like a pillar of the holy light that it should have. And this brings me back to the Xalatath discussion. But the thing that the holy light is missing is truth. It's not concerned with truth. That should be a pillar of the holy light that everyone should be, like, in tune with. But it's not. And I kind of think that in a way, the way that the void has been described, you know, like with N'Zoth anyway, like the ineffable truth and stuff like that, I really like the interpretation that, you know, just the same as how each of the paladins of the Silver Hand swore an oath to the light, and are associated with a pillar of the holy light, like compassion or retribution or protection or whatever, holiness. There's 5 different ones. I don't remember what they all are, but truth is not one of them. And I think that's really interesting, because it's like, really, truth isn't a pillar of the holy light, the church of the holy light. That's interesting. And I think that that's why Zero withholds information from Turalyon. They're not straightforward. And I think in a way that could be one of my favorite interpretations, is that's what Xalatath was. Maybe she was a Naru, or maybe she never was a Naru, but something more associated with truth, even if it's 1,000 truths. But at least the void is concerned with truth. It might be 1,000 of them. Any potential outcome could be true. Only one really will be in the end, but any of them are viable. But at least the void has some kind of association with truth. I don't really think the light does. Protection, compassion, retribution, holiness, and justice. Thank you. I should have got justice. And so I think that's alarming. And there are librams that exist that correspond to each of those pillars, right? There's a libram of protection, of compassion, retribution, holiness, justice. There's also a libram of truth, but it's not something that's like associated with any of the 5 original paladins of the Silver Hand. So I think that it's also interesting because when you do the Tears Guard quest in Dragonflight, you bring back the Tears Guard. And when you look at the old Tears Guard, I think it didn't have order. Order was a new addition to the Tears Guard. So I basically think, and this is like loose extrapolation, it's not like blatantly obvious or anything like that. I think that in the cosmos, especially when it comes to the way that the light works, that truth was replaced. I think truth was supplanted by order. We don't care about the truth. We just care about order. And I don't know. I think it's very weird that the light is not concerned with truth. I don't know about all that. And by the way, like, being the paladin that had to embody holiness, like, Jesus Christ. Wasn't that Gavinrad the Dyer? I think the light is naturally concerned with truth to a degree. Oh, Dathrahan. Okay. But I think that the ordered version, the holy light, and as it exists in reality now, thanks to the fucking Titans, and again, Zira says she was created during the great ordering of the cosmos. I think that now, light has basically been, you know, I like to use this word, it's been perverted into something else. Gavinrad was compassion. Okay. Satan Dathrohan was holiness. Okay, gotcha. So yeah, anyway, take that for what you will, but the holy light, not, yeah. I would think that should be a pillar, you know, the light sheds truth on all. Like, kind of, I don't know. If you want to make a comparison to like Christian ideals and concepts, isn't the light in Christianity like also associated with like truth? I don't know. Washing away like illusion and deception and shit. I mean, I'm probably wrong about that. People also, doesn't sound like any church I've been to. The void is many truths and the light is the truth, and both do not show what the truth really is. Right, they're both blind to it because they need each other. And so what I'm saying is that at least outwardly, the void is referred to as truths. I mean, what's interesting is that in 1,000 Years of War, when Illyria is swimming in the void with Locust Walker, and she calls out to the light, it comes. It shows up. But when it connects through her, she sees not a vision of the future or some myriad number of things that can happen but never will. It's very specific. Do you guys remember what Illyria sees when that happens? I'm just curious to kind of, not to quiz you, but... E-Snacks, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub, by the way, bro. Sorry that I missed that earlier. You guys know what Illyria sees when both the light and the void connect, like, through her? She sees something that's happening in real time. She sees that Terralion is about to be assassinated by a demon known as Eradication. So I thought that was very curious, because instead of a vision of the future, or the past, or some, you know, formless image, she sees something true. She sees something that's really happening right then and there. And, I think that's pretty interesting. And it kind of shows what the light and the void are in terms of like what you're saying. They each have what the other lacks. Right? So how I perceive the light and the void is kind of like timelines. And there's actually some NPCs in Dragonflight that make this correlation too. The light is much like the one true timeline. And the void is much like the infinite timeways. The infinite timelines that are possible. And they kind of argue back and forth about which one is good and which one's bad, you know. And I just think it's super interesting because both of them don't have it. Like, the one true timeline, you could say, is the beginning point and the end point. But it doesn't have all of the frayed events that happen in between. Think about it like being one path that splits into infinite paths. And those infinite paths reconverge at the end for what actually happens. The light thinks that it has the end point, and it might, but it doesn't know how it gets there. The void does not have the end point. It sees all paths as true. right? But it doesn't really know. So they basically each have what the other lacks. The light has the answer. The light has the destination, but not the path on how to get there. The void has all the paths, but does not know the destination. And when you look at it that way, the light and the void become very clearly like two parts of one thing. They're not diametrically opposed in the way that they're positioned. They're two parts of what might very well be like time or destiny or fate, if such a thing exists. So it definitely sheds a new light on it and helps kind of illustrate how one can't exist without the other. The end point of the light cannot exist without all of the variables and different pathways that the void represents that can allow us to get there. The light can't give you the whole answer, but neither can the void. That was Locust Walker's biggest lesson to Illyria Windrunner. Both of them are wrong. Sear that into your soul and never forget it. The light does not know, and neither does the void. They both have what the other lacks. So, I thought that was pretty cool. Something to keep in mind. The void calls to me. No, the darkness was to be mine. Last time I killed him yesterday, he said, my death cannot stop the void. Almost like feeding the void with death would actually change what was happening. But I don't know. It's one of those things of like, did someone like Sargeras come to the conclusion that sacrificing the entire universe was how you revert the void to light or some bullshit like that? I don't know. Like enough sacrifice, but it has to be self-sacrifice because of energy and all that stuff. The whole thing's just botched in the first place, so. Like prophecy and interpretation. Yeah, and that's why like the whispers of the old gods, I think the old gods basically speak in fractals. Like pretty much everything they say can be interpreted by multiple different events. It's pretty fascinating. See ya, Tyroser. But that's why the void represents like infinitudes and also like despair and uncertainty. And that's like the blue half of Sylvanas' soul. And the light represents like dogma and righteousness and one single path and shuns all other paths as lies. And so ultimately neither of them have the right answer. Because instead of the light and void accepting each other for what they are and how they can fill in their weaknesses, similar to the Alliance and Horde, similar to Life and Death and Order and Chaos, they resist each other. It's in their nature. They're born to squabble. And how do you overcome that conflict? I think that the answer is through understanding, compassion, and cooperation, and patience. But it's so hard to have that when you have deep-seated conflicts and hatreds and prejudices and all sorts of stuff. It's so hard to overcome that stuff. And so you remain in the eternal conflict. Because the light perceives the void one way and the void perceives the light one way, and they can't get past that. And so they fight. It's interesting, though, because Xalatath seems to kind of give the impression that the void actually doesn't see the light that way. But what Locust Walker reveals to Illyria does say that the void sees it that way. So Zal could just be fucking lying. She might not see it that way, but the greater power that is the void does. Do you think they'll do anything with a Void Elf Paladin lady? God, I hope so. I also hope eventually we get Lunar Paladins, because Lunar Paladins would go insanely fucking hard, dude. I want a Paladin that can drop a fucking crescent moon on your head. That'd be fucking dope. I want that so badly. I want Lunar Paladins way more than Void Paladins. And I think that part of why Void Paladins haven't been a thing is because the actual, like, pillars of interaction and the way in which people commune with the light is inherently different than the void. I think that the Order of Night and Hollowfall has shed a little bit of a different light on that to kind of show that there is some maybe faith and stuff that exists there. but the very concept of a paladin is almost antithetical to the void. The interesting thing about that is, though, that's the argument that I've seen people make. The interesting thing about that, though, is there are already fell paladins in World of Warcraft. For those that played Warlords of Draenor, Hellfire Citadel has a boss, Tyrant Velhari, who is a fell paladin. It says here, known to her enemies as the Tyrant, Velhari was one of the first to accept the Fell Touch, further enhancing her combat prowess. Velhari now bears a mockery of the holy symbol of the Naaru, signifying her conviction to the new order. And she wields a hammer, and look at her abilities. She has seals. Edict of Condemnation, Seal of Decay, Aura of Oppression, which is like a paladin seal, Aura of Contempt, which is like a seal, Aura of Malice. So she has like corrupted fell variants of paladin spells. How fucking sick is that? And she drops like a two-handed hammer, Maul of Tyranny, Warhammer of Arrogance. Ceremonial Ring, a Censer, a Decree. It's very, I think it's pretty sick. Like, there already is a fell paladin. Of sorts. There's also the Zandalari Paladins in Battle for Dazar'alor who get their powers from Razan, the Loa, yes. But where does Razan get his light powers? We don't really know. Maybe from the Earth, maybe from the people, from their soul, or I don't know. Lunar/Void Pallies that are a ranged DPS spec? Psh, Paladin's already basically a ranged DPS spec, let's be honest. You can stand fucking 20 yards away from your target on a Paladin and hit with everything except for white autos. Like, Paladin's basically already a fucking ranged DPS. Yeah. There's an elf paladin in Belemeth. I'd love an Elune-themed paladin. Me too, especially because Elune already has themes like seeking justice, or even, you know, vengeance, or holiness, or wrath, like things that can be associated with the light. Elune's light is somehow related to the holy light of the Church of the Church of the Holy Light. Tyrande herself tells you this in vanilla. So it's pretty important to keep that in mind, and obviously that we have a bunch of connections via Khadgar, via Velen, and other ancient tomes and shit that Khadgar references that suggest that Elune is involved in the creation of the Naaru. And the Naaru are said to have been created, at least by Zira, one of the first Naaru to be forged at the Crucible of all creation during the Great Ordering of the Cosmos. So, my question, again, is who ordered Argus? This planet was ordered. There's no question about it. It has a Titan facility at the center of it. And in addition to that, you have to understand that there's a detail in Chronicle. When Sargeras looses the demons from Mardum and rallies them under his power, he recognizes that the demons overtly lack a level of organization. Like, they're disarrayed, and they're not a very good fighting force as a result because they have no method to what they do. But Sargeras knew of a place and had seen it with his own eyes just where to find what he needed. The Eridar and Argus. He knew. So Sargeras didn't just randomly find Argus. He had been there. He had seen it already before his fall, which to me screams that Argus was ordered. I mean, how do you get a utopian civilization like this that operates in some kind of triumvirate and conquers the whole world without it? I don't know. I feel like it almost has to be ordered. But again, you have the influence of the Naaru for exactly how long, I don't even know. The Atamal Crystal has been a part and in possession of the Draenei, the Eridar, excuse me, so long that Velen doesn't even remember where it came from. And I'm pretty sure Velen is the oldest Eridar. He's over 25,000 years old. So how long had the Naaru been influencing the Eridar? A long fucking time. A long time. They've been partnered up with them, whether the Eridar realized it or not, for over 25,000 years, I think, via the Atamal Crystal. And then you have stories of like Ture. We don't even have to get into that. Beacon of the Naru, which is another relic that Velen wielded to basically go around and cure ailments, some crazy affliction that was like poisoning the people of Argus. He used it to basically go out and fucking do miracles. So who, was it the Titans? The Titan Pantheon that ordered Argus? Was it Sargeras and Elune? Was it the Naru? Was it somehow a combination of multiple of these things? There's so much. I mean, this place is alien. It's fucking weird. There's so much about it that it's like familiar but different. So, again, when we have stories that say, the memories of Argus, that it was betrayed, bound by something powerful, and then Aman'Thul says, time answers to me, Unmaker, the one force that can bind your relentless fury, it kind of makes it seem like the Titans ordered Argus. But I have to wonder, have they used different methods of ordering? Like, was there a time when the Titans created the Naru from Elune's essence and sent them out, and that ordered Argus? Or times where they got a little bit more direct and used direct order, like with the keepers and robots and shit like that? Like, what? One of the things I'm most curious about is how the methods of the Titans have changed over time. Because I do think that there is a level of adaptation that must have occurred with their methods. Otherwise, you wouldn't have records like the discs of Norganon and Uldaman basically explaining to you that they used biomass to create things on other worlds, and that the fact that Titan Forge, like the Earthen on Azeroth, were made out of stone and metal was unique. That's a pretty dead giveaway that at some point, for some reason, the Titans changed their perspective. And based on what Agrimar used to say in Antorus the Burning Throne, a piece of removed dialogue, which they removed a couple things from Antorus, he used to say that he spent millennia fighting to save our kind, mortals, and that his eyes were open to the truth, that we are the corruption. So that's my concern, is that Agrimar's not the only one who shares that sentiment. Obviously, you'd most closely associate that with the perception of Sargeras and Agrimar, but I became worried that that would extend to the Titans as well. And maybe that had something to do, I guess technically the betrayal of Sargeras and the fall of Agrimar doesn't happen until after the ordering. So, I guess it just depends on how they look at it. I feel like I remember someone or some lore suggesting Argus communed with the Eridar. There is actually a stone found in Krokul Havel in Krokun that is a blue stone that appears to be imbued with the soul essence or a fragment of Argus itself that you commune with alongside Magni, and that's how you get those visions of what's happening inside of Antorus. That's how we get that. So they did have, at least in the case of the Krokul, they had a way of communicating with Argus. Even if it was just Argus dumping his memories on them, because Argus doesn't seem to communicate with words very well. All he says is, pain, death, and pain, and no hope, just pain, only pain. Like, in a lot of ways, I think Argus almost sort of behaves kind of in a similar way to the Ranger General part of Sylvanas. Like, so tormented and wrapped in anguish, there's chaos and anguish right there from Illyria, that he almost is just like being driven mad. Because he's just like, his entire existence is basically that of suffering and pain. And so that's why I see Argus as like the blue soul fragment of something greater, like Azeroth, perhaps, because he's basically like a fragment that, like Sylvanas' blue half is basically trapped in eternal torment. And I get the whole death magic thing. I know what happens in the Sylvanas novel with how the Dreadlords apparently infuse him with death magic and all this shit, but at the end of the day, the death magic that we're seeing in the Maw is ordered. It's orderly. So I'm not so quick to just be like, okay, so it's just Nathrezim and death. That death magic is orderly. That's why it's blue. And I think that's why it's capable of direct control and suppression. That's what it is. It's all ordered. So Argus is no exception to this. In my opinion, Argus looks fucking dominated. I'm just gonna say it. Like, very similar to Argus, Arthas. I think Argus is dominated, and that's why he's blue, and that's why he's pain, and that's why he has these spikes driven into his body, because he has had domination magic used on him. The question is that done by Sargeras, or is that done by the Titan Pantheon? I think that the hints that we've been given to a degree, actually lend more to the idea that it was done by the Titan Pantheon. And maybe they used this power of domination on Sargeras, and Sargeras found the willpower to resist it and fight back against it in some way. And he maybe wrested control of Argus, and the Titan Pantheon went, oh shit. Like, we gotta do something about this. You know what I mean? What happens when your catch-all mind control device doesn't work anymore? I mean, think about the Primus. It's the same premise. Oh, I imprisoned Zoval, but he turned it around on me and then dominated me. Maybe that really did happen. Did this happen before or after the Legion got there? It's a great question, but I do know that we have we have oral accounts of Doom Lords from Missa Pandaria, at least one who's what's the word? Interrogated by Canrathad Ebenlock, who says that before Sargeras freed us, we were the Titans' hounds, forever enslaved to police the use of arcane magic in the cosmos. So the Titans have tried to distance themselves from demons and say, oh, all we ever did was sick Sargeras on them to fight them and imprison them. But according to the account of this demon, who could be lying, but I don't think that he is, the Titans used to enslave the demons and use them. So the fact that, I mean, the Eridar are orderly as fuck anyway. They use machines, so that could account for why they use machines in their Legion. It could also just be because Sargeras is formerly a Titan or whatever and was orderly, and so they do that. But I'm not completely opposed to the idea that the force behind the Burning Legion is not Sargeras and hasn't been for a while. That the Legion was effectively once a force of like radiance and burning hellfire, orange like Sargeras, and that they've been commandeered by another greater force, either Eonar or the Titan Pantheon themselves. But regardless, the memories of Argus, to me, seem to indicate, when compared to the words from Amenthul himself, that Argus was bound and betrayed, and Amenthul claims that the only thing that can bind Argus is his power. That's a pretty big hint, I feel like. That's pretty significant. Like, okay, there it is. And then again, Argus says they used its power to revive their fallen souls. The message that Amenthul sent to Ra said, we have fallen. This is when they died to Sargeras. We have fallen. We must rebuild the final Titan. Right? So it's like, we have fallen. It used their power to revive their fallen souls. They found another. They wanted to claim it too. Then they'd be unstoppable. And the funny thing is that when you hear these memories in 1000 Years of War, you're obviously supposed to initially think, oh, it's the Burning Legion. And so maybe I've just come up with my own little narrative here, and there's a very good chance that I'm wrong. But by looking through the other hints in the other media and really analyzing the events and words said by these entities, it seems that they left the descriptions, in my opinion, relatively ambiguous, so that you could come to the conclusion that it wasn't the Burning Legion that did this. And even if it was, how could you be sure that the Titans weren't behind it? It's also ironic that the only time in the entire game that the Sargeras orderly model gets used is in the cutscene where he talks to Velen, Kil'jaeden, and Archimonde, and that model, this one, is him whilst he is dominated. That's just is that just a coincidence? That like this fucking guy is only said to have communed with them with this form, and this form is one that has blue runes on it with the blue glowing eyes, just like in the image where he has domination runes and is wielding what appears to be a Mournblade? Is that all just a fucking coincidence? It seems like if it was one thing here, one thing there, it's like, but all of this, like what the fuck? It seems like way too much. There's just too much. There's too much pointing to a conspiracy. And that's why I say the only way that Sargeras could ever be the good guy is if it turned out that he was in fact not behind the Burning Legion, and that it was actually the Titan Pantheon. But I can't prove that, and so I have to assume, based on the other evidence that we have, that he is behind the Burning Legion. And you have to try to figure it out another way, and try to make sense of it another way. But ultimately, like, there's a lot of hints that I think point towards something else being true. Not related, but fun fact, League has a skin line, World Breakers, and they look just like Argus, and the text is insane. In the end, the moon will smother the sun, and in that hopeless dawn, 4 titans will rise to shatter the world itself. And that skin line came a bit after Legion as well, just like Nightbringer Yasuo. It's interesting, 4 titans, because I could actually take almost all the titans and combine them with another titan and make sense of how they would go together, like Khazgaroth and Golganeth as the 2 elemental sides fusing, like Aman'Thul and fucking Norganon as time and space, Eonar and the Winter Queen as like life and death, Sargeras and Elune as like light and shadow. I could take them all and fucking combine them, and you could get, I don't know, you'd probably get 4 or 5, I guess, but like, I guess it'd be Norganon, Aman'Thul would be one, Khazgaroth, Golganeth would be another, Eonar, Winter Queen. I guess you're left with Agramar, so it's kind of, and then you have Argus and Azeroth, so even if you took them all as like half souls and combined them together, you'd have more than 4. But yeah, the moon will smother the sun, and in that hopeless dawn, 4 titans will rise to shatter the world itself. Yeah. That would be crazy. Also, another thing Locust Walker says here is interesting. He says, it is rare that a Naru falls into the void this way. The few cases I know of occurred when mortals were involved. What fascinating implications. And it's curious because the only other instance of this that I think we have is Kara, which is on a Draenei ship that gets ejected, becomes the Dark Star over Draenor. It remains a void Naru. A void Naru. Instead of falling flat out to avoid God, like what happened with Muru, this one remained Naru, but is extremely void, and so it sings with chaos and anguish, and puts out a song of despair, a great despair emanating from within Lura. From within Lura. So, it's interesting. And apparently the way that the Naru fell, the few cases that Locust Walker has seen, so he's interacted with Naru before, evidently, have only occurred when mortals were involved. And in this case, there doesn't seem to be any mortals involved. So I think basically what he's saying is Lura somehow fell into this state without the presence of mortals. And that it's interesting, maybe the mortal influence is not required for this to happen. The Chronicle Art of the Eclipse comes to mind, for sure. For sure. Maybe 4 titans who are left after Azeroth kills the others. I don't know. We'll see. I think of the 4 things that we see in Halls of Origination. You know, Setesh for chaos, Raj for light, Isis for magic, Isiset for magic, and Amune for life. There's 4 of them. So maybe it correlates to that in some way. I mean, normally you'd think using a Horn demonic look to convince a group to join would look bad, but then the Eridar are Horn themselves, so this clean look might not have been as needed for them. So you could be onto something. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, maybe it was that they didn't want to make a separate, like, but why bother? If the only time that you're gonna use the model that they used is this one quest, why not just make a Demon Sargeras model? Like, we see him in the cutscene. Maybe they were trying to keep it as like a, I don't know, but like, he's glowing gold and everything, but he definitely has that model where he's presumably ordered or dominated. And so it's like, why bother? If it's gonna be a one-time use anyways, just make the fucking use a demonic model. And just go that route. It's just a strange choice. And it makes me wonder, like, was he under the influence of order or domination when he came here? And we don't know that. Important character plus maybe intended to use it elsewhere more. Maybe, yeah, maybe it's a model that they plan to use again in the future. You know, maybe Sargeras comes back in that form. You know, so it's just like a hint at what is to come. It's one of the scarier kind of theories I put out there, is that maybe the picture of Sargeras with the Pantheon, with the sword and the blue runes and everything, maybe that's not just an image of the past, maybe that's an image of the future. And that scares the fuck out of me. I mean, ultimately, I do think that the Pantheon is going to try to order him, but I think that through his sword, he tried to maybe soulbind himself with Azeroth too. Because when you remove the black and red corruption from it in the questline with your artifacts, there's a big flaming eye in the fucking blade, which I think relates back to the Augmont quote, "That blade has shiny eye, always watching us, why you no see it?" Well, it's because it's shrouded in shadow. So the question there is like, is part of Sargeras, because think about it, when you wield a Mournblade, we're shown this with Anduin and with Arthas, the blade actually starts to consume your soul. So if that blade he wields is in any capacity like a Mournblade, it might have imparted some of him into it, and when he stabbed it into the world, as we have been shown, the power of Azeroth is able to resist the power of domination. You see that with the Jailer in the fight. So considering that that's the case, it makes me wonder if Akalon really is the one that gave me this idea before he went right-wing grifter, which is really fucking annoying, but you know, it is what it is. Sorry. He gave that idea that like maybe Sargeras actually intentionally or unintentionally soulbound himself to Azeroth by put a fragment of his soul is in that blade, plunges it into the world, it mixes in with Azeroth or binds to it. And one thing you learn about soulbinds in Shadowlands is that it's basically quantum entanglement. It doesn't matter the distance, they're connected, period. So the Titans may be showering Sargeras with like domination and order energy to try to bring him out of the state that he's in, but it might not work because he may end up being soulbound to someone who is immune to domination. How fucking crazy would that be? That would be fucking nuts. Like, that would be fucking insane. If he did it on purpose or on accident, to basically like make yourself immune to the power by binding yourself to something that you know is basically impervious to it. That's so fucking smart. But again, even so, even doing that does not automatically make him a good guy. That does not automatically make him a good guy. I won't, Shepard. Don't worry. That's never gonna happen. That's never gonna happen. The Titans' choices are interesting. Nasus, Sand, Trundle, Frost, Nautilus, Water, and Hecarim, Darkness. So Sand would be Aman'Thul. Frost would be Norgannon. Water would probably be Golganeth. And Darkness, bro, you could show shit. That could be like Argus or even like the Primus. And you know what? The first three, going by Sand, Frost, and Water, those are all Aesir Titans. Those are all Aesir Titans. That's a bit interesting. Great question, Grelbear. Grelbear asked, did Sargeras beat the Pantheon and their fallen souls went into the bodies of the Keepers on Azeroth? That's kind of what Chronicle tries to say, to a degree. Or did he split their souls, and that's why they were bound on the ship when we get there? So Chronicle Volume 2, I think, says that after their the souls of the Pantheon survived their encounter with Sargeras, but they would forever be changed. And that's the thing, is it does sound like something happened that altered their souls. It may have split their souls. It may have. And so the Titans themselves might have fractured souls. Where the golden half is, I don't know. Maybe it's inside the sword. Maybe it's a Mournblade that operates at a higher energy level, so it pulls in the gold side and the blue side is rejected. The opposite of what a Frost Mournblade type blade would do. It pulls in the blue side and rejects, or the gold side is saved or goes somewhere else, right? They're separate for whatever reason. So if the Titans that we interact with are the blue parts, which I think, I mean, they're fucking blue, so I would think that they are, where did the other parts go? Were they inside the blade influencing Sargeras? Did they go back to some respawn point? Who knows? I will also point out that to corroborate this idea, Ionar's fight description says, this is implying something, though she was felled by the blade of Sargeras, the Lifebinder's essence escaped the grasp of the Dark Titan. So I think what they're trying to kind of show what they're trying to imply, I think, is that being slain by the blade there's an implication to that event. Her essence was not supposed to escape, but it did. And that's either, I think about Uther. When Arthas stabs Uther, part of that soul gets away. So either a part of her soul that was not compatible got away, or I just think it's trying to tell us that the blade has an effect on the essence and on the spirit and on the soul. But again, it depends on if what Sargeras is wielding is actually a Mournblade or if it's only part of the mechanism. And maybe it's just a vessel for energy, and the Seat of the Pantheon is the control mechanism. See, that's where I get into like the crazy Seat of the Pantheon theory, because I think that you can actually take a Mournblade and the mechanism that it is and separate how it works. You have one part of it that's a vessel that stores energy and souls and stuff in it. And I think that as energy in the cosmos tends to work, I think that you can move the energy along a spectrum to maybe make it more compatible with different energy types. If you were to do that, you can basically keep the Seat of the Pantheon powered by the tormented soul of Argus as the control mechanism, and the blade as the soul vessel that holds the energy of the things that is slain. So it's possible that what Sargeras is wielding is just the vessel part, and it's full of chaos and rage and light and shit like that, and that the control mechanism that the Pantheon uses is a remote control that they're basically using on him, and that these things can exist independently of one another, even though they end up magically connected effectively. And this is like, I mean, it sounds probably crazy if it's the first time you've heard me say this, but I've done it before. I got videos on YouTube where like I pull up the Seat of the Pantheon, the shot down on top of it where it's like a crescent moon with 7 seats and a big old Argus soul in the middle. And I compare that to the sword that Sargeras is holding in the art where he's part of the Pantheon. And it's the same exact shape, 7 fucking red gems on it, one big ass red gem in the middle. Like and it shoots a big ass beam of energy out to him that then, you know, he ends up doing this motion that fucking, we don't know if it's forced or not. So it looks just like Anduin being dominated by the jailer and like stabbing Carestia in the chest, right? And drawing out the energy. But the argument that I make, and it's because I don't know the answer, I think I do, but I don't know if that blade is splitting the soul or if it's putting it back together. But again, using our sources, we can come to the fact that in Before the Storm, we learned that the goblins had found azurite before. It was a pure golden liquid, hardened to a reddish amber state when exposed to the air during the cataclysm. And now, when he puts the sword in, it's blue and gold, it's forceful, it's violent, but ultimately, what does it do? I think it's putting the soul back together. I don't think it's splitting it. I think it's putting it back together, and that's a direct parallel to when the jailer grabs Sylvanas' soul and flings it at her, and it slams into her, and she stumbles and passes out because her soul is like in contention with itself, right? So until the parts of Azeroth that make up what Azurite is, this blue and gold substance, until they reconcile with one another, she cannot wake up. And so in a way, Sylvanas is like a fractal representation of what has happened to Azeroth, and maybe a representation of the great cosmic eternal conflict in like as a whole. It's pretty fucking amazing. It's pretty amazing. If it split her soul, we killed that part of the soul with our artifacts. No, I don't think we absolutely did anything. I don't think that we absolutely did anything. I think that the sword hit its mark. It hit exactly what it was meant to. It was meant to hit the heart chamber, which spreads the essence, the lifeblood of Azeroth throughout the system. It's almost like, I feel like it was almost like a shot of adrenaline, like you guys seen Pulp Fiction? You got to go downward in a stabbing motion. You got to get through the breastplate and get into the heart. You know, they get one shot, so don't fucking miss. And fuck John Travolta's fucking panicking. Why do I gotta do it? You fucking brought her here. You fucking do it. You give her the shot. And he's like focusing there for a second, and they draw the little dot on her heart, and he takes it and right into her fucking heart, and she like pops awake because the adrenaline basically brings her back from the brink of being fucking dead. So I very much like, it's a pop culture reference potentially, but I feel like it's a similar situation. Like that downward stabbing motion right into the fucking heart, and all of a sudden Azurite is bubbling to the surface. She's wailing in pain. Yes, it fucking hurts, but she's alive. You know what I mean? So, and then it's fucked up because then we use the Azerite to basically go to fucking war with each other. Sylvanas then starts this insane fucking campaign to cause as much death as possible, which then the jailer, who's dominated with potentially order magic by someone who might be teamed up with the fucking Titans, or even trying to manipulate the Titans himself, goes and uses the power to fuel a giant fucking machine of origination, which a Constellar shows up to check out what's going on, indicating to me that the fucking Titans have been there. They know what's going on. They know what this place is. They probably ordered it, you know, to be what it is. And then he tries to use the power of domination to rewrite the entire universe under the fucking power of order and domination. So it's like, good thing we stopped the fucking jailer, because realistically, like, we probably should not have been able to. And if Azeroth had not been able to resist his power, we probably would have been fucked. But at the same time, the jailer could not have utilized this power without the sheer scale of death that was only accomplished by wielding the power of Azerite in warfare. That's one of the key aspects of the book Before the Storm, is that Sylvanas holding Azerite not only felt the powers of creation and destruction and how connected they truly were, but she realized that she could deal death on a scale that, and then she like releases it, you know, gasping in astonishment at the sheer power coursing through this material. And this is where they introduce the jailer concept, where she has been kind of conscripted by the jailer in a fashion, begins working with him willingly, using this power to deal death on a scale that just sends fuckloads of anima to the maw, pumping the Shadowlands full of this energy from Azeroth. It ends up being used to like loose the jailer, who then gets the sigils and seals and then goes to the Forge of Origination, Machine of Origination, sorry, and then is about to like basically use what I think is a big Titan machine to re-originate the entire fucking universe. So it is definitely a pretty clear sequence of events that like led to what the jailer was going to do. And it's a situation where it's like, did Sargeras do this on purpose? Did he not have a choice? Is it a situation of, there's so many questions. Was he dominated? Because Chronicle Volume 4 tells us that Anduin shows up in Bastion and is dominated, and you can't tell that he is because his connection to the light and Greatheart mask that he's dominated. So if you surmise that through his appearance and thematic surrounding him that Sargeras is related to the light, which I do believe he is, you can make the same assertion. Is he being dominated and we can't tell, or is he doing it of his own free will? Who fucking knows? Did he stab it because the Titans made him, because it puts the soul back together, which will then fuel their machinations to rewrite the fucking universe under one power, thus bringing order to the entire cosmos? Hence, through death will come order, as Ragallon says, the Constellar there. Or did Sargeras do it himself, hoping that we would not use the power to absolutely annihilate one another and fuel the plot of the jailer, because the domination and jailer and Primus and probably Norganon and the Titans are actually behind that entire plot? So it's really complicated, and I don't know the answer. Like, was he dominated? Was he not? I don't know. Precedent has been set that it's possible that he was, and we just couldn't see it. So, fuck, I have no idea. I don't know. Did the Titans make him do it? Did he do it? If he did do it, did he know what it would lead to? Was he hoping that we weren't going to do that? Like, how does that come back around? I don't know. I don't know. But it's very complicated. And I'm just really, the reason why I see it this way is because one of the skills that I have somehow is being able to remember really fucking specific things and really important thematic things for like the bigger picture, and tie them together to like make a narrative of like, there's all these pieces and these things and how we know they work. How can they all work together based on what we've witnessed? That's really all I do. I don't remember everything about WoW lore. I don't remember every history of every character. I just remember some core storylines, core themes and concepts and mechanisms of the universe, and core visuals, and I try to make sense of it that way. And so I could very likely be wrong, but I would like to end up, being right. That would be preferred. So we'll see. Everything I just said could be absolute crazy nonsense, or it could be exactly what the fuck happened. I don't know. I just try to take rules that I see exist in the WoW cosmos and try to apply. Like, every time that I learn something new, whether it's about energy levels or the cosmic structure or anything, any new perspective, I try to take that and see how I can apply that to what I already know and try to learn something new from it, right? Never being satisfied with having the answer. Because as soon as you're comfortable, you stop learning, you stop growing. You know, you stop considering alternatives and possibilities. So I basically have to constantly do that. With every piece of information that comes forth and happens, as much as I didn't like certain aspects of the Shadowlands, you'll realize that a lot of my speculation relates to lore given to us in the Shadowlands. It's because you just can't ignore it. It's not just irrelevant. It's part of the universe. You have to consider it. Invasion of consciousness is painful in just about any medium. What's interesting to me is why are Anduin, Thrall, and others in pain when they hear Azeroth? I don't know, maybe Azeroth is in a little bit of pain or something. Or maybe it's like just a ton of power that's, you know, or... I mean, she's kind of screaming out, it sounds like, for help, to a degree. Her squalor renewed, if you will. Her squall renewed, not squalor. Her squall renewed. Like Himisul. So, and I mean, I think it's because Azeroth is not done fighting the war within. Like, it's not done. The Sylvanas was lucky because the war within her didn't take that long. But I don't think that's going to be the case with Azeroth. It seems like it's maybe taken a while. And it might be due to other factions that are they're creations and sub-creations of Azeroth that are in conflict. Until those conflicts are resolved, I don't know if she can wake up. You know, until this great battle of Renalash between light and void, which might be the primary makeup of the soul, the blue and the gold, if that doesn't come to some type of settled conclusion, like, we don't want the light to just win. We don't want that. Like, Eretor is supposed to be the vessel for how we understand this and the relationship with Illyria and Turalyon. We don't just want the light to win this battle. We don't want the void to just win this battle. They are both going to be bad in their extreme. We need a balance of light and void. That's what we need to accomplish here. Renalash needs to turn out with some kind of balance, because the truth is there is darkness in all light, and light to push back against that darkness. You cannot have one without the other. So as soon as Chris Metzen said on stage, we will gather the armies of the light and vanquish the shadow forever, banish the shadow forever, I was like, oh my God, no. Like, no, we cannot do that. We cannot do that. I have seen in World of Warcraft, and I have seen in Final Fantasy, and I have seen in Elden Ring, and I've seen in this game, that game, whatever, what happens when light takes over everything. We don't want that. I'm telling you right now. That's dogma, that's order, that's stasis, that's the eradication of death. We do not want that. We want shadow as a part of our system. We need it. We absolutely need it. And if it means that we must remain in conflict, fine. But one cannot win out over the other. We cannot allow that to happen. We can't allow that to happen. Because then we're fucked. We will be fucked. Do you think we'll ever get to see why? I just said why. Because any single cosmic force winning the cosmic conflict is a bad thing. Because in the case of death, everything decays into a permanent state of rot. In the case of life, everything overgrows and then twists inward on itself, becoming necrotic. In the case of void, everything falls to infinite entropy and the heat death of the universe occurs. In the case of light, everything is held in dogmatic stasis and things are not able to die. In the case of order, everything is mind controlled and made static like a robot. In the case of chaos, everything is destroyed. So you can't pick one of the cosmic forces and be like, oh, let's make them win. That'll be good. I feel like we're in a cosmos controlled by order already, though. We're very close. I would say if there is one cosmic power that is triumphing over the others right now, it is order. but they haven't won yet. They haven't won yet. There's something that all of these cosmic forces are vying for something specific. They're all after Azeroth. We cannot let any of them have it. None of them. Because the truth does not exist in the polar extremes of this cosmos. It exists where they all intersect. And what comes to exist where all of the forces intersect? What is it? It's not life. Reality, spirit, mortals. It's mortals. That's why we win. Because we have this indomitable will. But perhaps tied to the creator herself. It's mortals. We're special. We're not bound like the others. We're not bound to a bleak cosmic ideology. We can consider all of the paths. We're not just one thing. That's where the truth really exists. What can come to be when all of these forces intersect? In a cosmic scope, do you think light is manipulating order as letting them do the heavy work so light can overtake the cosmos later? Maybe, if the light hasn't already been overtaken by order. Because we know things like the Naru and stuff were created during the ordering of the cosmos. And so it can go either way. Order could have already ordered light. Or light could be playing the long game for order. That's why almost every force you fight seems so certain about their claims, and you just go, nah, we're good. Yeah. I'll tell you this, man. If it's true that at midnight, we truly band together with the forces of light and banish the shadow forever, we are making a grave mistake. If you guys are looking for a point at which we lose, that'll be it. That'll be it. I'm telling you, we do not want to banish the shadow forever. The shadow holds within it truth that we need to accept, that we need to recognize is there. It doesn't mean we let the shadow take over everything. That's ridiculous. It's not what I'm saying. But we cannot banish it forever. Because we as mortals are made out of shadow just as much as we're made out of light. So we don't want to do that. Because, I mean, again, think of what Yrel and the Lightbound did on Draenor. When there was no darkness for them to fight against, they went after the Maghar. They found a new enemy. They've just found one. They didn't have anything else to do, so they looked for something else to be righteous against and to try to fix the problem of. And this is why I think the ordered cosmos is inherently flawed. Because these cosmic beings may only be behaving this way because of the influence of order. Like in a natural primordial cosmos, I'm not sure that I believe that light and void fight each other. They need each other. It almost feels like the cosmos has been set to war against itself. Perhaps even by the force of order, the enemy of all. Something that had infiltrated and influenced everything in an attempt to basically divide out and perfect a universe that did not need perfecting. So again, when you look at the cosmic chart and chronicle, if it's a Titan Forge perspective and the Titan Forge are taught that nothing exists until it's been ordered, and the Titans use the same word for create as they do ordered, then potentially everything on the map that we see, Naru, Old Gods, Wild Gods, Eternal Ones, the Legion, everything is ordered. Everything. And so we look at it as though they're these different cosmic powers because they use different colored magics, and they do have different alignments and methods through which they're wielded, but ultimately, they're all bent to the will of order. That's why the Titans are and again, the Titans is a broad term to say, but they have positioned themselves to look like the good guys when they are likely not. And again, they may think that what they're doing is good by basically overriding the cosmos with one power. We basically end the eternal conflict. There is no more war. There is no more conflict. Perhaps that's their philosophy. We will solve the problem. But the issue that exists there for us is that it means the eradication of the free will. And we don't want that. We would like to retain our free will. I don't really want to be dominated for eternity. Sounds pretty fucking terrible. So, ultimately, like, we will face off against them. We will have to stop what they're doing. Because we can't abide by that choice. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fates be damned. Damn the gods. Fuck that. Isn't the Shadow/Void already embedded in Azeroth's World Soul? Looking how Belladar and supposedly other World Soul crystal ships as Naru's. Well, we don't really know if those are actually the calcified essence of the World Soul, but I would say that, yes, there is Shadow in Azeroth's World Soul. There's probably a bit of everything. Rathios, what's up? Five Suns Myth's a good example of too much light being a problem. Yep. Causing drought and famine. As a result, scorching the land. If it's true. Which you can read the Ask CDev article. They basically say it's like, it's not necessarily exactly true. It's just more, it's a lesson. So this is why I'm like so vehemently resist people who are like, no, the light is just good. It's like, dude, you're missing the point. None of these cosmic forces taking over is a good thing. There has been plenty of evidence to suggest this throughout the history of WoW. And it's okay that you aren't aware of it because it does require some external reading, some of which is in free content. So it's not that, oh, you got to buy a book. People just don't look into, they don't care to look. It's just not that important to them. Otherwise they would research it. But the proof is there. The suggestion has been there forever. You've had devs talk about it. You've had stories reference it. You've seen it in the game. Like, and we even have journals from the last expansion that like directly refer to this type of discussion. On the nature of the dream. I've spent ages here within the Emerald Dream exploring its reaches and basking in its tranquility. Yet the more I experience, the more what I perceive seems to be at odds with the lessons taught to us by the Titan Keepers. Thus, I'm compelled to share my feelings here, not to stir discontent, or to claim my theories are immutable truths, but to encourage others to ponder these subjects for themselves. So, just think critically. It's been said that the Emerald Dream was created by Keeper Freya, acting on behalf of her patron Eonar, and yet I've noticed that the Titan's acolytes do not speak of something as finished until it has been ordered. So, did they truly create the dream, or merely discover it, seeing its vibrancy as chaos to which they were compelled to bring structure? Seeking an answer, I've spoken to many spirits who inhabit the dream, dryads, ancients, grove keepers, and others, so this is presumably written by a dragon. None of them tell of a Titan creating the dream. Instead, they speak of the first spirits awakening long ago within its wilds and lands as beautiful and free as they are today. Though I wonder, since time has so little meaning here, whether those born in the dream truly think in terms of past or present. What they're saying here is what they perceive now, do they have any concept of the before and the after? Because they might conflate that the lands are beautiful and free now, like they've always been, but they're not. We've also been told that the dream is a sort of framework for life on Azeroth. And it is true that we can see reflections of our world within the dream. Yet while it is clear these realms share a bond, is one a copy of the other? Or might both be reflections, each informing the shape of its counterpart, a give and a take. Many times I've shrugged off the call of sleep and taken wing to explore the distant reaches of the dream. The farther I flew, the greater the wonders I beheld. Life took form strange and unfamiliar. It almost sounds like it's not ordered out there. Bizarre, impossible plants and trees, creatures unlike any I beheld before. Perhaps the dream is not bound only to Azeroth, but to realms not yet discovered. Is it a reflection of those places too? And so the dream could be this patchwork and connected to a ton of other worlds. And if you ordered the heart of the dream, that ordering might spread to it. And still, even if they're alien and strange, it doesn't mean that they're not ordered. So it could be that this area of the dream that we're in is ordered like fuck, and thus it's ordering Azeroth, right? And that the other areas aren't, or that they're just more alien and different and varied, but still ordered. At these far reaches, I felt the presence of entities whose powers seemed vast and unknowable, akin to the Titans themselves. But we don't know what it actually is. Is it old gods? Is it spore mounds? Is it Elune? What is it? You know, people say it's the pantheon of life. We don't really know what that is. That's a hypothetical. We don't know. Had I reached the edges of the dream where it flows into the realms of life? So that's to say the dream is almost like an intermediate point between the realms of life. So you'd go realms of life, dream, and then other worlds, so that there's something even outside of that. Or are they one and the same? Or is the dream the realms of life? Truly, I cannot say. For as waves of joy and contentment washed over me, I could no longer resist the call of sleep. It's full of spirit, so it makes them happy and makes them go to sleep. I awoke back at the Eye of Ysera wondering if I'd experienced a dream within a dream. Did some Inception type shit. Listen to this. It seems clear that the servants of the Titans wish the dream to stay unchanging. At least, unchanged by any hand but theirs. So not only held in stasis, but shaped specifically how they want it. Yet the very nature of life is one of change, is it not? Things are born, live, and die, but life itself goes on. Perhaps life was never meant to be ordered, to be static and unchanging. And we know that life is being ordered because Nimue, Weaver of the Cycle, is literally weaving order into the dream in the raid. That's one of the raid bosses. I can pull that up right here. Nimue was placed in this realm when Ionar and Freya shaped the dream. In Wellspring Temple, they enforce and protect the ordering of the Emerald Dream, weaving its wilderness into complex patterns, so we know that it's been ordered. If you just play 10.2, there's quests. The most, if not all of the quests are about the dream being in stasis. Like, from Konzu hinting at it, to the Dryad quest where they literally say that nothing here changes and they go insane and they go and join the fucking, the fire druids of the flame, to the water ordering it, whatever. You know, there's several examples of it. The Titan servants do not seem to understand that life and death are sisters, bound together in a great cycle. They only see one side of it. Do they not wish to see this truth? Or is it beyond their fundamental nature to perceive it? They have a hard time perceiving the duality and the give and the take of life, taking of life and death. They don't really comprehend that. They're very like binary, black or white. Not even black and white, but just black or white. If we dragons see it, and this is why I'm bringing this up, because it's like, what are things made out of? If we dragons see it, then it can only mean, and this is an interpretation, that we are touched not just by life and order, which they are, but by other forces as well, which they are. And if dragons are the product of powers great and small being eternally intertwined, then so must all mortals be. Perhaps Azeroth herself was touched by all these forces. Or could she be their true source? Some things are beyond knowing. Some things are meant only to be pondered in dreams. Like, these are actually insane remarks. And again, they say at the beginning, it's not to say that it's immutable truths, but to just get people to think about some different perspectives. The dragon comes to the conclusion that mortals are powers small and great, eternally intertwined. We're not just like void and life. We're a lot of things. We're all of it. And so Azeroth herself may very well be like a mortal titan as well, which is very interesting to think about. Perhaps she's touched by these forces, or she could be where they came from. But we don't really know. And that's why I was talking about earlier the nature of mortality. We're not on the side of void. We're not on the side of death. We're not on the side of light or order. We should be on our own side, because any of those cosmic powers and entities which seemingly represent them in reality, they are limited in their perspective. The Titans ordering mortals in the universe is stopping us from being what we're meant to be, and they're afraid of us and our potential. We have something that they don't: free will, and they can't comprehend it. But what I've been shown is that enough exposure to Azeroth can give them emotions and perhaps even free will, can't it? So how do we fix their perspective? I would think that they need to be made mortal. All of them. Just like the dragons. They have to see the universe and the world through mortal eyes, because otherwise they will remain blinded. All of it. Anything that has an eternal, because again, the pure energy exists elsewhere, but anything that is manifest in reality and has an eternal perception should be made mortal. Because as you lose that mortality, as you lose that perception, your existence is no longer ruled by the powers of life and death. And I think that's a problem. Entities like the Titans who've learned to wield magic in the way that they have and basically exist as something that does not have to bend the knee to another power. There's basically just like, you shouldn't be able to subvert the flow of energy in the cosmos. And if that's done through mortal souls and life, you probably should not be able to do that. So ultimately, like Arcadis, in order for them to be given the perspective that they need to see the truth, they cannot be allowed to remain immortal. Almost none of it can. And that's where I really like to think of the quote from N'Zoth: "My dream has become your own, the circle of stars made flesh." And one of my favorite interpretations to that is that the Titans are going to end up becoming mortal beings. Just like the dragons, they will shed that immortality and shed a degree of that power so that they can be shown the truth. We're blessed to be able to do that already because of our nature, but they are blinded by their nature, unable to see. So the entire cosmos should bend the knee to the powers that be. Nothing should usurp them. The power itself, the framework for existence, I think, is meant to exist without people meddling in it. Runic magics and finding ways to harness magical energy. Chris Metzen himself has said, magic is corrupting. You should not be using it. Should not use it. And this was a big thing in Final Fantasy XVI as well. And it's not the only other game by any stretch of the imagination. But it was about removing magic from the world. Because magic basically fucking cursed us. And by constantly being involved with it, it's causes problems. And it leads to things like immortality, which should not exist. Weren't the dragons already made mortal? Azeroth undid that? I don't think that Azeroth undid it. The dragons can absolutely still be slain. The difference is they transitioned from... Because again, the whole premise around that is ending the age of dragons and beginning the age of mortals, which they themselves were susceptible to. The key thing with the dragons is that they had different empowerments, right? They were originally empowered through the powers of the Keepers and the Titan Pantheon. But in their willing sacrifice of that power, they were made mortal. They still ended up... Dragons still have powers, right? They still ended up banding together to help us save the dream and perhaps save, like, the consciousness of Azeroth and undo the ordering mechanism within it. Very important there. They put their own lives on the line against Firak. And for that, Azeroth awarded them with powers. But it's not the same power that the Titans gave them. So Azeroth bestowed upon them boons as a result of their willingness to put their lives on the line in like a very meaningful way. They could have died. They could have died. And I think that the first time they lose the power, the next time around, Azeroth goes, all right, I'm going to hit you with some juice. But it's not the same power. It's not the orderly power of the Titans. To me, it seems a lot more natural. Think, again, primal incarnates versus dragon aspects. Dragons are freakishly long-lived even without the immortality that the Titans gave them. See Senegos. Aspects are made of different stuff. Yeah, so they took additional infusions. So, yeah, I think that basically what Azeroth gave them was a more earthly kind of power, a more elemental infusion or enhancement of what they already had, rather than like an abstract cosmic power granted to them by the Titans. The nature of the power itself is different. And I don't know that the power given to them made them like immortal again, you know, or something like that. But they definitely were given a gift by Azeroth for what they were willing to sacrifice. They sacrificed their artifact powers and then the devs gave them back as talents. Right, but putting their power into the Dragon Soul took away their ability to procreate. I feel like the weight of mortality would have been felt in that moment. I mean, you can just go back and watch the cinematic. Like, Alex Straza literally talks about this right before talking about how the age of mortals has begun. So, I'm not really sure what to say. Like, I'm not sure that losing the ability to procreate and being mortal are just like the same thing. I'm not sure that I really agree with that. It seems like kind of conflating one thing to the other to me. But anyway, I'm gonna kill Lura. Cause this thing's be putting out a sad song. I've been standing here for a while. The point, really, again, I mean, any biologist would tell you the point of life is to make babies /S. Ugh, gross. Yeah, that art. Oh, God. I've gotten into arguments with people in my chat over that shit before as well. People that have unironically said that. And I've had to say things like, so because, you know, my wife and I have struggled to conceive, we just are worthless as living creatures. We should just, what, we should just die or what? And people unironically say, like, yeah. Wow. Nice. That's a crazy take. I mean, yeah, people are fucking insane. Like, people are insane. There are people who legitimately think that about other people, and that like if you can't procreate and have a child, that you basically don't serve humanity in any capacity. Like you're basically worthless. Yeah, it's pretty fucking nuts. The Legion model for Illyria is so much better than the new War Within one IMO. It's all right. I mean, her old armor and stuff was pretty cool, but that's all stuff from when she came in with the Alliance Expedition, so it's pretty outdated, I guess, at this point. I like Illyria's new model personally. I don't mind it. They definitely took her more towards the Void because this is basically just Illyria in shadow form, which I don't think is great, but I'd have been happy with either. But I get why they gave her a glow up. She kind of has like almost, I mean, she basically has like a generic elf model with an outfit on, you know what I mean? Whereas like now she looks more unique. They've done that with a lot of characters, trying to make them look more unique. I don't want kids, so I guess I'm even more worthless then. Yeah, to some people you are. It's insane. Imagine Turalian's reaction the first time he saw that Void form. You don't have to imagine it. It's actually in a book. Or it's actually not in a book. It's in a short story. I know she uses magical Void arrows, but having a quiver on her back would go a long way for her new model, I think, for me. Yeah, I think the Archer's quiver is just like an iconic look, but like you just said, if she's not using actual arrows, she's using magical Void arrows, why does she need a quiver? Seems kind of silly. But I get it. I get the classic Ranger look. I totally do. I understand why you like that. I think it looks cool, too. If you don't have dragons who pho, why even have dragons in your story? Exactly. It's kind of, yeah, it's kind of similar. Also, what is that from? Is that from the Demon Soul book they lost their ability to procreate when they did that? I thought that, wasn't Alexstrasza, am I like misremembering this? Wasn't Alexstrasza like taken and imprisoned and forced to have babies? And isn't that post Dragon Soul infusion? Am I like making that up? That's some post-Kata nonsense? What's post-Kata nonsense? The quiver could just give her some feeling of normalcy. So could see it being there. I see what you're saying. More like an icon or you know, it's like a, yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Rather than being literal. Wasn't that Second War? You guys got to be more specific when you respond. I just said a couple different things, so it wasn't what Second War. You mean when she was the whole enslaving thing with the Dragonmon baby stuff? That was after the Dragon Soul, the orcs did. Yeah, so that's where I'm kind of like, where does the information? I guess I wasn't aware of the idea that like they couldn't reproduce. Them being unable to breed as a result of the Dragon Soul raid. Okay, so we're mixing up the two different instances here. We're not talking about Neltharion and the infusion. We're talking about juicing up the Dragon Soul during the events of Cataclysm, not the War of the Ancients. That's where I got a little confused. So, yeah, after the dragons have given up their aspectral power, they no longer can continue to produce magical dragons or perhaps procreate at all. That makes more sense to me. It's actually kind of insane when you think about it. It's almost like they've been juiced on drugs for so fucking long that they destroyed their body's natural capability to fucking reproduce. That's insane when you think about it that way. That's so fucking sad. Like, I've been juiced on the order for so long that I can't have babies anymore. That's so fucking sad. Holy shit. It's fucking freaky. That is freaky and does not seem complementary to life. That's wild. There's not enough Argusy bussy quests on Argus, man. It takes forever to fucking finish this. How far am I away? Oh, I'm really close. Damn, I'm gonna be 400 reps short. Fucking shit, dude. I'm gonna be 400. I gotta, can I get rep from killing a rare or something? I'm gonna be 400 reps short of Exalted. Their bodies did change quite a bit when they changed from Proto to normal dragon. Sure, yeah, Proto Drakes and stuff. Yeah. The thing that's interesting is they already had power. I just don't get it. The whole thing seems so fucking weird to me. Like, think about it this way. They proved that even without any empowerment, that they were strong enough when they banded together to overtake Galakron, the greatest threat that they had ever fucking faced. However, they still needed to take the power of order and infusion from the Titans, in order to serve the purpose. Were they not? And this is one of the attitudes that the primalists take is, why were you not good enough? You weren't good enough the way you were? Like, why must you give up what you were to become more? Are you not enough? And I always really like that angle of it, because it's like, what? Like, you literally stopped Galakrond without this empowerment. Why do you need it? Why do you need it? And apparently, obviously, they end up taking it because some foreseen shit with, you know, gotta have the power to stop the thing later on or whatever. So the Titans were obviously aware of some shit. I think the Murazon stuff kind of illustrates that too, with the whole Amantul, what I have seen type shit. So, you know, I think that there's a deeper narrative that exists there, but it's just kind of fucked up. That's why the Primalists and the Dragon aspects went at it, because it was basically just like give up who you are and the traditions and stuff as they exist now to take this charge from these, frankly, alien beings that we don't really know that much about, but that you've been convinced of the nobility and good-heartedness of. And then, by the way, they're going to order your eggs. Oh, and by the way, they're going to convince you to steal our eggs and order them against our will. Yeah, that's fucking insane. There are literally dragons who remember what it felt like to be ordered inside their egg. That's insane. That's insane. And actually, Viranoth is present for the empowerment ritual at one point, and she feels the way that the Oathstone kind of reaches out to her and kind of tugs at her, and she does not like it. She is not keen on the feeling. Not a good one for her. So for me, it was like, yeesh, dude, that's fucking crazy. And then when you read the notes of Tyr, and it basically just says like, yeah, we're going to order the eggs and order the water so that even the most strong-willed of dragons fall in line with the Titans' philosophies. Like, that's literally, like, they're turning the freaking frogs gay. Like, but except it was dragons and they were turning them subservient to the keepers. Like, unironically. And then Alex Strauss is like, don't worry, Viranoth, we're not going to do that. And then, like, guess what? Like, a chapter later, they're doing it. She's like, I promise you, we would never, you know, if you don't want the eggs ordered and stuff, we would never do that. And then, like, yeah, 50 pages later, guess what? Six pages later. Yeah, six pages later. That's fucking crazy. So question, besides World Quest, is there anything else I can do to get this last 400 rep? It's actually only 50. Did I get rep from killing that rare? Argosian Reach. Oh, I got 350 from the quest and 2,000 from the... I'm only 50 short. I'm 50 rep short. Does that mean if I kill Sister Subversia that I'll get Argosian Reach rep? Since I got Argosian Reach and Army of the Light rep from the other one? Probably not. Watch. This is just going to give me Army of the Light rep. Watch. Watch. Guaranteed, dude. Yeah, Coriel Strauss, I'm pretty sure, sacrificed himself to protect the eggs from Deathwing or some shit. It tells you what rep you get, I think. Well, the other one said Argosian Reach, and then it gave me Army of the Light rep at the same time as well. So I don't think you could really be certain of that. It gave me 2 different reps when it only had 1 listed. I've broken countless mortals. What chance do you think you have? Well, I ain't no regular mortal, bitch. Come to me? Oh, I will. Just gonna mind control my ass. It gives either both or the one listed. The one listed is guaranteed, though. Come on. Yo, let's go! Bulwark of Manaroth unlocked. Hell yeah. And now I'm done with Argus. Fuck yeah, bud. Huge. I can leave this shithole and never come back. Go away and never come back. I won't. Getting the fuck out of here. I do have to go back to the Broken Isles, though. I do have to go get something, I do have to go get rep on... How much do I have left? About 5 G's. 5 grandiose on the broken shore. I remember grinding these reps for the allied races. Bro, same. Back when it was current. You may be able to buy a rep token from the Legion Time Walking vendor. You mean in Remix? I'm confused. Time runners can't get mail. Yeah, they can't get mail and they can't use the auction house. And they can't access the Warband Bank. So they can't really do anything. And you don't get... I'm pretty sure you don't get any rep from these rares. These Felmaw Annihilators and shit. I don't think these give you any rep. I think they just give like AP and shit. My fave memory of Legion was getting tilted off the face of the earth on KJ because he flies in the air and goes immune. Bro, don't even get me started. I will complain about Tumasar Garrett. I love the raid, but I'll complain about that shit until the end of my stream. Don't get me started, bro. Don't get me started. I did like 400 fucking successful pulls on that boss, and then on the kill pull, for like the first time ever, I got hit by a fucking beam and died. And then I had to watch them resurrect our rogue, who had already died once, 2 more times in the execute phase, because they needed him to bait the fucking black hole. So I laid dead on the floor. I was fucking top damage, and when I died, I got fucking fisted, bro. Absolute horse shit. Imagine doing no fucking damage and dying fucking 2 other times in the fight, and you get the prio res because your stupid fucking class has infinite sprint because Lamau. Fucking stupid as fuck. That pissed me off, man. I'm sitting there dead on the floor as Kill Jaden dies. I'm dead for the last like 10 fucking %. I was so pissed. I was so pissed. I was at that point, I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. Was that Nimue? What the fuck? I just saw Nimue. What the fuck was that? That must be one of the artifact paths. How do you get that? Dream weaving. It's got to be that, right? Something there. I don't know. Oh god, the raid was so hard, dude. The raid was so fucking hard. Goroth was easy. Council was easy. Harjatan was easy for my guild. What am I doing? What am I doing? I did it again. Demonic Inquisition was easy. Harjatan was easy. Sister of the Moon was easy. It was like 30 pulls. Mistress Assassin was a fucking pain in the ass. Desolate Host was easy. We killed that shit in like 16 pulls, I think. Maiden of Vigilance, dude. People just could not, like, jump in the fucking hole when your thing's about to expire. If you have green, don't touch gold. If you have gold, don't touch green. It's not that fucking hard, but people just could not do it, dude. I think it took us like 200 fucking kills, 200 pulls for Maiden of Vigilance. Yeah, I was on Hard in the Pain at the time. Fallen Avatar was like 490 pulls. Remember you got that meteor potion that you took right when you fell so that you fell all the way down without taking fall damage? That was the thing. And then a Kill Jaden took us like 470 fucking pulls, dude. Kill Jaden, I think Gahoon was pretty hard too, but Kill Jaden is probably the hardest raid boss I've ever fought. The hardest mythic raid boss that I ever fought. It was pretty awesome, but it was also so painful. I calculated it on an average pull length of like 3 minutes, which is probably being a little bit generous. And I think it comes out to, I spent like our guild spent like 24 to 26 hours in combat with Kill Jaden. In combat. Let me do some quick maths. That's a notepad. That's not a calculator. So it's 490 pulls, average 3 minutes a pull. Divided by 60. Yeah, 24 hours of combat. That's probably being generous, but
probably more like 20.
But think about that. Imagine sitting there and just fighting a boss for 24 hours straight with never taking a break. That's not how it worked. But you know, that's how much time we spent. By the way, this should have been a fucking mount. This should have been a mount that you could unlock. I do not understand how this is not something you can unlock through Remix. I don't get it. I truly do not understand. This is not only fucking badass, but it would have been cool for like the Fel corrupted version of the Mage Disc. Legion Beyblade. Fucking A, dude. Hell yeah. It kills things too. Did you see that shit? Watch this. Fel Slime. See ya, dog. That's dope. Makes me sad. But I enjoyed Legion so much, man. You know what I like to think about in a way? I'm probably like over complicating this or oversimplifying it. I don't know which way. But it kind of feels like through this big portal and connection that this place isn't just being Fel corrupted, but that it's like literally linked with Argus. And so we see the magical influence and shit of Argus like bleeding through. And so the landscape looks like Argus. It looks like around the Burning Throne and shit. All Fel and all that stuff. I don't know. Sometimes I think of it less as like, here's a magical corruption that's happening here, and more like here's a magical corruption that is basically representative of the worlds being bridged together. This makes it more interesting. You're kind of in a place where like worlds are colliding, so to speak. And even if that other world only looks that way because of magical corruption, I don't know, it's still interesting to look at it that way. So you can't get any rep from these. Do you get any rep from opening treasures, or can you get rep tokens from those treasures? Like, there has to be another way to get rep. Did the Legion Fall campaign quest give rep? That could be interesting to do. I haven't done that in a long time. Do syntax farming do it? What does that mean? Centinax? You mean the ship? It should? I think. Say less. Commander Chambers. You want to hold territory on this chunder puddle of an island, right? Right. That means linking up with camps on the outskirts, mate. I know his bloke, Cold Idric. Scrappy fella. Loves to get into the thick of it. Headed out to the eastern coast with those drakes of his. Have a look for him. Remind him he owes me a pint or two. Whatever, dude.
What is your report?
Oh, take off that mask. I will never trust the betrayer or his Illidari lackeys, but I'm willing to set aside my misgivings for the sake of the greater good. But once the Legion falls, what use will we have for those tainted by its corruption? I'm not gonna lie, that green shit under your mask make it look like you kinda tainted by its corruption, you feel me?
Stay sharp.
Defeat a Legion assault in the Broken Isles. Bitch, I don't give a fuck. Are these like dailies?
In our zeal to reclaim the broken shore from the Legion, we cannot allow the rest of this land to fall into the demon's foul grip. Kill the demons, Slayer.
Back to your duties.
Champions of Legion
My
Fall.
vigil continues.
Recruit a new champion. What?
Until next.
Moving on.
Ah, thanks,
My vigil
Moritari.
continues. Back to your duties.
Champions of Legion Fall. Easy. Oh, I did get 1,500 rep for that. Oh, boy.
The Legion's fury pales before mine.
Shard of a dead world. No one knows how many worlds the Legion has burned. They always do that. Literally no one knows. Centinax, yeah.
The Centinax rains down terror upon the broken shore, unleashing hordes of demons that menace our foes. The fiends seek to stop us from taking the tomb. They will fail. Lure out the strongest among their vile ranks, slay them, and seize the marks they bear. Make the Legion fear our strength.
There is no sacrifice.
Yeah, whatever you say, Daddy Illy. I'll do it. I'll do it. Mark of the Centinax. Maya of the real muscle mommy. Oh, dude.
Show me. I know Kung Fu.
Yeah, Yasuo has the same voice as Illidan. Same VA, Liam O'Brien. That's the dude. That's the bro. I wonder what Mayev's been up to lately. I don't know, brooding. Not chasing after Illidan, I'll tell you that much. I really like Illidan, Tyrande, and Malfurion even. Malfurion I think is gonna get, I hope he gets some cool stuff in the spotlight here coming up, because he's a powerful motherfucker. Malfurion's one of the most powerful characters in the whole game. Didn't she basically retire after the Night Elf Heritage questline? I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't remember. I do not remember. Maya's so mad she'll teleport to Illidan. Tyrande and Mali are on a break. I think they were talking about Maiev.
The Legion's end is all I seek.
The way I just autopilot through every Heritage quest line as if they're their normal quest. Sad. There's some real good ones. I try to pay close attention to all of them. I just don't remember them all. Like the troll one is real good. Troll one has like some crazy potential fractals. It's really important. Like here's some banshee type things right here. Tormented Whalers. These are banshees, but they're not broken with Mournblades, you know? So to that discussion we were having earlier. Oh, I got enough marks already? What the fuck? Draenei was okay. I liked it. I liked the big thing at the end of the Draenei one where they basically tell you that they're gonna build a new city. I thought that was pretty cool.
The hour has come at last. I will see this to the end. My hunt is eternal.
And honestly, the more that I think about Sargeras and Agramar and like Paladin stuff and Anduin and Varian and fucking Eretor and Turalian, if I didn't already say that, is that like Agramar is basically Anduin or Eretor. It just doesn't make sense though, because the way that they portray them in the RPG lore is actually a little bit different, where Agramar is supposed to be, I mean, Agramar is very, in Chronicle, he's like very aware of their impact upon worlds. He wants to be careful not to like fuck the world up and shit. So it actually, Agramar should be more like that, more like Anduin and Eretor, and Sargeras would be more like Turalian and Varian, which makes sense thematically as well. I feel like that's not like hard to come to the conclusion of. The more hardcore, by the book type, you know, kind of guys, kind of a blend of the two or whatever. So yeah, Agramar would kind of fit that bill. But Agramar's not technically like Sargeras' son, at least as far as I'm aware.
Without faith,
So,
the
self
battle is lost.
fulfilling prophecy. In times such as these, our beliefs are tested. We may be tempted to surrender to an evil that can seem overwhelming and unstoppable. But we must not lose faith in the light. It will guide us to victory. Shut the fuck up.
Many depend on you.
In my life, I've witnessed many visions. Some filled me with hope, others despair. Victory over Kil'jaeden lies within our grasp. I have foreseen it. Visions will show us where our path might lead. Only show us where our path might lead. They require effort to become reality. Okay, all right, now he's spitting. Now this motherfucker's spitting. Let me get a screenshot of that. That effort falls upon your shoulders. You've done much, but more is needed. Fight on the battlefields of the Broken Shore and forge a destiny free from the Legion's grasp.
You are
Got it.
the
Yo, thanks to the follow,
instrument
Zoroiki,
of change.
Azaro, Travis. Blood Elf Heritage is pretty good. Doesn't Tirana mention after Mirdrasil that they'll eventually want to heal Teldrassil? Yeah, something along those lines. Return and try to make something out of it. I wonder if the World Tree roots in Herondar will have any continuation of that. Yeah, maybe we can actually get down to the roots of Teldrassil and like magically heal it from the root system. And maybe that can cascade up into Teldrassil and like revitalize it or something, you know? Nutrients through the soil or whatever type shit. I'm playing through everything Shadowlands right now, and I hate that there aren't teleporters between zones. You have to use the flight paths. It takes so long. Yeah, it's pretty fucking annoying. Yeah, in my opinion, it should have just been teleports. Like, the whole thing I don't know why they did that. Fly through the in-between. Why? You have portals. We do it with Korthia, and we do it with fucking Zareth Mortis. Just give me the goddamn portal. It doesn't make sense. It's weird.
The light will guide your way.
The light will guide your way. The Legion must be defeated.
Bleh. Complete 5 world quests on the Broken Shore. Nice. That's cool. Something, something. Zones are connected. They used to be. Algan Point. $75? Give me a fucking break. Defeat the Legion, siege on Vengeance Point, and return to Izal White Moon. Okay. You can also find Farsi or Drekthar on this island. Or no, you can find Drakthul on this island, and he tells you that you're a fool and that the demons are not your enemy. That was pretty interesting. I remember that. I forgot about that for a little while. No loading zones, but screens between zones. Right, I forgot that's kind of when they began that. Yeah, Zaralek Caverns was a better form. Same, the core way is the same thing. Yeah, I forgot about that. I remember when we first came to the Broken Shore in Legion when it was current, and the stuff here fucked your shit up, dude. The ads here hit like a fucking truck. Until you had like raid gear, shit here hit hard. The threat of the Legion felt very real. It was in Shadowlands they started recommending SSDs instead of HDDs. I mean, shit, I'd recommend SSDs.
Sacrificed
Either
everything.
way.
What have you given?
What have you sacrificed?
Well, I'm the leader of the fucking Demon Hunter Order Hall, so maybe shut the fuck up.
If we do not meet again,
Oh my
die
god,
well.
they're gonna just cock tease me the whole fucking rest of the way, man. It's actually insane. Actually insane, bro. They're gonna give me 75 rep quests the rest of the goddamn time. I actually think this dungeon quest will give me a lot. I think there's one over here for Cathedral. I actually did the Orb secret line recently, and Drakthul is interesting. Yeah, he is. I haven't done it with a, you know.
Ah, good
I haven't done it
to
recently.
see you.
Defeat Lord Mephistроth. This better give me a lot of fucking rep, dude. Or I'm gonna fucking
Be
smack you
mindful of
right in the
your
penis,
duty.
Khadgar.
Illidan, convey the Aegis of Agramar to the cathedral. I will descend into the tomb with Khadgar and hunt the monster down. Kill Jaden's reign of destruction will soon be ended.
You should have said Reign of Chaos. That would have been
You
cool.
are too quick to trust Illidan, Prophet. I will ensure he fulfills his duty.
Right. We have our orders. Good luck.
Good thing they all came. Because when Velen pursues Kil'jaeden in the portal, and then Khadgar's like, we shouldn't do that, and Illidan's like, yeah, we should. We have to. That was kind of nice. The Lord of Ravens will turn the key. Smack Dadgar in the penis. I will, dude. I'll smack you right in the penis. Hey, Khadgar. You've been a bad, bad boy. I'm gonna smack you right in the penis. Anyway. In we go. Hope there's some cool new backs. Back pieces at midnight. I love all back pieces that aren't cloaks. Same. Hey.
Our forces have engaged the Legion on the ground floor. We must.
It's hard to get the whistle with my teeth now. I used to be able to do the whistle easier when my teeth weren't, before I got braces. It's harder for me to do it now. Hey, Chris. I also can't hear it because I have headphones on, so I can't hear the sound. First one to drink a bottle of town, always. Oh shit, don't fall. The Cathedral of Eternal Night. It's kind of a weird name. This place is being turned from order into chaos, or blue-spirited into burning spirit. Because ultimately, that's what the Soul Forgers do. They're taking the spirit and burning it. It's actually interesting, when I was doing the, Demon Hunter Order Hall yesterday, there's a part where, one of the Demon Hunters says to you, like, he's talking about the Soul Forge using the power of souls to like convert their soul energy, which is associated with spirit, by the way. So soul and spirit are basically like the same fucking thing, I think. Which explains why something would have sentience if it has spirit. But anyway, he says, he's like talking about, I have it screenshotted, but he says something to the effect of like, hold on, why would I say what he says? Something to the effect of what he says. Just get the fucking screenshot. You took it for a reason, right? Of course, like all Legion constructs, the Fellhammer's powered by souls. You've collected some of the most powerful souls around. They should be enough to take us where we want to go. It's vile the way this thing operates. The whole thing is powered by souls. You do not want to know what happens to them. And I screenshotted it because all I could think to myself was, yes, I do. Yes, I do. I do want to know what happens to them. I wish you would describe to me in great detail what happens to them.
These ancient grounds on my end was written in the rings.
It's interesting that he's like still sentient and like aware, even though he's corrupted by Fel. It's also interesting that things like this are even Fel corruptible. He doesn't just die from exposure to Fel. He gets corrupted by it. It's so fucking weird. Fel is weird, dude. You don't want to know, aka we forgot to think of it? Oh yeah, I'm sure that Blizzard doesn't know what happens to Fel, to souls when they're consumed by Fel. Yes, it's these new age Blizzard writers and their inability to write a comprehensive story, you know? You know? Surely. I don't think anyone knows what happens to souls when they get killed by Fel.
Little fools want to outsmart the Legion? Think again. Books are for losers. Should have stayed in school.
Yeah, can I read some of these books? Can't read a goddamn thing in here. This would have been a great opportunity to have some books that you could interact with. It's fucking sad. My verse is 208. The Emerald Archives. See, it's interesting, the Fel corrupted version here, it's black spitting green fire, which I think is cool. Whereas in the Tomb of Sargeras, it's black spitting purple fire, which is probably the original, but this is like the, you know. You can solo mythics? Yeah. Yeah. Pretty comfortably. I don't even have to pay attention. I could pull this whole fucking dungeon. It does depend on the class, though, true. I do a fair amount of healing. Path of Illumination. Just hit him with one of these. Everything just dies. Oh, look, it's a cosmic chart, Lamau. Maybe the ones with these things around them are ordered. So let's see. Maybe void there or something like that. Death, order, life, chaos. Lamau, light. Everything's ordered except chaos. I'm just making shit up. And Azeroth in the middle. See, I'm just making shit up. Random interpretation.
Did you really think you could elude me, Illidan?
Shut up.
Run again, and I'll shackle you like the beast you are.
Oh, I bet you'd like to shackle him.
Posture if you must, my Ev. But for now, do what you do best and follow me. We've lost. The Legion broke our
Just
lines.
fucking
Pushed
get it
us out
over
of
with,
the
you two,
tomb.
my god.
You're all that stands between them and the Aegis.
Give her the illa
They
dick.
are coming.
Where the fuck are they going?
Let them come.
Oh, they're gonna come.
My Ev and I will hold them on the stairs below.
I bet you will.
Forgive me if my glaive finds your heart, Illidan. With so many demons about, it's hard to distinguish you from the rest of this filth.
She wants him, dude. I'm just fucking around, but it's fun to say.
Gil Jaden sends his gratitude for delivering the Aegis into our hands.
Yeah, okay, bro. See ya.
Your flesh, well, this world will belong to the Legion.
Get shit on.
I really can't understand Maya. She feels like a one-dimensional character. I mean, she's bent on vengeance. Her whole thing is vengeance. It's ironic because that's one of the demon hunter specs. She's actually a demon hunter. Yeah. I think that you get more of Maiev in, like, I think War of the Ancients and even like Warcraft 3, I think. But she's, I think from my experience, she's like largely the same.
See to the Aegis.
There's a lot of lore in there for the in the War of the Ancients, yeah. Before she's gone down this path. A nice domination blue order magic you got there, dickhead. Fuck are you here for? Huh? You one of those dreadlords dicking around with Dami? Big dick Dami energy?
Surrender the shield, and I will grant you a quick death.
Yeah, okay, bro. I'll grant you a quick death, you fucking bozo.
The final.
What is this?
Can it be? The Guardian.
Oh, right. I
In
forgot.
ages past, this shield defended the young world soul against madness and corruption.
Young world soul, huh?
Today, it serves those who fight for Azeroth. I am Aegwin, guardian of Tirisfal. I left behind this echo of my power as a safeguard in the event that the wards I put in place to protect the tomb failed.
Jinx, thanks for the follow.
Indeed, I sense that the Master of the Burning Legion now schemes to claim his prize. Yet there is still hope. By anchoring the pillars of creation in the halls below, you will restore my wards and push back against the invaders. Then you must venture into the depths of the tomb and use the Eye of Aman'Thul to eradicate the Fellstorm and sever the Legion's link to Azeroth.
Aman'Thul power to sever a link. Nice.
But the pillars alone cannot bring victory. Only a united army founded on strength and courage can conquer the Legion. When you and your allies are prepared for the final battle, my echo will return to aid you. The fate of Azeroth rests in your hands.
Khadgar will want to hear of this.
It seems preparations are in order.
And how many people didn't hear any of that when they played this because they just finished the dungeon and did this? Oh, I guess I'll just go now. What's happening in the Tomb of Sargeras? Why are we there again?
The Legion will
What?
stop it.
Fucking wow for you. Geku, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Sorry, what were we doing there again? This game's story sucks, man. Why are we even in the Tomb of Sargeras, man? Why are we even here, man? Why are we even in this place, okay? I don't want to fight demons, okay? These are good guys, okay? They use green energy, okay? Gonna heal the broken shore, okay? God damn. What do you think of Eitrig being part of the Sons of Lothar? I mean, what I think about it. What does it matter what I think about it? He is. He literally was made one by fucking Turalyon. Like, what do you mean?
I'm glad you're here.
I don't think anything about it. Cool. He's an honorable, noble orc. Yeah. Mephistroth is dead.
And the cathedral is secured. But the lower reaches of the tomb remain in the hands of the Legion. This is not the outcome we wanted. But this fight is far from over. Do not relent. Give the Legion no quarter, no place to hide. When we are ready, we will take the tomb and drive them from Azeroth.
Take care, my friend.
1,000 rep. I'm close. I'm fucking close.
It's good to have you on our side.
It is, yeah. Imagine if I was on the other side. Yo, how fucked y'all would be. That's crazy. Yo, it's true. So I have to do a Legion Assault or 5 world quests. Am I gonna get rep for that? This shit. Oh my god, I'm getting so fucking teased right now, dude. I'm 665 rep away. You'll get Court of Ferondis rep, dude. And me. But what about for turning in the quest?
A better question, Geku. What do you think about Eitrig being part of the Sons of Lothar?
What do you think about it? Why did you ask me that question? I'm doing the quest right now, so I'll let you know. Don't you get rep for invasion points? Yeah, not Legion Fall though. You get rep for the zone that they're in. And I can't do the world quest because it's time gated. And this other quest, it might allow me to progress.
Something.
But I think I need to do both.
This world.
I also don't think I'll get Legion Fall rep for killing KJ. Will I? I don't think so. $1,500 rep with Armies of Legion Fall.
Yo! Kill Jaden! Time to unleash my fury upon the deceiver. You are not prepared!
Can I skip? I think I should be able to skip. Oh, I'm on Mythic. Probably don't want to do that on Mythic. Get my shit kicked in. Normal might even be kind of crazy, depending on the HP pool. Oh, they have a lot of fucking HP, dude.
Quickly, bolster our ranks. We must push through.
Order does
Leave
not
none
seek
standing.
allies.
We fail
She
here.
seeks slaves.
Azeroth burns.
I'm telling you, it's gonna come back to Elune, bro. Skag, you and I might be two of the only motherfuckers who are not gonna be surprised when it happens, man. It's gonna be just like that. And the moon is gonna get related to the Order side. And all the Celestial. And people are gonna be like, what the fuck? It's just like Asa Cloudsinger and fucking G Firepaw, the ever-conflicting philosophies of how to handle the fucking problem. And I don't even know that one of them is right or better, but It's just the philosophical difference. This guy is so juiced with fel, he's turned into a fucking meteor. A stone meteor. Don't fuck it up again, Goroth.
Perhaps he has not received the type of answer he wanted. There is no description for what he thinks of Eitrig being part of the Sons of Lothar. I wonder why.
Flatten you.
That was poor timing.
Sometimes I wonder, do they expect me to share their viewpoint? I think Eitrig is a filthy orc, not deserving to join the Sons of Lothar. In fact, all orcs are filthy. Slay them where they stand. Savages, unworthy of respect, unworthy of life.
Hold still.
There is not a shred of honor among them.
To come.
We humans have to stick together. Gross. Yeah. How did I know? It becomes telegraphed after so much time. You know what I mean?
The echo of the guardian Egwin appears, just as she did in the cathedral.
Oh, tell me
Sealed
more.
each level of this temple, so that no invader could descend.
Yeah, this
into
huge
its depths.
Titan temple. How did you even get access to this
I never
shit?
anticipated that the Legion would find another way to breach its dark heart.
Again, I'm gonna. Yeah, dark heart of the fucking tomb.
My protective wards now bar your way. Each seal can only be opened with one of the pillars of creation. Be warned, the demons will stop at nothing to prevent your advance.
Yeah. Shut up. I gotta extrapolate on the lore of this shit.
Can sense one of the Legion's masters working to reanimate the avatar of Sargeras. Should Kill Jaden infuse that husk with the Dark Titan's power, I do not know whether any force on this world can stop it.
Then we have no time to lose. Heroes, the paths are open.
Shut
Use
up.
the pillars of
Shut
creation
up.
to bypass Egwin's wards.
Khadgar,
before the Legion claims
shut the fuck
avatar.
up. Holy fucking shit. Wait, what did Khadgar say? Shut up. Ugh. It's interesting we have this giant Titan facility underneath the Temple of Elune, and what's at the bottom is just like baffling to me.
What lies below is not for mortal eyes.
I bet it isn't.
I did not choose my fate. Neither will you.
That's what you think, bitch. Except I'm finna. Hit me with the hammer of creation. See what done happen. Nothing. I might die in this fight. I don't know if I can solo this.
Will I kill myself? Or will I go into the pool? Oh, easily thwarted.
You will burn in power you cannot comprehend.
Yeah, is that what you think? Oh shit, what'd it do? Oh, I gotta be careful. Stand on the thing between them. I think I only just kill other people.
I am compelled
right?
to ensure the
Yeah.
end of your existence.
Oh, that was close. Wrath of the Creators. Bop! Bop!
I did not choose my fate. Neither will you. End me, mortals. Then rob the deceiver of his prize.
I'm doing it.
My vigil ends. Let not the Dark One awaken.
Awaken.
Anyway, I'm gonna take the long way down because we get to see some layers here. We get to see some buried Night Elven ruins. Very old down here. We get to see some magma activity. Come on, then. Like, what was this facility here for? Because the whole Avatar of Sargeras thing wasn't until, like, way fucking later. So... the whole situation is fishy to me. It's like that picture of the house in Turkey that goes back to Roman times, layers of history. Thanks for the great shooting spot. It makes Sunday chores more entertaining. I'm glad. I thought he was going to say something inspirational. Burn in power, brother. Get some layers here. So you get some old Night Elven ruins. You get some magma here with a big old magma worm. Then you go a little further down. You get a big old skeleton of a Dargon. A big Dargon. A big Dargon. And then you get a lower, you get some fell energies pooling and coalescing down here. Some layers to the world, so to speak. And then you go through some kind of weird magical light cleansing teleporter or something. I don't know what the fuck it is. Not a teleporter, I don't know. You get some creepy holy... By the way, the Titans don't use light magic, okay, Pyro? So that's fake news, and you should probably stop saying that, right? They never use light. They never will use light. That's fake. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. These definitely are not countermeasures. Titanic countermeasures employed using the power of crystals. That's not real. That's not real. Absolutely fake news. Absolutely fake news. Never seen anything like it. Stop making up lore to make your theories, Pyro. Okay? Fake. Now this is real. What Kill Jaden says here is pretty important. They don't give a fuck about the Avatar.
Damnable mortals! You scurry through this tomb like vermin, dispatching my underlings and imagining yourselves the equals of the Legion. Heroes, champions, fools. The husk before you was once a vessel for the might of Sargeras, but this temple itself is our prize. The means by which we will reduce your world to cinders. Still, I will not deprive you of this chance to fall before an ancient wonder. Let this avatar be the end of you.
I've listened to that a couple times, bro. Just a few times I've listened to the Kill Jaden monologue. Yeah, this chamber's fucking crazy. And they took him and spiked the avatar to the fucking pillar with giant nails. And then the wings fell off. So, kind of crazy. Also, the wound on him is very strange. It almost looks like he got slashed by a blade, but he fought Egwin, who fought him with magic. So I guess just like a rift wound torn on him or whatever. Strange. But it has feet, so that's a thing. And the Maiden of Valor here in his presence, evidently corrupted by the presence. And the light in all of these things just got converted to fel. If you caught that. Did Sargeras impregnate Egwin, or was it some curse? Egwin had a partner whose name was Nielis Iran, what she was impregnated by because she intended to pass on the power of the Guardian to a child rather than having them be a slave to the council that was continuously getting more and more involved in the other nation's affairs, which she didn't like. She didn't want to be used as a weapon. She didn't want another Guardian to replace her to be used as a weapon for their own ends. And then when she went to she goes to Northrend to investigate some activity. While she's there, the Avatar basically comes out of fucking nowhere, and then she fights it. And then when she slays the Avatar, Sargeras' spirit basically goes inside of her and possesses her, and exists not possesses him, but it's kind of inside of her, and then corrupts and possesses Medivh before he's unborn. So before Medivh was ever even born, he was corrupted by Sargeras. And then Medivh ends up killing his father. So the wound does remind me of the cleave on Argus as well. Yep, like one big slice right through that bitch. So anyway, yeah, this chamber's crazy, but that's not all.
Mortals, die!
It's like so basely animated with like some instinct. This ability hit like a truck. If you didn't dodge this, you were toast. Everything in this fight hit like a fucking truck. Let him just phase. I don't give a fuck. Take me down. Get him to 100 damage. Ah, why is it so loud? I'm gonna get hit by all of those? This also killed people because it would move in a line through you like that, and people were fucking dumb and didn't know how to not get hit by blades. And then Rupture Realities also was you have to be far away for this one. This shit would fuck you up. And now he's gonna phase. You could also use the Maiden to absorb some shit, but you had to pay attention to what was going on with her energy as well, I'm pretty sure. Alright, big heals, bro. Then we used this draft that gave us Meteor, so we'd fall down and not take any fall damage, and it was the fastest way to get to the ground. It was try-hard strats, bro.
Deceiver! We have come to end your invasion of Azeroth. Your master's crusade dies here!
He's juiced.
Is there no end to your sanctimonious bluster, Velen? You claim the mantle of prophet, yet you always lack the vision to see the inevitable destiny of our world. Of all worlds. Flames!
Come on then, bitch. Get your big ass over here. Get your big ass over here, bro. Come on now.
Desolate. Destroy.
I can't find myself on the lava because I will actually die to tick damage because it's percentage based. So I do have to kill him before the end. Bro, I did this fight a couple times, can you tell, bro? I can't believe I actually remember where the floor breaks. That's hilarious. Not gonna have much room here soon, though. This is actually about the pace for killing the fight. It's about how it felt. And then I think right we'd like lust when we got to the bottom phase like this. Get over here, you big bitch. Oh, actually, okay, I get more there. Thought I got less. Yeah. You have remix lust drums? Yeah, I always forget I have them.
Still you fight us.
Still you deny the inevitable.
Your incessant resistance is
Maddening. Why will you not yield?
Have your countless defeats taught you nothing, deceiver?
The vision Sargeras showed you was a lie, Kil'jaeden. Surrender! Let it end!
Never! Our crusade will never yield! Savor your shallow victory. We will return, again and again, however long it takes, until at last we break
Bro,
you!
I don't use buffs.
The portal is closing! We can seal the Legion's gateway and end this invasion!
No! No more running! No more hiding! I must finish this!
Velen! Stop!
Sealing the portal buys us nothing, Archmage. Whether it takes a few years or millennia, the Legion will return. Over and over again, until too few of us remain to fight them. It is time to seize our
How
fate.
little his...
We
Yeah,
must
did you see
use
that?
the portal
His fucking
and
warglaives looked
follow
little
the
teeny tiny in his hands for a second.
deceiver
That was
in
fucking
the
funny.
abyss.
They were like tiny
It
as
is
fuck.
the only way.
I agree. It is the only way. Go, champions. We have precious little time to save Velen and return before the portal closes.
Come. If we are to die in the Nether, we will take the Deceiver with us.
Now, it's funny because not only do I think that the Il'gynoth quote, "The Lord of Ravens will turn the key," is referring to this moment, among others, but It's interesting because there's that when we meet Medivh in Karazhan, there's a moment at the end after you kill Vizadum, the Watcher, where Medivh says to Khadgar, "Listen and listen well. Though it is often easier to close a door than to step through it, sometimes than to walk through it, sometimes a step into the unknown is required to break the bonds of fate." And basically, Medivh, in my opinion, was advising Khadgar on this moment. Like, he was saying, the portal's closing, we can seal the Legion's gateway and end the invasion, but that's not going to solve the problem. While it is often easier to close a door than to walk through it, sometimes a step into the unknown is required to break the bonds of fate. That is this moment. So it's so fucking sick to me because Medivh was basically giving advice to Khadgar that, like, when you get the opportunity to walk through the door, do it. Don't shut it. It also gives me the feeling that, like, somehow Medivh knew this was gonna happen. Give me a second on those paragraphs that you're writing right there. Because I'm doing some here. Additionally, this is kind of like a crazy ass thing because this is a large titanic gateway, inscribed with runes similar to those of the Seat of the Pantheon and the Eye of Aman'Thul. This gateway is used to take us through the twisting nether through magical currents that bridge worlds and leads us to Argus, which is fucking nuts. It makes me wonder, why does this gateway exist? And what would the Titans have used it for? Was this used to move forces between Azeroth and Argus by the Titans of the Titanforge? Did it always connect to Argus and that connection was severed at one point? Did they basically have an interplanetary, like, network of portals to move around? Because the platform that Cenarius stands on at the end of the Emerald Nightmare raid from Legion also has those runes on it. So I just think it's really fucking interesting to think about, like, you know, the big gateway of the makers or whatever that exists down in, like, Deepholm, and to think about, like, a network of interplanetary, interplanar gateways, like stargates, literally, built by the Titans and Titanforge that would allow them to move forces between worlds and shit, which is just fucking, it's just crazy to me. I just think that's so insane. It's, like, such a fucking awesome, like, thing, in my opinion. We have the Sargerai Keystone, right? A key to all Legion worlds. So each, jokes aside, I was wondering if you think Sons of Lothar are even needed anymore. Eitrig being part of the Argent Crusade made sense, but Sons of Lothar, I don't know. Eitrig isn't just some nice old orc. Chronicle rewrote him as one of Blackhand's primary lieutenants along with Doomhammer and Sourfang. And when Doomhammer becomes war chief, Eitrig's one of the top 2 officers of the Horde. So Eitrig was one of the paramount warlords of the Old Horde and essentially a second to the war chief who personally killed Lothar. Like, writing reconciliation can be potent, but it loses all of its weight if it's unearned or just amounts to everyone deciding to hold hands without any of the awkward questions in the room being addressed. That's not the case. I don't agree that that's the case. Thrall's quest for peace in the Alliance was one he constantly struggled in, and unlike Eitrig, he had a relatively clean slate. He wanted to do the right thing, but he couldn't change his people with a snap of his fingers, and that the humans couldn't just forgive the people who'd caused so much suffering overnight. Novels like Cycle of Hatred and the entire invasion of Durotar exist to demonstrate how difficult it can be to just move on for everyone involved. Okay, so did you come here to get me to agree with you, or you know what I mean? I like, it's so non-topical. Like, I don't even disagree with some of the things you're saying, but, like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really interested in having this conversation right now. I'm not really interested in the conversation. Like, I don't know all of the details of Eitrig joining the Sons of Lothar off the top of my head. I don't have an in-depth, meaningful opinion of the situation. Like, I'm here talking about Legion stuff and interdimensional, interplanetary gateways right now. Like, I'm just not, I don't know. Like, I haven't read every novel that refers to the events that occurred with Eitrig. I'm not super familiar with his history, but ultimately, like, not everyone was just okay with it, as I understand it. Not everyone just, like, shrugged it off, like, oh, we're all just fucking friends now. And also, it just seems to me like that as these orcs get older and recognize what they were a part of, they also have some regrets and they're tired. And I don't know if people that aren't old are just struggle to relate to this, but I think that some of these old, like, war-torn vets kind of look back on what occurred, and they don't really look forward to it continuing. Like, they look back on what happened, and their ego has been tempered. They're not, like, bloodthirsty fucking... They're not warlords. Like, this is what... Yeah, the old soldier cinematics with Sourfang, I feel like, illustrate this idea pretty well. Like, they're tired. They look back on all the carnage, and it's not something that they're necessarily, like, proud of. It's not something that they're like, yeah, we must keep this going, and, like, they care about their kids and their grandkids. They don't... Like, the orcs, because that's not how the orcs started. That's not how they... I'm sure that's not how they want to end, right? So I just don't really, like... This idea that they're never gonna... like, move on, or that it doesn't make sense, or everyone's just willy-nilly happy-go-lucky about it. I don't really think that any of that's true. Like, they were juiced the fuck up with Fel. Like, they were committing atrocities. They were invading another world. Like, is that a midnight thing? Can't remember Eitrigg joining the Sons of Lothar at all? No, it's not a midnight thing. It's literally in the book that I'm reading, Blood Ties. Turalyon and Illyria talk about it. Because Turalyon fucking still, in a lot of ways, hates orcs and hates the Horde. And so she's basically, like, trying to say, like, remember... Illyria basically says to remember how, like, Eitrigg became one of the Sons of Lothar? Like, it's, you know, sticking to old hatreds is not really helpful for us. So, again, you can write this, like, long fucking, you know, paragraphs or whatever, which I appreciate because you're very descriptive. But at the end of the day, like... Times change, and people change with them. And I get this impression that perhaps a younger audience is stuck in this, like, vengeful kind of, like, war-torn mindset. And I just hope that when we're fucking 60, 70, 80 years old, that we can look back on that attitude and recognize why it's not necessarily a good thing. Because we continue to line up our sons and daughters on the front lines of conflicts that don't need to be fought anymore and sacrifice them for our own egos. So, like, I don't personally relate to it, but I also will admit that I could better familiarize myself with the history of Eitrigg and the circumstances surrounding his joining of the Sons of Lothar. When I look at the context, like, surrounding just the wars in general and how some of these characters have expressed feeling from it, it's not unrealistic. It's not unrealistic. I think when we get old, we're probably going to feel a similar way. And we didn't even fight in wars. At least I didn't. I can't speak for you. I can't speak for anybody else really other than myself. But it just doesn't seem like, I don't know, y'all motherfuckers watch Saving Private Ryan? Like, I don't know. Like, people get old and they look back with, like, regret and sadness and, like, yeah, I don't know. It's not something that, like, old people, like, you know, hang on to. I follow you all the time on YouTube. Highly value your opinion. Thank you. That's why I asked. Just want to hear your opinion on it. BFA was also recently, and they would probably struggle to find a Horde or Alliance member who wasn't deeply impacted by these wars or lost someone to the other faction. Right, but I think you would also struggle to make it out to be that every person who did lose someone is just bent on vengeance and hatred. I just don't think that's the reality of the situation. I think war can leave people with and BFA was 7 years ago. Yeah. War can leave people with a variety of feelings. There are people who feel just sad and like they just want it to end. Even if they initially believe that their side was in the right. They just see all the destruction and death wrought by it and they don't want anything else to do with it. And in a lot of ways, I feel like that's kind of like your Eitrigg, your Sourfang, those kinds of characters who witnessed all of those atrocities and were like, yeah, maybe we don't continue to replicate that. But I appreciate the compliment. And yeah, sorry that my initial response was one of confusion. I also, as I am clearly willing to admit myself, that I have not read all of the literature associated with this specific question that you're asking me, and could better educate myself on the backgrounds of the character and other characters involved. I would assume that that can probably be said for pretty much everybody here. So, you know, basically what I'm trying to say is I don't know that our perspectives are as encompassing as we might think they are. And that there's probably some perspective and information there from these characters, like with the Orc Heritage questline and shit like that, that it would maybe be good to be familiarized with, right? So. Eitrig's one of the first, if not the first, Orc to consider a human as brother in arms. I don't think it's insane for Eitrig to be the one who would join the Sons of Lothar. Not me, never played WoW, by the way. Right. I wonder if that portal to Argus KJ ship is newer than the original portal destination. I would assume so, considering the world is fucking ruined. So who knows, maybe this could have connected to like something in the Burning Throne or another kind of facility that maybe existed somewhere on Argus. It seems to be charged by the Fell Pool here. The portal drawing on the Lake of Pool. Well, I'm not really well, yeah, definitely pulling on that. Well, in some way, the runes are all... I guess you could look at it that way. The runes are blue. They're also terrible fucking... I don't know why they're such bad quality. But this is clearly a Titanic gateway. But it definitely does seem powered by the Fell. The Orc Heritage Quest is the best Heritage Quest they've done, in my opinion. I would agree. Well, and I think so. I think I've done them all. You'll also find that I have a level of like resistance and hesitance when I have people ask me questions like that, because there are people who unironically are just like fantasy racist for whatever reason, and they just relish in the suffering and war that exists in the past of this game's story, and they like think it's cool or whatever. They come in with like bad faith arguments and disingenuous fucking remarks, and so that's why I'm kind of have the defense up when I see questions like that, because I'm kind of anticipating that that's the attitude that you might have. So thanks for, you know, using sources and kind of proving me wrong in that regard, but that's why I responded that way. Because there's people that unironically are just weirdly fucking like fantasy racist and WoW. It might have been hijacked by Sargeras with him knowing it was there, but your grand design theory works too. I mean, the portal is clearly of Titan make, and where it connected to is not necessarily known, but the idea that it connects to Argus doesn't seem far-fetched to me. Interplanetary gateways are certainly something I'm sure the Titans are capable of accomplishing in their keepers, so, I mean, if we could make them, then why can't they? So, I really do think that Argus and Azeroth were connected, and I think that this is probably how they did it. But goes to the ship that's in transit to Argus. Well, I mean, it goes through the Twisting Nether, and the ship is moving through the Twisting Nether, and when we come out, we're at Argus. But does that mean it's preset and defined as Argus as the landing point? It doesn't necessarily mean that. But it just begs the question, like, where did it go? Like, what were they using it for? And also, I'm kind of curious how they knew it was here. I'm not entirely, like, I guess I don't really fully comprehend that, how they knew that it was here. And is it possible that there were others? Like, maybe this is one of multiple gateways that existed. You know, you have these big, like, fell edifices along the other parts of the room that could be, you know, covering up or, you know, having replaced other portals or something like that. Real racists using fantasy racism as some sort of safe method of expressing themselves is so tiring. Yeah, and unfortunately in World of Warcraft, there's a fucking lot of it. So, anyway. I've just seen so much of it that I'm kind of just, like, tuned to just, like... And I shouldn't, because it's not fair, but I'm kind of tuned to assume that that's where some people are coming from. I don't think I can skip these. I'm gonna have to fight this shit. Having empathy to other intelligent species? Why would I? Well, because their skin color is different. I think it's fair to assume, given our current circumstances, IRL. I mean, it's not. I don't really. I mean, I see where you're coming from. I don't really agree. Just for the fact that like everything should be judged on a case-by-case basis, and when someone gives you the impression that that's their mindset, then that's one thing. But if we assume that it's their mindset, probably not a good thing, because we could be wrong. The more assumptions you have to make, the less likely it is to be true. Putting everyone under the same umbrella generally is bad. Yep, it's exactly what I was saying not to do in my videos, so. But it's one of those things that, like, again, I'm not, like, above it, you know? I'm not gonna sit there and be like, yeah, I've never made snap judgments on groups of people or, you know, whatever. I absolutely have. But it's just about recognizing that and trying to do better.
You were fools to follow me here.
Oh, well. About to beat that ass, KJ.
Obliteration beckons.
This fight was so hard. Tomb of Soak Garrus.
Still you resist. Then let me repay your arrogance.
And dude, there was a time where
Death reigns a
I thought
vessel
kill
for
Jaden
my
and Sargeras and fucking the Legion was so based, man. It's actually crazy when I look back on it. Like, I definitely would have. I said things like, if the Legion came to our world, I'm joining them. Like, dude, what an insane thing to say. Like, what an insane fucking thing to say in hindsight. I look at that and I'm like, damn, I can't believe I actually thought that. Like, that's crazy. And then I fucking grew up. I don't know. I feel like that was like
who will share
part of my like
your
edgy
fate?
fucking teenager phase. Like, I don't... Please. There we go. That was fucking close.
Yeah, the Legion's fucking based, bro. You gotta fucking incinerate the worlds to save the universe. Like, what?
Consume them all.
Chill.
Confront your own darkness.
Playing Destrolock on this fight was sick. You could do so much damage to the Dread Flames. Drop your Infernal on him. Havoc Cleave on that bitch. It was nasty. Warlock behavior. Yeah, I was definitely like full into the Warlock like
What is this?
mindset.
Even when your own doubts and fears are made manifest, you will not yield. Fall into dark.
Find me, champions, and I will grant you
Somehow
sight.
you survived. No matter. Look upon our wonders, you mortals, and despair. Behold the world that shall be your tomb.
Argus.
Give in.
Pretty sick.
Let it take you.
And the way that I see, you know, these portals, the Nether is like interdimensional tendrils that connect worlds via magic. And so I guess that's part of why I think that, like, the one that we were flowing through, the kind of wormhole that we were going through there, was going to Argus no matter what.
Our fates are now one. Argus will be your tomb.
Depends on their salary and the dental policy.
At least we will have died fighting. Our war
Basically grub.
isn't over yet.
Just like the 9 realms of Norse mythology.
Not while we hold the key to all worlds.
It's interesting that it's able to open a rift to Azeroth from Argus.
Khadgar, take us home.
It's not the other way around, because the Sargerite Keystone is supposed to be a key to all Legion worlds or whatever. But that power is obviously some light fire bullshit right there.
Always
And it opens from the other side. I think that's very interesting.
your gift. your faith, your vision. I never believed that Sargeras could be stopped. Perhaps you will prove me wrong.
Pyro, how could they be writing the light as bad and the Minari as relatable? There's like not even any examples of any Minari Eridar regretting anything.
Is everyone all right?
I love Velen's reaction. I love both of them, dude. They just stare stoically at that shit. Like, they're not even surprised. Velen's not even surprised.
What have you done?
Sometimes the hand of fate must be forced.
Dude, it's so Legion is so sick. Fuck, it's so sick. Ah! Ah! When I first saw that, I lost my fucking mind. That shit was crazy. It's really, I swear to God, dude, it's these moments that made me get so invested in WoW's lore. Like, Legion is the expansion that made me go, hold up. Hold up.
We welcome your help.
When we faced the Deceiver, millennia of rage flooded my heart. Hatred took hold, blinding me to every thought but revenge. Thankfully, the light helped me see that the future must not be defined by vengeance, but by hope. Your courage showed me that as well. In those last moments of Kil'jaeden's life, I had to let go of the past. Not only for my own sake, but for the memory of my son, Rakish. My spirit and mind are clear and focused. Now we take the fight to Sargeras himself. Now we end the Legion.
You are the instrument of change.
Fallen King's corrupted blades. And with that, my Legion Remix journey comes to an end. That does not look right. Oh, there we go. It's Charlemagne. Oh, yeah, dude. That is the last thing that I needed. Actually, not true. I have to do keystones. Fuck! 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 I have to do keystones. Fuck! I have to do quarter stars. Yo, anyone trying to run a couple keystones, dude? Anyone trying to run a 43 Court of Stars, dude? That Argus TP animation reminded me of your Sky's Fake video. Got some crazy ones. Legion wasn't Metzen 100%? No. No. I think Metzen, when did Metzen leave? When did Metzen leave Blizzard? September 2016. When did Legion come out? Wow. August 30th. So he left like the month after that shit came out, dude. So he did work on Legion. But it's not like he's the only one. It also had Alex Afrasiabi and other people working on it too. Dave Kosak. Yeah. Damn, I keep getting the same dumb fucking ring. So what happened to the Sargeras Keystone? The Demon Hunter's story arc is over with the end of Legion, but what happened to the Keystone? If Illidan still had the Keystone while he was imprisoned with Sargeras in the Seat of the Pantheon, in fact, he can still use the Keystone to open a way portal to return. I almost wondered if the Keystone's power was spent in that moment. I don't think we ever see the Keystone again after that. I think, like, opening that rift might have just, like, blown the whole load. You know what I'm saying? I can't say with certainty, but I don't think we ever see it again. And an interesting thing is, in the Demon Hunter class order hall, we actually retrieve it. So for those that are curious, the keystone, it's actually held in this titanic thing. Look at this.
Slayer, we received an urgent message from one of our scouts on Mardoom.
See that? It's like contained within this like weird Titan thing that like has I'm assuming like light-based runes and almost constellation like on them. And that shape in particular on there in the middle reminds me of something that you see on Sargeras' armor. On his little like dick guard thing that hangs in front. It kind of reminds me of that. A little bit. I don't know if they're related at all. But I don't know. Sargerite keystone and all? I don't know. Sargeras former Titan stuff makes sense. Yeah, I just never noticed it until I played through the campaign. Also, look at the big cosmic map, Lamau. That's reality for you. Cosmos divided will not survive what's to come. It also seems like something Illidanil might hide away in secret and not tell anyone about. Possible. Possible. I mean, I think that he's I don't know, he's a grand enough sorcerer. You might even be able to use Sargeras' power himself to accomplish the same thing. So, like, I mean, if it's Sargeras' power stored in the keystone to any degree, then, like, if you just had Sargeras' power to do some shit, then I mean, you probably wouldn't even need a keystone. Anyone need a plus 40 carry? Anyone not have the title from getting a plus 40? We'll fucking bring anyone. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're gonna do a couple plus 40s, and from it, you'll 30s, 40s, whatever they are, and you know, I want to try WoW for the first time. Should I play retail or classic? Well, let me ask you this question: do you want to play a game mode that is set in the old days with more kind of grinds and journey to max level, but that has finite content? Or would you rather play the retail version that you level to max more quickly, has significantly more world building, characters and places to visit, races to play, classes to play, but is not as grindy in terms of like the journey to max level? I personally play retail because, one, I like the gameplay better. It's faster and it's more in-depth. I prefer the attitude of the retail community better, personally. I never played vanilla, so the gameplay style does not resonate with me. It has way more raids, way more lore and world building. There's just more to it. Classic is finite, and eventually you kind of hit the point where, like, you've done all the classic content. So, that's kind of the question that I would ask. Like, they're two very different games. They're set in the same universe, but the way that they feel to play is very different. Cannot find player. I think I'm leaning to retail. And the great thing is, by having a subscription to retail, you can play both. So like classic is just included. So if you wanted to try classic and get a feel for the difference, you can do both. You don't have to buy anything extra to try that. That's one of the cool things about WoW is, you get both. We can two-man this, but any extra damage would help. Yeah, I figured we just bring some people that maybe need it. Yeah, just maybe try both and see what you prefer. Is it possible he handed it off to Khadgar for safekeeping? Maybe, but I just don't think there's any evidence to show that that's what's occurred. The gameplay changes every few X packs. Like now with no add-ons, they will change many things. Sure, I mean, the gameplay is going to be more dynamic, but it's also more than 3 fucking buttons. You know what I mean? It's one of the reasons I don't like Classic. I don't think that it's fun to be a Warlock and spam Shadow Bolt 90% of the time. I think that's boring. The pace of the play is faster in retail, and so I prefer it. There's also, like, there's several classes you can't play in Classic, depending on the version that you're playing. Right, so you can't, you know, you potentially may not be able to play certain races and classes, so that, you know, There's more freedom of choice there for retail. And it's not quite no add-ons, but they're making some changes for combat add-ons, and that's not even happening on midnight launch. That's happening in 1201 apparently. As someone who's not played WoW, watching the stream hypes me a bit for League's MMO. I hope it's good. I hope. That'd be sick. My character is whatever that says, but I'm oceanic. It shouldn't be a problem. Whoops. Why do I keep just pasting that shit? Target is unfriendly. I can't invite you because you're Alliance, which is stupid. I could put us in the group finder and you could queue for it. I'll just make the title Pyro. Just look for that. We'll do the 43 COS. Just queue up in here. That should work. I usually just recommend Classic for people who want to see the world pre-Cataclysm if you don't think about all the gameplay changes. But what does that mean to a new player? A new player doesn't even know what that means. What Cataclysm even means. And the problem with that it doesn't seem like is being considered is like there's a significant portion of the world, like, I don't know, the Dragon Isles, Northrend, Broken Isles, Kulturas, Zandalar, Pandaria, Kazalgar that you can't see in the old world. So, you know what I'm saying? It's not even pre and post Cataclysm. It's all of the additional continents or continental islands or whatever you call them. I generally like Classic for the leveling experience and just the way the open world and questing feels. I've never played it at max level though. Yeah, I just get bored. It's just like, for me, it's like very much like a slog. To me, the journey to max level, I don't really care. That's great that that's what the game was at one point. But yeah, I don't want to. It feels like just like I don't know, gigantic fucking time investment. Does anyone, before I take a random, does anyone else want to join for this? If you do a plus 40, you get a title, the Infernal, and for every dungeon we do above 20, you get a teleport to the dungeon. You don't have COS? Then get in here. Ultimately, it comes down to what you find yourself enjoying more. If you enjoy Classic more, fucking play Classic. You know, don't let anyone tell you that you're not supposed to. And if you enjoy retail more, play that shit. You know, it's really like a taste thing. But yeah, all I could really give you is my opinion, which is going to be more towards retail. I remember back in my day, we had to slowly level through zones one at a time and everything could slaughter you.
Citizens have taken up arms to defend safe houses throughout Suramar. Find innocents in peril.
Yeah, to me, that's just doesn't sound that fun. Again, the experience of World of Warcraft Classic is more about getting to max level, you know, and what that entails. And World of Warcraft retail is more about like what you do at max level, I feel like. But there's just way more content. Like, it's really not even remotely fucking close. Like, it's just there's just so much. I wish we could add more of the Nightborn transmogs. Same.
No mercy.
Did I go to the
wrong?
I went to the wrong place for COS. I'm going to Arcway. Annoying. Thanks. Plus 49 for feat achievement too. Do you get anything or just a feat of strength? Because we could probably do one. We could probably accomplish do that. I love if they put a current date tag in quests so you know when yeah, they definitely need to do some work streamlining the questing experience to get people in. I don't know, man. It's so frustrating because there's not really like a perfect... There's just not like a perfect experience. Like, I wish that there was a perfect streamlined way for people that are new to experience the story from start to finish, but it just doesn't exist. And again, the downside of it being a thing is that in the case of its existence for like Final Fantasy XIV, it's required. You can't skip it. So like, you're in for the whole ride. And that's a big turnoff for people, so I don't know. The problem with WoW is that you just out-level everything. You'll never finish an expansion because you'll out-level it before you get to the end of it. I love that about XIV, so do I, but I'm also a very story-driven kind of gamer. I care a lot about that. There's a lot of people who don't. I would like an in-game timeline where you can view with quest starters linked to clicking on an expansion button. That is so confusing. Pointing people at classic or vanilla. You're basically just saying a better UI to guide people towards experiencing content from certain different times. Yep, I agree, Summer Flares. It's a big fucking problem. The fact that when you hit max level, it just smacks you with all of the different patch content segments is a problematic. It's problematic. I had that problem in Dragonflight. I got to max level and I was like, where the fuck do I go? Like, what? Like, what where? What am I doing? You're gonna want to follow the druid.
We are ready to begin. Remember, we are watching.
Dings 80. Okay, go to Undermine and help Illyria and Koresh and go talk to Eretor and do max level delves. And yeah, it's overwhelming for new and returning players. I don't know what, they really got to figure out something. I don't know. It's like one of the biggest issues with WoW. When you're new or returning, it's just like, you never really know. You just never know. Like, you're not, it's very frustrating. Because they have to know it's a problem. But unless
Your arrival is fortuitous.
Unless you're gonna gate the ability to pick up quests for patch content behind doing the base content, which especially for the first time, you probably should, then like what else are you supposed to do? People just are big fucking baby ass whiners, and they're mad that they gotta fucking play through the story of the game to like get to the content that they want to play. So it's like, if you want to get through into Koresh and go do the Maniforge Omega, you got to do the story. Oh well, I don't want to do that. Well, fucking too bad, man. Like, if you don't want to play the game, don't play the fucking game. I don't know. I'm just like, I get to a point where like I'm not receptive to other people's opinions on it, because it's like what the fuck? You want to know what's going on, but you don't want to interact with the fucking game. I don't get it. Man, this shit has a lot of HP, dude. Holy. I'm suppressed. I'm suppressed. Yeah, doing this shit makes me realize how not powerful I actually am. That's what 600 fucking stacks of versatility will do for you. This is the part of Legion Remix that I don't like. The infinite grind that leaves your character feeling completely powerless pretty much no matter what. And I'm glad that Talus is carrying us. I appreciate that. Don't get me wrong. But, man, it would be nice to feel like I was useful. Just remix here for you. This is a good dungeon when it was current. Nice.
When two threads are spliced into each other, only one can remain.
So one overrides the other. Interesting. It still feels slow to grind verse on multiple characters, but I'm glad I got about 300 on some stronger ones. Yeah. There's an arcane power conduit if we want to get that. Mage should be able to activate it. If it's class locked, which I think they are. Can't DH use it? No. DH has a fell thing that they can click on. You can't? Maybe it's because we're in combat. Try it again. That's okay. Did they disable those? It's an arcane. If a mage can't do it, what the fuck can? They must have disabled that.
When two threads are spliced into each other, only one can remain.
I do like this much better than Pandaria Remix. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, I played it till the end. That's how you know. Pandaria Remix, I got so lost in the sauce, dude. Because I was trying to, like, treat it like almost like classic era. Where, like, I would do all the quests or whatever. But that's not really... I would, like, pay attention and do all the quests. But I don't really think that's what Remix is made for. Like, it's about the grind. And collected those collectibles. It's so interesting as well. I've seen people say on Twitter, like like this guy Skull Shorties, who I don't know if you guys are familiar with him or not, but this really exaggerated post where he was like, I really said it like 30 times, really don't want there to be a Shadowlands remix. And all I could think to myself was like, really? Why? Shadowlands has some of the most obnoxious to obtain collectibles in the entire game. You don't want them to like put in a game mode that makes it easier for us to get all of that? It's kind of a crazy take.
There's only room for one control group in this experiment.
Like, people's hate boner for Shadowlands is so insane that like they don't even seem to like conceive of how having a remix for it would actually alleviate their having to play Shadowlands.
This will even the odds.
It's like, it's really obnoxious to collect some of this shit. You got mounts that never drop things, and like, it's just real obnoxious. It took 10 days for me to get 999 versus my paladin, doing mythic and heroic raids like it was a job. Gameplay with 999 now is just being a carry for achievements. Yeah, I can imagine. And it felt like they dumped it all on us. This gated, they gated this one a bit so people would stick around, plus decor items. Yeah. I think Midnight's Remix X-Pack is going to be Wrath for a Northrend refresher. Could be. I would kill for a Shadowlands remix. I would like to have a Shadowlands remix too. Was the gameplay of Shadowlands good? All the hate I've heard was for the story. It's ironic because a lot of the people that hate on the story don't know shit about the story, but regardless of that, the Shadowlands gameplay was pretty good for the base game, but when the first patch came out and we started having to grind Torghast and Chains of Domination shit, not so much. Gameplay was some of the worst parts of Shadowlands. Especially in patch 9.1. You had like this obnoxious crafting, legendary grinding, Torghast fucking grinding that you had to do all the time. I don't know.
I've heard tell of a demonic
It wasn't fun to play. The moss sucked ass to play. They had like
Spawn
gameplay
must
restrictions, like no mounts and shit there until you did certain things to unlock the fucking mount.
Explore the area and find a way
It was
to
very
separate
annoying.
the council members.
It's very annoying to play.
Divided,
They
A
cannot
lot of
stand against
my frustration with Shadowlands came from the fact that it to me was miserable to play. But that again, the game didn't start that way. I think that the base expansion, Shadowlands expansion, was pretty fucking good. Up to like the first raid and everything was pretty tight. Yes, there was power associated with like your covenants, which should not have been a thing. But you know,
to sort the good test subjects from the bad.
Besides that, I thought the base game was pretty good. Not being able to switch covenants, yeah, and having power tied to covenants was dumb. But and again, I don't just want to say that anytime someone dislikes something that they don't know anything about it, but I really just can't stress enough that there's a lot of little Arthas fanboys that were crying about it, and people like me who were butthurt about what happened with Sylvanas without really being as familiar with her story, especially as emotionally open to her story as we should have been.
And take a look
Like,
around.
it's also just like, I don't know, dude. It's such a complicated thing. You people that go, it wasn't that complicated, but it was. I think that was also just during a weird time in the world, man. It's like during COVID and shit. And I just think like things were just in a weird place, and frankly kind of have been in a weird place fucking since COVID. It was a weird, stressful time. I know I was fucking stressed out. I didn't want to get sick. I was still going to work and shit. Like, it was a weird time. Then that was also during the time of like the scandal stuff at Blizzard with like Alex Afrasiabi and that whole thing. So fucking breast milk bandit and all that stuff. So that was honestly a big portion of why I crashed out and stopped playing WoW, because I was pretty pissed off to find out like what was going on there. So when you get a game where you hear that the devs are like not being treated well, and you have this cringe like sexual harassment stuff going on in the office, and you're simultaneously playing something that's not particularly fun to play, didn't exactly give me like much of a positive outlook for what was going on. And so I got real mad, and it ended up blowing up. I mean, it wasn't my intention. Like, I just got mad on a stream one day because someone was like, why'd you fucking quit WoW and go to this weeb-ass game or some dumb shit, as I'm sitting there playing Final Fantasy, just trying to enjoy a different game. And there was just like tons of people that, not even tons, there was people that were like coming to the defense of Blizzard and stuff like that, and I just really wasn't having any of it at the time. But I will also say that was like 5 years ago, and I think that I can personally say that I've grown emotionally a lot since then, and I would not have that same reaction today. I can tell you that much. I watch my reaction, and it's kind of painful, to be honest with you. So yeah, I don't know. Shadowlands is one of those things where I actually didn't mind the Shadowlands. I didn't mind the Jailer. I didn't really even mind like the use of Arthas's soul or none of that bothered me. What really bothered me was that I thought that Sylvanas was going to be some kind of infallible mastermind, and I didn't recognize the trauma that she had undergone and how I myself have even kind of like, you know, can relate to that, and how like, you know, people that are bullies are often bullied. People that go through trauma often end up inflicting trauma on other people. And I didn't really appreciate the gravity of what Sylvanas had gone through. And so I didn't appreciate what they did with her story. Arxon, thanks for the 18 months. But I feel, again, like as I've matured and grown up a little bit, I can realize the pain that she went through. I can realize the struggle of identity and what it means to question your own free will. Like, that's pretty deeply complicated philosophical shit that, like, 20-year-olds probably don't understand very well. You know what I mean? And I wasn't even 20 at the time. I was like 24, 25. And I still just really hadn't experienced like the growth that I needed to in order to appreciate what had been done. So, and again, you can still have a matter of opinion. You can still dislike it. You can think the line delivery is a little corny. You can feel like, how did you not realize that you were serving Sylvanas? But that's the whole point. She was so caught up in the nihilistic view that she had developed of the an unjust view of the world that she developed, that she couldn't see that she was just feeding right into Zoval's hands and basically had become the new Lich King. She didn't even realize it. She didn't. And the saddest thing is, Sylvanas became the Lich King without ever picking up a Mournblade and without ever, well, technically Kingsmourn, and without ever putting on a helmet of domination. Arthas got tricked into it and became a pawn of the Lich King. Sylvanas did it willingly. And I think that's one of the most tragic parts of her story is, and I didn't appreciate that at all. I didn't get it. And because I was so, you know, flustered at the time by how I interpreted her story, I never even played patch 9.2 Chains of Domination. I never really like got to the point where we met the Primus. I never understood like the deeper storytelling that they were trying to do in Shadowlands. I didn't even realize that Zoval wasn't actually the jailer. I was one of those people that thought he was just like this kind of hollow surface level kind of fucking goober, and I had no idea. While I did know that the Primus was the rune carver, I never realized that the Primus was the jailer, because I quit the game before we ever saw the Primus in the game, which is what reveals that he's the jailer. Because when you take him and contrast him against the fucking against the art, the concept art of the jailer, you realize pretty fucking quick that like he is the jailer. Aren't I supposed to be able to see this fucking person with this thing? What kind of horse shit is that? Axrin got my name in the sum amount wrong? Oh, I didn't. It says 18 months right there. Resubscribe for 18 months. But I did get your name wrong. I said Arxin instead of Axrin. I'm fucking playing this game, damn it. Not on the first floor. Spectral sight. I mean, I don't fucking see anyone up here either. Okay, light vest, female pouch. Gloves. She's right here. No, she's not. I lied. Is it that one? That's not a light vest, is it? Cape. Oh, it's right fucking here. I don't think Spectral Sight got removed. I'm pretty sure she just glowed red. You guys saw when I came in how I popped Spectral Sight and it didn't show it, right? But just now it did. We all saw that, right? I thought you had to talk to all 5 before you can see him. Oh, okay. You gotta still collect the clues. But then it'll just be... Okay, I gotcha. I see. It didn't help that what you thought is also what almost every lore YouTuber was spewing at the time. I hate to say this as well, man, but like, I feel like going to Final Fantasy and just experiencing a different narrative style and experiencing more like world building and stuff, I honestly think it made me better at understanding and predicting World of Warcraft. Like, honestly, like some of my old videos, I say some like kind of crazy shit, and some of it's been right and some of it hasn't. But I really feel like there's been like a, I don't know, I think a pretty big evolution in terms of like what I choose to focus, like speculate on, and like the meaning of it, and like recognizing themes and repeating storylines and all that stuff. Like I don't know, I think my comprehension of it is way better than it used to be personally. So it was nice to take a break and to come back and like give it another chance and like learn what domination really was, and like try to relate it to order and think about the Primus, and like, I don't know, just go through the process without having a tainted view, you know, an angry view, one that assumed that it was dog shit, or one that assumed that Blizzard just sucked and didn't know what they were talking about, you know? Because that's like the arrogant, angry response that I gave initially. You know, I could write a fucking better story than Steve de Snoozer with my fucking eyes closed or some dumb shit. No, I couldn't, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? What an idiotic thing to say. But people just rallied behind it because they didn't fucking know any better either. So like, they're like, yeah, Pyro, yo, fucking based. And now I watch it and I'm like, God, that's fucking cringe, dude. It's so fucking cringe. It's fucking cringe. Yeah. It is what it is, though. Like, you live, you learn, you grow, you come back with a different perspective. That's what's supposed to fucking happen. I think, anyway, but, you know. Or you can just cement yourself in your perspective and GG, you know? I don't want to think about it any deeper. I don't have to. I'm just going to say it's dog shit so I don't have to ever fucking think about it again. I can just make rage bait content on my YouTube channel to bait people into fucking thinking things that aren't even objectively true because I don't actually study or know anything about the fucking lore like other people do. But hey, you know. Did you guys know the whole Shadowlands is retcon? Did you guys hear about that? They retcon all of the Shadowlands. They actually only kept the good stuff, actually. And the first ones are retconned, by the way. They were never positioned as potentially not even existent mythological creatures that are based entirely in philosophy and conjecture from other people's perspectives. Never. That's, you know, that's fake. And they definitely didn't have a realm that was comprised of pretty much entirely robots. And the Titans didn't order the Shadowlands. And it's a retcon that the Shadowlands is ordered. Anyway. You know what I mean? All right, my keystone turned into a 45 maw. Yeah, how about not? I can't change that. What did you get, Talus? Karazhan, come on. Cathedral. That's not one of the ones that you can get a portal for, is it? Dude, how come I can't remember? There was never any signs of the Shadowlands being ordered. Nope, never, not once. I can't use anything in here. What a fucking joke. Darkheart Thicket, which I have. Halls of Valor, done. I need Return to Kara. Blackrook Hold is done. And Neltharian's Lair. So I need Karazhan and Nelth's Lair. Kara and Nelth. Kara and Nelth. Kara and Nelth. Kara and Nelth. Do you really think they eventually lean fully into the Primus as the Jailer story later on? I mean, I think they have to. Like, the story to me doesn't really make sense unless they do. Like, I don't know. I feel like they have to. You're missing Nelths as well. Anyone want to join for a 40 or really 20 or more Neltharian's Lair? Anyone got a key? Anyone got a key for that or Kara? No problem, Shepard. Thanks for coming. Save Nelth for last. That shit's a breeze. They're all good. They're all a breeze, to be honest with you. We can downgrade our keys if we want. Yeah, but they're not. Oh, then you mean just finish them and then get something different? We could. Cast, do you have a key? I think the story of Shadowlands would have been much more well received if initially that were the main plot. I mean, it is the main plot, but they tried to keep it as a secret up until like the very end, and unfortunately, people did not put the pieces together. Like, people didn't get it. Like, I don't and you know, this is anecdotal. I don't fucking know everything that happened, but no one seemed to have taken the here's the Primus, here's that concept art of the Jailer. We are told explicitly that the Jailer created, or that the Primus created domination, came up with the blueprints for Frostmourne, came up with the blueprints for the Helm of Domination, and used domination on Zoval, imprisoning him. This guy's the Jailer. Up until later, after the expansion had been done, no one had said that. At least no one, you know, with a YouTube channel. Like, and even still, people don't see it. They don't get it. And again, it's because Shadowlands told an intricate story that some of the details of would only be understood by people who were really paying attention. Like, one of the core, like, systems of Shadowlands is the soul binding aspect. The lore behind soul binding and how it works expresses things that teach you why the view of Zoval and the final cinematic was from the Primus, and why you can hear chains like rattling on him. It's because the Primus is the fucking Jailer. So Zoval comes off as this like dim-witted, like boring fucking mustache-twirling idiot villain because he kind of is. Because he's just a drone. Like, it's funny because they show you when Anduin is being controlled how he basically is emotionless, expressionless, you know, nothing of significance going on behind those eyes at all. Zoval's the exact same way. The exact same way. You know, the Primus, we end up freeing the Primus, and then he immediately creates a simulacrum of himself that can not only rune carve, but looks exactly like him and stays back in the oubliette where we find him. Like, what the fuck is that shit? Think about, like, Odin using Javi, this, like, blue-eyed fucking Vrykul dude, to basically project himself outside of the place where he was locked up in, like the Primus, and like communicate with us, even though he's not supposed to really even be able to get out. Zoval's just a vessel for someone else's scheme. That's it. Just like Arthas, he was just a fucking vessel for someone else's scheme. It was never really Arthas in control. We need a Nell Slayer or a Karazhan. Not enough hype moments in Aura. Zoval opening up the portal to Zareth Mortis in the cinematic was kind of textbook Aura farming. Yeah, dude, I think that cinematic, you know, looking back on it now, I think that cinematic's pretty fucking badass. It was hype, yeah. You have a 32 Nell Slayer? Get the fuck in here. Get in here. Just let me know your character name and server. People were checked out by that point, yes. And this is where, again, if they had the whole thing built up and could deliver it in one go, it would have been better. But the fact that people have to wait, you know, I think that's a big struggle, because that's what happened with me, even myself. I got fed up with it before I got to the part that was dope. And I think one thing that's kind of interesting about human behavior is even when we're acting out, when we have people rally around us and confirm our point of view and perspective, we tend to sink further into it. So instead of having my view challenged really in any way, I just was like, okay, people agree with me. I guess I'm right about this. And that's like a kind of a bit of I think a logical fallacy. Just because people agree with you doesn't mean you're right about it. It's not the case. It's possible for multiple people to be wrong. Target is unfriendly. I'll have to queue us. I'm just going to name it Pyro. That's why I never agree with you. Yep. Yep. But yeah, again, at the time, a lot of people were fucking losing their minds. Sometimes isolation does help with perspective if you're willing to reflect, though that can be its own echo chamber too. Sure. Media literacy in a nutshell, and just literary analysis. I can't stand watching TV shows and movies nowadays because they usually tailor them to people that don't want a good story. I'm tired of figuring out a story 30% through it. I can very much relate to that. And sometimes I get it wrong. Sometimes I get it wrong. Not every single time, but yeah. It does kind of feel that way. Like, that also comes with, again, yeah, being able to perform like media and literary analysis. Not always just text, but media analysis in general. Being able to recognize like, oh, they showed this thing here. That's probably gonna get used. And there's only so many ways in which you can use it. It's like Chekhov's gun. It's that type of shit. Like, oh, what is a common trope for this situation? What's a common way this gets spun? Oh, turns out that's what it was. You know? They're gonna come back at this moment. They're gonna come back riding on the fucking on the dragon or on the fucking hot air balloon or whatever the fuck it is. Like, it's just I think that what people struggle with, and maybe it comes from a place of just thinking that WoW's storytelling is shallow in the first place, but it's like people thinking that the details don't matter and that like they're just telling you information for no reason, which is this very like idiotic, ignorant perspective, in my opinion. Anyone want to come to a plus 32 Nels? You don't even have to have the key. I'll just fucking bring you. and it's kind of annoying because it's like, yeah, you're right. There's no depth to anything. Blizzard is just completely idiotic and incompetent. They don't know what they're doing. I can't just accept? Is this you? Oh. Yeah, so... And I feel like this shit ties back to, like, critical thinking. And a little bit of, like, optimism. People are just so fucking pessimistic about media. Everything sucks. No one knows what they're doing. It's fucking woke. It's garbage. It's bad, right? Like, and it's just... You have so many people that just, like, spout their fucking opinion off constantly. And they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. And so they give because they're in a position of influence, they give other people the impression that, like, that what they're saying is correct. And there's people out there that do not seem to respect the boundary between having an opinion and actually analyzing media. It's very annoying. It's like thinking that you're a fucking lawyer because you went on fucking some kind of law website and read a couple things, or thinking you're a fucking doctor or some, you know what I mean? Like, it's like just because you have an opinion about some shit and you read a thing one time doesn't mean you know what the fuck you're talking about. It's annoying. And nowadays, that seems to be, you know, just having an opinion, especially one that other people can, like, rally behind or whatever, is equally as valuable to people as actually analyzing something. It's frustrating. Do you have a video on your channel that explains the Shadowlands storyline, like the Jailer Primus first one stuff? I'm really interested in Shadowlands story, but it confuses me. I have some stuff, but I think it might have been pulled from, like, my stream that you can look up. It's a video called, like, What If I Told You the Primus is the Jailer? There's also a really good video made by a Discordian Kitty, spelled exactly how it sounds, talking about the Primus being the jailer as well. And I think that given that that's a full-blown edited, scripted video, you'd probably have even better luck maybe watching that one. Because it just puts it together, I think, more cohesively and more in an easier to digest manner. For me, especially when it's live stream clips, you're going to get a lot of like kind of rambling. And I'll pull up things to like show what I'm talking about, but it's not, that video in particular is not like a structured video like some of my more recent ones have been. And it was actually, it's funny because Discordian Kitty's actually been really nice. It's funny because when I came back and played the game, I hadn't seen her video. And when I played, I was like, oh my god, the Primus is the jailer. Like, it finally clicked for me. And so, understandably, she thought that I had seen her video and copied it, and that's why I talked about it in my video. That actually wasn't the case. I didn't even know the video existed. We ended up talking about that in private and clearing that up. I was like, no, I genuinely had never seen the video. Like, it's really good. I ended up watching it after. And it's great that, you know, you recognize the same things, and it's reassuring that that's the case. So it ended up being a good thing after all. And then Discordian Kitty actually can do editing for like Wowhead as well, I think. Actually, or maybe is it Wowhead articles? I think she went back and amended a Wowhead article that claimed that I had leaked the jailer image. Because she actually hit me up and was like, did you actually leak the jailer image? And I was like, no, someone else did on Twitter, and it was posted, and other people got the screen grab of it, and they sent it to me, and then I made a video about it, so people started saying that I leaked the fucking jailer. That's not true. I did not leak the fucking jailer. And so she actually went back and amended an article about it, clarifying that, like, it had been leaked on Twitter and taking my name off of it, which doesn't make any difference now. But ultimately, it still felt like an act of, you know, of good, you know, good graces or whatever, kind of a nice thing for someone to do that they didn't have to do, because I think she realized that, like, it really bothered me that people just said that. They're like, oh, but it's in Pyro's video, I guess he's the leaker. Like, nope. Nope. Not the leak. You think I got invited to Blizzard to, like, to take a tour and I took a picture and then posted it on Twitter? Do you think I'm fucking brain dead? Like, no. Blizzard would never invite me, first of all, so no, how could I have possibly fucking done that? And second of all, no, it was posted by this other person. So yeah, it definitely struck me as like some journalistic integrity, and I really appreciate that. Because ultimately, while I will accept the responsibility for the continued spreading of the leaked jailer image through my video, I also have to point out that no one understood it anyways. So it's like, it wasn't a big deal. There's people that like, they changed the Shadowlands storyline because you leaked it. There's people that like try to say that it's my fault. Like, eat a fucking dick, dude. First of all, I didn't leak that shit. Second of all, you're an idiot. Third of all, none of us made the connection that the Primus was the jailer until after the expansion was done. So shut the fuck up. So yeah, that's how I feel about that. Anyway, what's the new key? That's all the portals? I need Karazhan. Grats, if you got all the portals. Why won't she change my key? Oh, it's because it's too high of a level. I have to decrease my key in order to re-roll it because it's too high. Well, that's okay. We can maybe find a group for Kara. Kara's the worst one. I have to be honest. I fucking hate running Karazhan. I can nuke my key. Does that mean just delete it? Or so what would that mean? Would you downgrade it and then delete it, or would you just downgrade it, or what does that mean? I remember seeing that image long before I knew of your content and video, so yeah, it's bullshit people want to assume. Well, it depends on where you saw it, because Icy Veins reported the same thing, that I leaked it. There's one thing I can't fucking stand, and it's being blamed for some shit that I did not do. Again, I will take responsibility for the parts that I did do, but this shit where, like, they just say that it was me is bullshit. It's not true. It's not true. And I've said multiple times who it is, so it's not a fucking mystery. It irritates me. I feel like I kind of got thrown under the fucking bus a little bit. There were people that tried to talk me out of it because I wasn't the only person that had seen it. Taliesin had fucking seen it too, which is why he messaged me in DMs and told me that I shouldn't fucking put it in a video. But I was like, why? It's already gonna get posted elsewhere anyway. Why fucking not? So maybe he was trying to protect me, or I don't know what it was. Maybe he was just trying to be a nice guy, but I didn't fucking listen to him. I said, fuck you. I'm posting that shit. Not like I get invited to shit by Blizzard anyways. I don't give a fuck. What do I got to lose? I don't think it was worth it, though. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. It would have got posted anyways. Again, it was sent to me from someone else who'd already taken the screenshot. They're like, this person posted it. You gotta fucking see this. Who was it? I mean, I don't see I don't see how I'm like the fucking bad guy for telling the truth about who it was. So I'll just tell you. I was told, because I never saw the original post, I was told that it was posted by Fandy. That she leaked it on Twitter. And that people like Perculia and some other people from Wowhead hit her up on the post and said, you should take that down right now. And so she did, but she didn't do it fast enough. So other people got the picture and sent it to at the time, because I would look at anything that was like leaks, spoilers, whatever. I'd look at beta, PTR, I didn't give a fuck. So someone sent it to me and I was like, that's fucking insane. Like, that's crazy. So then I put it in a video, and then yeah, that, you know, the story goes from there. So but you know how it goes. There's no point now. I mean, it's been fucking 5 years, but, you know, no one ever stepped forward to take responsibility for what they did or the fact that they posted it. You know what I mean? It was just Pyro did that, you know? I feel like I got scapegoated there a little bit, which really pisses me off. But anyway, I've obviously not got over it. It is what it is. I keep getting this stupid fucking Glimmer Bloom. Okay, so we need a Kara key. Sorry. Maybe we can join a group. Lowered my key. So where do you lower that shit? Is there a panda chick around here that you can lower that shit? Where do you actually do that? Is it this? Oh, Mythic Keystones. Lindormi. Reduce my key. Can't lower than reroll if already completed the dungeon. Yeah, we'd have to do another one. I mean, I can just bring my keystone down to like a 20. We can just blast the fuck out of a Maw of Souls and then see what key I get, and then you can reduce. What level's your keystone? Did you just bring it to a 20? And this is, you know, I feel like that whole jailer leak thing, that taught me something about human behavior that has been reaffirmed to me since then. And that is that as long as people either stay silent about what they've actually done or people form a narrative, the truth doesn't actually matter. People don't give a fuck. Especially media outlets, they're going to report on something whether they know it's true or not. And that's where the integrity of journalism has absolutely fucking died. Because it's just about getting the clicks and getting people engaged, and that's all they fucking care about. It's not about actually knowing the truth. So people will believe shit that isn't true, objectively not true to reality. Oh, I dropped mine to 2021, so that's my bad. I guess I fucked that up. They'll believe a story if it sounds good enough to them. People want to be first to market and don't care about accuracy. Yep. Well, I made mine a 21 like an idiot because I didn't read your message. If anyone's dropping their key, does anyone have a 21? That's useless. I can re-roll off it because I'm at 20. Yeah, it has to be at the same or less, I'm pretty sure. Sucks how that ruins people's reputation just for someone to get some money. And it didn't, like... I don't know that it, like, ruined my reputation. I think I've done far more damage to my own reputation than the whole jailer thing ever did. But it's annoying that it still, like, comes up now. It's annoying. Do you think it was true and Blizz pivoted? No. Of course I don't think it's true. That's fucking idiotic. No. No, because information without context doesn't mean anything. And again, if someone had seen the leaked image and gone, oh my god, that's the Primus, maybe it would have made a difference, but no. No one knew what the Primus looked like, so no one... Guys, that's why the story gets perpetuated. That's why people say... Oh, it's so lame that the concept art of the jailer ended up not being the way that he looked in the game. That's why that's a common opinion, because no one understood that the jailer is the Primus. So they go, oh yeah, they gave him this lame-ass bald thing in the game, like not getting it at all. People did not get it. So no, I don't think it was consequential to the way they told the story. I just think that they failed to tell the story in a compelling fucking way. They tried to be like too sneaky and like coy about it. It's very fucking annoying. They should have just made it fucking clear that the Primus was the jailer. And there's a fucking reason why they're going back now and being like, oh yeah, by the way, the fucking Shadowlands is ordered. Like, which it literally said in the opening cinematic. And again, people are like, oh, it's ordered? It's fucking ordered now? Yeah, it said that in the fucking opening cinematic. But, you know, when we fucking choose what we hear, then, you know, that's what fucking happens. No, I don't think that they pivoted. I think that they told the story that they intended to tell. I just don't think they did it very well. We're supposed to be suspicious of the Primus. You're supposed to do the reading on the Primus and realize that he's a master tactician and it doesn't make any sense that he fucking fell into the jailer's trap when he's the one that dominated him. Doesn't make any goddamn sense. We're supposed to realize that he's like working in the background, the way he makes simulacrums of himself, the way that he's the alleged inventor of domination, the way that he is the one who made the fucking blueprints for Frostmourne and all that shit. The way that you can hear his voice layered behind Zoval's as he speaks to him, all who wield my blade, and the way that he looks down at Zoval at the fucking final cinematic because their memories are blending together because they're soul-bound to each other. Like, these are mechanics explained in... Wow. These are mechanics explained in Shadowlands, but when people just pretend like none of them are real, that they don't make any difference or that they're not relevant, then guess what? People are going to continue to go on with that mindset and not realize that they're wrong. It's a shame, because is the Shadowlands perfect? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Absolutely not. Could it have been written better and portrayed better? Yes. But is it quite what people make it out to be? I don't think so. I don't think so. Primus is sneaky and sus for sure. I mean, it's not like speculate. Like, when I say things like the Primus created domination and used it on Zoval, it's not even speculation. And I think that there are people that think it is speculation because they don't know the content of the expansion. It's a sick transmog. I'm jealous. I don't have the horns and I don't have the feet. I don't think I have the feet. Actually, maybe I do have the feet. I don't know, Pyro, but others told me they retcon the Shadowlands. Yeah, and since when in the fuck, man? Never mind. I'm not even gonna get into that, man. Let's just say we have topical experts for a fucking reason, man. And that if you really want to hear, like, analysis and opinions about things like story, maybe you should fucking look to someone who's known for their story interpretations and shit like that. Who's known for, like, dissecting and analyzing lore. Maybe that's where people should look. I got a COS. Halls. I mean, that was fast as fuck. Vault. Fucking hell, dude. All right, you want to... What is fastest of those? You think Halls of Valor? There's a lot of RP. Halls of Valor or Vault? HOV's fast. Let's do Hov real quick. We can also get to Hov really quick. It's actually, I mean, we could teleport there. We can split. True. Yeah. I know, Summer. I know. I'm just teasing. I'm not teasing. I get that you're teasing. I'm pretty sure I actually found your channel from your video about the Void Corrupted planet that looked like vines and the Old God speculation with it and ENR and stuff. Yeah, the truth of the Old Gods. Like Old Gods Mega Theory. Whatever the fuck that video was titled. Which you don't have to remix? Well, I was gonna play Cyberpunk 2077 today, but then I just played World of Warcraft all day. So that didn't happen. Classic. You continue to make Pan Am wait. I know, dude, I'm the worst. And look, you know, I'm sorry if it, you know. Let me go knock my key down then. You know, I'm sorry if it comes off like I'm just talking shit, but I'm not, you know, I haven't personally attacked anybody, and I also haven't told you anything that isn't true. So, people might not like what they hear, but at the end of the day, I'm not speaking any fucking lies. So, it is what it is. People deserve to be fucking criticized sometimes. And called out for disingenuous shit. So, Lord knows I have. What game you doing after Cyberpunk, after finishing? I have no idea. I have no idea. I gotta finish Expedition 33's DLC. Which I don't have that much left. And I gotta finish... I gotta finish, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth too. Maybe a shorter game or something would be nice. Yeah. Maybe like Undertale. Below Zero? I mean, I do want to play Below Zero. I feel like that'd probably be a pretty good one. I just don't know if that many people would want to watch me play that. The first Subnautica was definitely worth playing through. I really enjoyed that. There were so many good moments. If you need help, need a build to help with Oskio, I can give you what I used. Nah, I just need to just like turn down the fucking difficulty instead of insisting that he has a million HP and fucking making it harder for myself than it has to be. He say, y'all go left. He went right. Okay, I'm a fucking idiot. I think this is a portal to the Emerald Dream, by the way. Like, Light Dream, like, connection there. Fields of Eternal Hunt, or whatever the fuck it's called. You got, like, a big old, almost, like, Wild God-esque, you know, wolf running around in there. I don't know. I've never played Life is Strange, no. Shorter game, Baldur's Gate, in and out, 20 minutes easy. True, just like UCOB. UCOB, easy 20 minutes in and out. A little bit of tea, 20 minutes in and out. Warframe Story Quest could be fun for you to stream. Warframe could be. I assume it's a lot, though. I could play Mage Seeker. Feed the League fans a little bit. It's been a minute. It makes sense that the Halls of Valor were once part of Ulduar. That Ionar and Freya would have a connection to the dream from Ulduar. Maybe, but I also don't think the Halls of Valor were necessarily even truly a part of Ulduar. It seems like horse shit. The entrance to the Halls of Valor is not near Northrend. I mean, it kind of is, but I don't think it was part of Ulduar. And the architectural style is not the same at all. So, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Ulduar is relatively uniform. And so maybe they were just limited by the resources that they had at the time in Wrath. Because, you know, different eras of gaming and all that. But it doesn't look anything like Ulduar. So, it's weird. I do have some other Telltale games I could play, like The Wolf Among Us and The Walking Dead. It could be that only part of the halls were in Ulduar and Odin expanded them and redesigned the architecture. Where does the idea that the Halls of Valor come from Ulduar come from? The Chronicle. Looking forward to Last Titan update of the zone. You mean Storm Peaks and all that? Yeah. What about games like Detroit Become Human? It's pretty short. Is it actually short? I own that game. Yeah, I can't wait for a remade Storm Peaks. I think it's going to be fucking nuts. The Wolf Among Us is actually really fun. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed Dispatch. It would just depend on if people gave a fuck to watch it, you know? Sometimes I can, like, make exceptions and play games that, you know, people aren't too interested in seeing. But, you know, generally, you know, play what draws the audience as long as you enjoy it. But I can't be streaming some shit that like 60 people want to watch, you know what I mean? Storm Peaks design around dragon riding too. Holy, yeah, that'll be sick. I look forward to that very much. Around 10 hours if you consider that short. Detroit Become Human's only 10 hours? 8 to 12 hours for the first playthrough? Really? Yeah, I hope they do another set of episodes, season 2 for Dispatch. That game's fucking awesome. And it's got so many people that I just adore in it. So many of the voice actors and actresses. You Googled it? You look at like how long to beat or whatever? I think I know the twist for that game already, though. I think I'm like kind of I think I got spoiled on that game. I think I already know what the twist is. I mean, I understand the entire concept. I'm pretty sure I know like the twist at the end. So that's kind of a bummer. Pretty sure they already announced season 2. I think that is right. I think I've heard that. Why is Odin still like... Maw of Soul. I got another Maw of Souls. Odin. You fucking idiot. I'm just gonna kill him. You deserve this, Odin. Detroit's one of the best game of choices matter. Yeah. Tactics Remaster could be a fun game to stream. Yeah, okay, dude. Alright, well. I really don't think that I would enjoy Tactics. Halls again? Yeah. We could do like 1 or 2 more, and then we can throw in the towel. I don't want to just sit around and farm it forever. If we happen to get a Kara key, we get one. If we don't, you know, it's whatever. Nuking my key to 20 again? Alright. Detroit's good because it's AI about AI taking over the world. We can do halls, and if we don't get one from that, then we can do Maw, and if we don't get one from that, then we can call it. If we don't get one from the next 2 dungeons, then just fuck it. Fuck it. It's whatever. I'll try it again later on a different fucking time. Let me reset the dungeon once you're out, though. What are you farming trying to get? I did reset just now. We're trying to get a Karazhan, a Karazhan key. Look at this chick teleporting into the Halls of Valor, by the way. The Chosen. That's how it looks to go into the halls. These like teleporter pads. You're right about it being one of the best stories. I mean, I'm sure the story's good. I just can't play games that I don't think are fun, even if the story's good. Like, I enjoyed the story of what I had got through anyway, of what was that League game that I was, Ruined King, but the gameplay just sucked. Do you have any interest in horror games? Maybe. I've never really streamed a horror game. But I mean, you guys know how I am. I get like pretty into games, so that's, you know, that'd probably scare the shit out of me. Which would probably be good for you, because that'd be fun to watch. You know? I have Soma. Are the Halls of Valor in heaven type of thing? I definitely think they're closer to the realm of light than other places. Like, Helheim is closer to the realm, the Shadowlands. And I think that the halls are either closer to the dream or closer to, like, the realm of light, whatever you would call that. I'm just going to stand here in the main hall because I'm not actually going to speed up either thing that either of these people that have split are doing. Because they both have, like, a fucking million trillion stacks of versatility. So, Soma's short and good. Yeah, maybe I could just do that. Some real short games. We're in the light lands, yeah. Since now how we define realms, even ones that already have names, we just add whatever cosmic force they are in front of the word lands, and we just call it that. The light lands, the life lands, the void lands, the death lands. Funny how death and shadow aren't being associated with one another. It's funny how the Chronicle map makes it out to be like there's shadow and void, but sometimes it's called void, but sometimes it's called shadow. It's fucking stupid. Death is shadow. If light is life and death is shadow, then fucking, it doesn't... It's just dumb. The fucking Shadowlands. Oh. I guess it must be full of void, right? Did you kill the dog before he phased? Well, that dog got smacked down. Got the big smackdown. It's called Shadowlands. That's hilarious. Yeah, it's a realm of death. But people don't associate shadow with death, which is funny because we literally use the term the shadow of death, right? It's goofy. Shadow word pain. How about the one shadow word death? People also, for some reason, don't commonly associate death with decay, even though you have a spell called Death and Decay. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. If life is associated with spirit, why would death not be associated with decay? Doesn't make any sense. Shadow word job application. Yeah, that's truest torment. There's another name for that. It's called Devouring Plague. The Chronicle Forces map thing shows shadow as the opposite of light and shows holy / void as specific forms. It actually doesn't. There's a reason why one is written light, holy as a magical manifestation of light, Naru as a being manifestation of holy. On this side, you have shadow, shadow void, then void lords, then old gods. It doesn't make any fucking sense. I've long called out how this map is flawed. Every single tier has 3: life, nature, wild gods, disorder, fell, burning legion. But here, shadow void, void lords, old gods. If you just read the shadow priest class description, like if you open up the menu here and you read shadow priest, it actually, and there's other instances of this being the case too, it actually separates shadow and void consistently. Sinister shadow magic and terrifying void magics. It never is the same thing. It's because shadow and void aren't the same. Are they probably closely related? Yes, but they're not the same. Shadow should be more associated with death. Decay. Realms of nightmarish decay. Alright, Ma, then if we don't get, fuck it. Knock keys down to 20, please. Shadowlands canon exists without a light source, where void is more like nothingness, I think. Shadow cannot exist. Well, void isn't nothingness either. Void emits violet light. Even void isn't completely devoid of light. That's the irony of it. If it was, it would just be pure black. It would have no purple, no blue. It would have nothing. But the fact is that light has void in it, and void has light in it as well, so. Something about the way that the Chronicle chart is depicted is wrong. I mean, not just something. A lot of it is wrong, but... What's funny is that if shadow equals void, then why the fuck did Death Knights deal shadow damage, aka void damage? Exactly. There's a pretty clear difference between, like, death spells, death and decay spells, and void spells, right? Void spells tend to deal with madness, gravity, entropy, stuff like that. Whereas shadow spells tend to deal with death, decay, diseases, right? It's yeah, it's different. Wasn't there originally concept in the map for a higher light power called Archons or some shit to mirror the Void Lords? I know it didn't make it to the final, but I wonder if that will ever be revisited. It could be, you know, whatever's inside Beladar. It could end up being Elune, or it could just be things like the fucking Prime Naru, right? The Prime Naru being kind of like the antithesis and reflection of Void Lords, because ultimately we see Naru turn into void entities and all sorts of shit like that anyway. So like they already should be associated with one another. If on one side you're gonna have Void Lords and stuff like that, and it's part of the reason as well why like I don't think the old gods should be on the shadow tier either. They could be a couple things. They could be the raw, you know, corrupted creation from Azeroth. They could be the former lords of shadow that lorded over the realm of death. They could be entities of life that have been corrupted by void. Like but I'm quite certain they don't just go on the shadow tier. Do you think it's bad design from Blizzard or it's intentional to show that Titans are bullshitting us? I think it's intentionally done to show that the Titans are bullshitting us. No, I don't think it's like, no. It's Blizzard being fucking dumb? No. Someone has the COS. I think oh my god, I changed my key from a fucking maw to a court. And so we don't have a maw key, do we? What keys do we have? I have a Shara. I fucked it up, dude. I'm sorry. Black Rook hold. I use my teleport here, too. What a fucking idiot. Sorry about that. I fucked up. Do you prefer stories with a true north of good? No. No. It's not realistic. And it allows people to just hide behind alignment with good to do terrible, shitty fucking things. Just like people do with religion in real life, so no. Well, God told me to annihilate you because you're a different type of person than me, you know? So it's the right thing to do. Our crusades are justified because they're holy. God told me to kill you. So. I don't like it. Dictating what is good will absolutely only lead to Puritanism, which is bad. I'm also not like, you know, who am I to say, I guess, but the idea that there's just like absolute good and absolute evil, even in Tolkien's works, is hilarious to me, as I discussed at length on my stream yesterday. Because the evil that exists in the world is wrought by the free will granted to Morgoth by Eru Ilúvatar. Eru knew that it would lead to evil. The expression of evil is literally done intentionally by Eru in order to bring about brighter hope and greater futures. To me, that's the whole premise. Like, it's not like Morgoth he decided he was gonna be evil and, you know, Eru had no say in the matter. It's the design. It's the design. It's the design. Did it on purpose. Because in order to bring greater light and greater hope and to have the, you know, mortal races and shit, you know, rise from the conflict, you have to have the conflict. Eru had to introduce conflict somehow. The designs were greater than what the Valar could have accomplished just on their own, right? So the point is, like, I'll make the Valar, give them each portion of the song. Part of what Melkor takes is gonna lead him to doing bad stuff. There's no fucking way that he didn't know that it was gonna lead there. People make the argument, well, he gave them the choice to do bad stuff. Yeah, well then, why put the fucking serpent in the garden? You know what I mean? Why put it there? You playing games? Like, you know that it's gonna lead them to good and evil. You know that it's gonna make them, you know, like God or whatever, as God is. And you know that evil's gonna be wrought. But the idea is that the evil is part of the system too. Whether people like to fucking accept that or not is up to them. You know? That's a reference to soul-making theology, aka allowing evil for greater goods to exist. Tolkien is Catholic, done on purpose. Not a bad idea, but it's super silly. I don't really think it's that silly, to be honest with you. Because we have to reconcile it with what we experience in real life. And given what I've seen as a result of the free will that people have, there is no existence without bad. It's not a thing. So you can fantasize about it, but it's not real. Like, that's the way I see it. It's not realistic. People, as long as they have the free will to do so, will always do bad things. Maybe that's just like a cynical way of handling it, because I don't have a solution for how you would stop people from doing it. But I think that without flat out controlling people, like, there is no way. There is no way. People will always choose to do evil from certain perspectives if they have the ability to do so. The only way to solve the problem is to erase free will. Gotta know the good to know the bad. Gotta know the bad to know the good. Gotta know dark to know light. Gotta know chaos to know order. These things are contextual. They don't mean anything without something to contrast against. Good is not a thing when there is no evil. It's not real. It's just what is. And if you could just make a utopian thing that just is, then that's what Eru should have done, huh? But it isn't. He made something that could be flawed on purpose. So, that's how I interpret that. Nick Locke, thanks for the membership on YouTube. And when will I play more Cyberpunk? I was supposed to play some today, so I apologize. I didn't. I got kind of wrapped up in World of Warcraft today and realized I had a bunch of stuff to do on Remix, so... It's like emotions without sadness. You'd never actually feel happiness. Yes, because they don't have any context by themselves. It would just be the state of being. There's not even a description for it. It's not even joy. I mean, and it goes both ways. Like sadness and melancholy and despair aren't a thing unless you have something like hope and happiness to contrast them against. That's you know, that's the philosophy surrounding it anyway. And if you think it's silly, then I guess, you know, this is something that they explore in Final Fantasy XIV as well. Where, like, there are societies with different perspectives and ways of looking at emotions and the future, and they explore different options via, like, the Ea, and, which is an ironic name, considering the discussion. And I forget what the other ones are called, actually. But they're all basically like one of them specifically is basically about like an example of what happens without contrast, what that looks like, and eventually it doesn't turn out very good. Tolkien would probably disagree. I don't, as Christians say good can exist without evil. God can exist without those acting against his will, hence why I said it was silly. You need the contrast. Read that again. Anyone get the key that they were after? I have a Shara. Vault. Archway. I give up for now. Oh, you're saying that the idea, so you're saying that you agree that the contrast needs to exist effectively. That's saying that like absolute good is effectively like meaningless without something to contrast it against. Yeah, okay. Cool. We are in agreement then. And I don't know if Tolkien, I don't know because he says that while there is roots in the Catholic view, his intention, at least his intention, is that it isn't reduced to allegory. Unfortunately, people will always find allegory, especially in works such as that. And I've watched some interviews and stuff with him before as well. That I guess maybe I'm misinterpreting his intention. Because I guess I was under the impression that Tolkien was elaborating on the contrast as well. But maybe I'm mistaken in that. Maybe I think that he's doing that, but that's not what he's doing. Because the way that, when I read the Silmarillion, the way that I interpreted the acts of Eru and how Morgoth became, it seemed to me that the intention was to illustrate the necessity of contrast. Did he say it's not an allegory? Yeah. Absolutely. It's written in the foreword of the book. And it's confirmed by his son as well, or grandson, son, whomever was the intended curator of the stories after the fact. And it says, yeah, like they're not meant to be taken as allegory, although he understands that there are limitations which will lead people to do that anyway. But it's not the intention. So yeah, and I'm pretty sure he said in interviews as well that you can find them on YouTube that the same thing. And so that I do see that take from people that you're saying pretty often, but I guess I didn't really take it that way. I could go get my copy of the Silmarillion. It doesn't bother me. It's like an edited version with it. As a former Catholic with Catholic family, I can say with certainty that most Catholics actively look for allegory even when it's objectively stated to not be there. Right, and that's just the nature of, like, I would say fractals. That's the term I would use there. But if you guys are interested, I'll go get it real quick. It won't take long. See if I can find this in a timely manner. I think it's in the preface. So one thing it says here, throughout my father's long life, he never abandoned, let's see. Indeed, although it was not then called the Silmarillion, it was already in being half a century ago, and in battered notebooks extending back to 1917 can still be read the earliest versions, often hastily penciled, of the central stories of the mythology, but it was never published. In all that time, the Silmarillion, considered simply a large narrative structure, underwent relatively little radical change. It became long ago a fixed tradition and background to later writings, but it was far indeed from being a fixed text, and did not remain unchanged even in certain fundamental ideas concerning the nature of the world it portrays. While the same legends came to be retold in longer and shorter forms, and in different styles. As the years passed, the changes and variants, both in detail and in larger perspectives, became so complex, so pervasive, that so many layered, that a final and definitive version seemed unattainable. Moreover, the old legends, old now not only in their derivation from the remote first age, but also in terms of my father's life, became the vehicle and depository of his profoundest reflections. In his later writing, mythology and poetry sank down behind his theological and philosophical preoccupations, from which arose incompatibilities of tone. So this is written from this is actually written from his son. The foreword is from his son, extrapolating on the intention. On my father's death, it fell to me to try to bring the work into publishable form. It became clear to me that to attempt to present, within the covers of a single book, the diversity of the materials, to show the Silmarillion as in truth a continuing and evolving creation, extending over more than half a century, would in fact lead only to confusion and the submerging of what is essential. This is actually basically how he came to construct the Silmarillion. I might be reading the wrong thing. Oh, I think I'm supposed this is from Christopher Tolkien. I think I'm supposed to be reading the letter. There's a letter written from J.R.R. Tolkien to Milton Waldman in 1951. think that's where this is from. Says right here. So this is written right from Christopher Tolkien himself. Okay. You, dear Milton, my dear Milton, you asked for a brief sketch of my stuff that's connected with my imaginary world. It's difficult to say anything without saying too much. The attempt to say a few words opens a floodgate of excitement. The egoist and artist at once desires to say how the stuff has grown, what it is like, and what he thinks he means or is trying to represent by it all. I shall inflict some of this on you, but I will not append a mere resume of its contents, which is maybe all that you want or will have use in time for. So then he extrapolates on imaginary languages, elves and stuff. He comes to say, this gives a certain character, a cohesion, a consistency of linguistic style. Out of these languages are made nearly all the names that appear in my legends. Not all will feel this as important as I do, since I'm cursed by acute sensibility in such manners. And then he goes on to say, but an equally basic passion of mine, ab initio, was for myth, not allegory, and for fairy story, and above all for heroic legend on the brink of fairy tale and history, of which there is far too little in the world, accessible to me, for my appetite. I was an undergraduate before thought and experience revealed to me that these were not divergent interests, opposite poles of science and romance, but integrally related. I am not learned in the matters of myth and fairy story. However, for such things, as far as known to me, I've always been seeking material, things of a certain tone and air, and not simple knowledge. Also, I here hope I shall not sound absurd. I was from early days grieved by the poverty of my own beloved country. I had no stories. It had no stories of its own, bound up with its tongue and soil, not of the quality that I sought and found as an ingredient in legends of other lands. There was Greek and Celtic and Romance, Germanic, Scandinavian, and Finnish, which greatly affected me, but nothing English, save impoverished chapbook stuff. Of course, there was and is all the Arthurian world, but powerful as it is imperfectly naturalized, associated with the soil of Britain, but not with English, and does not replace what I felt to be missing. For one thing, its fairy is too lavish and fantastical, incoherent and repetitive. For another and more important thing, it is involved in and explicitly contains the Christian religion. For reasons which I will not elaborate, that seems to me fatal. Myth and fairy story must, as all art, reflect and contain in solution elements of moral and religious truth, or error, but not explicit, not in the known form of the primary real world. I'm speaking, of course, of our present situation, not of ancient pagan pre-Christian days, and I will not repeat what I tried to say in my essay, which you read. So, there you go. I mean, this is literally a letter from Tolkien, as it reads. So, he explicitly says that the issue, that one of the core issues he takes with the Arthurian stuff is that it's of the Christian religion, and he basically talks about how art should reflect and contain in solution elements of moral and religious truth or error, but never explicit, not in the known form of the primary real world. So I feel like that's pretty important when we're talking about the intention. People on my video I saw some comments about that too, and I don't know if this is just like, if I'm misunderstanding or if this is a common misconception about the works of Tolkien, but it's not meant to be taken as allegory. And in fact, again, the fact that Morgoth is only able to, although I can see why people do so and find similarities, the fact that Morgoth is able to act in the way that he does because of what Eru essentially allows him to do leads me to equate the idea of equating the good and the evil as both parts of Eru. And frankly, that's how I interpret Christianity too. So if you're going to give the power to choose to commit acts of evil, the evil is part of the creator. So in this way, like, if you're going to make Lucifer, this angel, so powerful and arrogant and allow for the possibility of him to commit evil acts, I don't see the purpose of allowing such a choice if you're not expecting that he is going to. Right? So to me, although I'm not a Christian or religious person, and this may be blasphemy or whatever, I don't know, but to me, Satan is literally the evil of God made manifest. And both sides exist because the contrast is necessary. Right? And it seems to me like people don't take it that way. They point at one, the serpent, as the evil, and that which is not of God, and they point to the other side, which is often represented with things like the eagle and stuff, as the good and all that matters, and that good, you know. And so it seems to me, it feels like the point is getting lost. It's like we made it out to be that like just this is the only essential part, that is God, that which is over there is not God. However, it is of God's creation, so how could it not be? That doesn't make any sense to me. And we see Eru commit an act that could be perceived directly as evil, which is the drowning of Numenor, killing thousands and thousands of people who were most definitely innocent and not part of the cults of Sauron, but got wrapped up in the downfall of it. Right, it's like saying the creator is only one side just seems foolish. Epicurean paradox is what you describe, millennia old. I don't know, that's how I see it. Who the fuck am I? I'm just a guy that talks about WoW lore, right? But Epicurean paradox is a logical dilemma about the problem of evil attributed to the Greek philosopher Epicurus, who argued against the existence of a god who is simultaneously omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent. The logic of the paradox proposed by Epicurus takes three possible characteristics of a god: omnipotence, omniscience, and omnibenevolence, complete power, knowledge, and benevolence, and pairs the concepts together. It's postulated that in each pair, if the two members are true, the missing member cannot also be true, making the paradox a trilemma. The paradox also theorizes how, if it is logical for one of the characteristics to be true, then it cannot be the case that a god with all three exists. The pair of the characteristics and their potential contradictions they would create consists of the following. If a god knows everything and has unlimited power, then it has knowledge of all evil and has the power to put an end to it. But if it does not end it, it's not completely benevolent. That's pretty much how I feel about it. Yeah. If a god has unlimited power and is completely good, then has the power to extinguish evil and wants to extinguish it, then it has the power to do so. But if it does not, its knowledge of evil is limited, so it's not all-knowing. If a god is all-knowing and totally good, then it knows of all the evil that exists and wants to change it. But if it does not, it must be because it's not capable of changing it, so it's not omnipotent. So you basically can't have all three, because if all three were true, evil would not exist. That's as I'm taking it, what this means. Epicurus was not an atheist, although he rejected the idea of a god concerned with human affairs. Followers of Epicureanism denied the idea that there was no god. While the conception of a supreme, happy, and blessed god was the most popular during this time, Epicurus rejected such a notion, as he considered it too heavy a burden for a god to have to worry about all the problems of the world. For this reason, Epicureanism postulates that gods would not have any special affection for human beings and would not know of their existence, serving only as moral ideals that humanity could try to get closer to. Epicurus came to the conclusion that the gods could not be concerned with the well-being of humanity through observing the problem of evil, that is, the presence of suffering on earth. Christians will reply to this and say there's a reason beyond our knowledge as to why God allows evil, despite it seeming that he should stop it all. These reasons are known as theodicies. It's funny because my interpretation, how I would respond would be, how come the reason can't just be that evil is essential as a contrast and that it too is part of God? Is it because they're attached to the idea that God is omnibenevolent and has no evil? Even though the story about Lucifer kind of speaks to the opposite of that? I just think that's interesting. What's up, Rasner? For example, only good would be terrible, same like only evil. Gotta have both. I know it's off topic, but about Cyberpunk, I'm enjoying watching you with how you're going through the game, and I can see you enjoying it. Thanks. I am. Because they claim God is good and God requires nothing. Thus, he doesn't require evil. So it's basically beyond our knowledge and they don't have an answer for it, is essentially what it comes down to, what you're saying. The Islamic tradition says that both good and evil are creations of God. Right. That's what I would agree with. Guess I'm Islamic. Can you prove that it is? Because I can only see it, but it's not necessarily true. Prove what? Catholics call it divine mystery. Is it really so hard to conceive of the idea that what they consider to be the creator is also the destroyer? That he is light, or they are light and dark? I can see it, but it's not necessarily true, because we have no evidence that there is such a capacity to have a world that is only good. And frankly, the reason why I believe it is because I think that as long as people have like free will, that they will do bad things. They can and will do bad things. So this idea that we're all just supposed to become like paragons of virtue and never do a bad thing ever again, that doesn't seem realistic to me. And I come to that conclusion based on the world around me that I witness. And I don't think any amount of bringing people under a banner of religion and trying to teach them is going to change that. I just don't believe it. I don't believe in the concept of salvation or whatever. I believe that every single person is and always will be capable of doing good and bad. And the idea that like again, you see this tackled by media as well. And in cases of media, the way that they often postulate it in the case of like Arcane is the removal of free will. But if God is omnipotent, he could stop us from doing bad, but he doesn't. So therefore, he must allow it for some reason. But instead of people looking at it and going, oh, it's because good and evil both come from God or the concept of God, they say it's a mystery and we have no idea. Because they can't comprehend, they can't consider, it seems, that the evil aspect is also from the same place. And I will say this. I don't think that you can... I think that you can get a little bit lost in the semantics here. It doesn't mean that for you to go outside and do something good, that you must do something evil. Or that someone somewhere does something evil and that's what allows there to be good. We're talking about the perception, right? It's perspective. So if we're talking in a situation of, if everything in the world was good always, and there was only ever positive emotion, positive and negative therefore lose their meaning. There is no such thing as positive or negative. There is no such thing as good or evil, because every act is good. And at that point, what is good? What is good? It seems it seems illogical to me. Like, you know that the lights are on in here because if they weren't, it would be dark, right? You know light because you know dark. You know dark because you know light. You know the book is closed because the book is not open, right? So I don't believe that it is possible to know good without knowing evil. I don't believe it. Existence is not only contextual, but the way in which we interact with existence is defined by contrasting what is and what isn't. So if you have no contrast, I know that I am here because I'm not there. Like, what does it mean to be here if there is no there? It's a pretty deeply philosophical question. I know that the can is empty. It's not full. There's contrast. I know what you mean. It must be balanced, and it is automatically. And that's the way I see it as well, is that like it's the way that I see it is it's meant to be taken as a lesson to enjoy it. How would I put this? The rise of man in the Silmarillion and the threats that they face, their boundless hope and conviction to the cause is more greatly emphasized, and in some cases, like Aragorn, appreciated because of the contrast that exists. Like, when we go through hard things, it can make it easier and more intense for us to appreciate the good things, and so on and so forth. Life is not a constant stream of good or bad. There are moments to look at as, and it's about optimism too, but perspective mainly. There are moments to look at to say, you know, today's not a great day, but yesterday was worse. I'll take it. You know, finding joy in moments that you otherwise may not even have it because there's nothing to contrast it against. And again, to me, I just think this idea that a world can exist where there is nothing but joy and happiness and hope, I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it because I don't see evidence for that. And again, I think that the only way that you can make that a thing is to basically remove half of the equation and make it so only actions of good are possible. As long as people have free will, that will not happen. It won't happen. But the paradox for me exists when you remove that, does good even exist anymore if there is no evil? Right? And I think that there's people that will take that and say, well, all those things, they're good. But again, the way that you interact with reality is through contrast. You know what I mean? But are all bad really necessary? Is cancer necessary for us to be happy that we're healthy? When it comes to the argument of specific necessity, I can't answer that. I can't answer that question. Can I be a little bit more grateful for my life every day because I don't have cancer? Yeah, I can. Absolutely. This is like literally the premise that's being discussed, that like if God is good and omnipotent and omniscient and omnibenevolent, then cancer wouldn't exist. But guess what? It does. So people are trying to find the answer. Why does it exist? And instead of just saying the good and the evil are both part of the whole experience, they come up with this idea that the evil is some extrinsic, unrelated thing. But if that's the case, then I guess the power of God does not extend as far as you think it does. Because if it did, that wouldn't exist. So it comes back to the same thing. You also don't have to go as extreme as cancer. Like, yeah, people will take the most hyperbole example they possibly can and try to make it like that. Oh, kids getting cancer. You think kids getting cancer? I don't know why kids get cancer. I think it's fucking sad. I think it's fucking sad. Like, I don't have the answer for that. It's just way too complicated. It's way too complicated. They define good as that which is in accordance with God's nature. So God is goodness. He can't not be in accordance with his own nature. And anything that opposed to him in any way is evil. They define God and goodness away from having a contrast. It's 100% divine command theory. I mean, that's how I take that as well, is like, if you're not with God, therefore of God and good, then you're evil and you're bad. Like, because of the fall of man is the reason for cancer, tsunamis, animal attacks, earthquakes, asteroids hitting. All of creation fell in the fall. And you could interpret cancer as life as overgrowth or fucked up growth. Cancer is your own cell. And sometimes those cells mutate due to exposure to certain things like radiation, right? Surely there has to be some kind of good piece of media that illustrates this. This is why media is so important, because it takes these complicated discussions and concepts and puts them in front of you in a way that you can interact with. Surely there has to be, a piece of media that tries to depict the world as this idyllic, like, place with no pain, no suffering, no darkness, to illustrate why it's not only unrealistic and doesn't exist, but to kind of get the point across of how the contrast is essential. Surely there are books. There has to be plenty. This is like a fucking thousands-year-old fucking philosophical discussion. Go watch Pluribus. It's not exactly this, but it's amazing. Cyberpunk, not just Cyberpunk the franchise, but Cyberpunk as a genre, sure. I mean, I feel like this kind of discussion is actually inherent in a lot more media than we realize. I feel like this is almost kind of like, You could make this same argument about Azeroth, and people to think, you know, if Azeroth is creation and she's God, then she's good. Well, no, I don't think so, because Azeroth is not just the creator, she's the destroyer too. And that's where people kind of get hung up. Well, then if that's the case, do we want her to wake up? Guess that question's up to you, isn't it? The answer to that question comes down to how you think of it. I just think that, again, to me, there does not seem to be evidence that a world of only good is possible without removing free will. An all good world is mentioned in the Matrix. People rejected it as unrealistic. And maybe that's down to the perception of what people already knew from the real world. It wasn't realistic enough a simulation, so they woke up to it. We do love us some Neil deGrasse Tyson. Let's see.
I don't know if God exists. Deeply religious people are certain he exists. My posture is that God is typically... I don't know if God exists. Deeply religious people are...
Wasn't there a race of beings in Endwalker that did something like that towards the end? Yes, there was. I can't remember what they're called, but it's the golden ones who end up realizing that all the goodness and peace and eternal life that they have drove them to nihilism, and then they would sacrifice their very existence to a demigod thing and basically cease to exist in order to escape.
He exists. My posture is that God is typically described as being all-knowing, all-powerful, and all good. Did I look back through...
He's obviously familiar with what we were just reading about before, Epicurus and Epicureanism.
History. Famous example is the earthquake in Lisbon, 1755. 80,000 people died.
Yeah, I think maybe a good example, to me anyway, is life and death. Some people view death as like some evil, bad thing, but I take what I think is a more optimistic view in that I think that death gives life meaning. It's why I'm vehemently against the concept of immortality. Because part of being a living being is accepting that it will eventually end. And that's where that idea of living every day to the fullest kind of comes from. And we don't always do that. Sometimes we struggle, even when you hold that idea in philosophy. And, you know, maybe it's copium because we're not immortal and we don't know what that would really be like. But I guess to me, I'm content in my mortality because I'm okay with it. Like, I don't want to live forever. In this world, I'm, you know, been here 30 years and I've experienced enough pain. I've seen enough that I would not want to live for 1,000 years. I would not want to live for 1,000,000 years. That's insane. Like, fuck that. I would not want that. Right? So for me, it's about, again, the existence of and contrast provided by death allows me to actually appreciate my life more. Right, so maybe that'll make it clearer, like the kind of logic from my perspective anyway, like what's going on. I had this conversation with so many people who kept saying how cool would immortality be? Would it be though? I mean, what would be the point of doing anything if there was always a tomorrow? Exactly, that's exactly what happens with the Aya, who convert themselves to energy-based forms and realize that they basically took away the meaning of their life. Art and relationships and all of it became basically moot. Because it's infinite, you know? I like this in Troy. The gods envy us because we're doomed. Sure. They hate us because they ain't us. Doesn't matter if it exists for me. I'm in the in-between. A little bit of evil, a little bit of good. 50-50. And it's working on all layers of life. Yep, that's how I see it too. Yep. I don't know. People that claim to be just all good, I don't trust them. I just don't think it's real. I don't think that's... I don't agree with it. That forever good place you mentioned is called heaven, lol. And apparently in heaven you have free will, but there's no sin. No turning from God's nature in any way. So is there free will? So if God could create a world without sin, as he did in heaven, and free will, like heaven, why the fuck didn't he? I guess it's just, yeah, it's a mystery. We just can't attribute evil to God. It's not real. Evil is some other. Something that arose out of the good, you know? And to me, again, that's like the lesson of the serpent and the eating of the fruit. If he didn't want us to be as God and to know good and evil, why did he put the serpent and the fruit in the Garden of Eden? Like, you could have avoided this. You had the idyllic creation. Why did you ruin it? Why did you put that there? You know? So whatever. The truth is that they don't have an answer for it. So they hit you with platitudes that are supposed to dismiss the reasoning why you should think about it. Then free will would make no sense. Right, if you can't stray from that which is good and is God, then do you even have free will? That's the thing. If you can't choose between right and wrong, between light and dark, between good and evil, do you even have free will? I would argue that you don't. That doesn't even exist. That's what kind of freaks me. When I imagine heaven, that's what kind of gets me, is like, how the fuck do you reconcile that? This is how you are and will be for eternity, period. It's like going to Bastion. Relinquish your memories and free will, and this is what you are here now forever. And you will be good. And inherently so, no matter what, forever. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? Lorien in Babylon 5 explains why the life that followed his generation became mortal. It was to appreciate life. As he says in the show, only those whose lives are brief can imagine that love is eternal. You should embrace that remarkable illusion. It may be the greatest gift your race has ever received. That's nice. That's nice. There's a whole thing about the race of man in Tolkien that they're more easily inspired to great feats exactly because of their mortality. That definitely applies to IRL. That's how I take it as well. And I think it's the same thing in World of Warcraft. I'm old enough to know that, and I think they stretch it more to mortality in general, but men have the strongest willpower in World of Warcraft as well. I think you see this with Anduin. I'm old enough to know that a longer life isn't always a better one. In the end, you just get tired of the struggle, tired of losing everyone that matters to you, tired of watching everything you love turn to dust. And if you live long enough, Lazarus, the only certainty left is that you'll end up alone. That's, yeah, nice. Doctor Who, huh? He's a massive troll. It's because as creator, there's darkness in there as well. Sorry, I will continue this thing. There's a reason that death is also called the gift of man in Tolkien. Well, I think it's actually technically called the doom of man, but doom is not necessarily to be interpreted as negative. Doom is more like the fate, the way that it is, right? Not necessarily like doom that we see it. It's called both. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm probably wrong. That does sound familiar, that it's referred to as the doom or gift of man. Doom is the old term, yeah, which means fate or judgment. Yeah. That sounds correct. God gave us free will to see if we're worthy of his divine life. Therefore, God is not all-knowing. Yeah. You have to sacrifice one part of it. Yeah. And I mean, I understand the Epicurean view of it. I mean, it makes sense. If you try to incorporate all three, if you try to have one, you therefore cannot have all three. It's the gift. You're probably thinking of the gift of Mondos given to the Noldor after the first kinslaying. I mean, I have the Silmarillion right here in front of me. Here, let me pull it up. I'm sure it's right. I'm sure it's in here in the glossary, or the index, excuse me. It actually may not be. Such a huge index, dude. This is actually names and terms. It's not going to be in here. I do know that there was the doom of Mondos, yes, when they were sailing back towards Middle Earth, after the kinslaying. I do recall that. I'm probably going to have to dig for it, but it's not really that consequential. I'm okay with just being wrong about it. Yeah, the Return of the Noldor. Yeah, I'd have to. Oh, Ring of Doom. Right, the Valar. The Valar's place of meeting is called the Ring of Doom. I forgot about that. Kind of reminds me of the seat of the Pantheon. Yeah, I won't look too much, because I mean, I'm looking through 150 pages just in this section alone. So yeah, I'm okay to be wrong about that. Gift of Iluvatar. known as the gift of men or death. So death or gift of men. But oh, it's gift of men or death. Right. So the gift of men it's mortality. It's death. So it's the same thing. It's the same reason why they call it the curse of flesh and the gift of flesh. That's literally what it is in World of Warcraft. But the thing is that they try to tell us that this gift or curse comes from the old gods. I don't think it does. I think it comes from Azeroth. That's what I think. Anyway, I could be wrong about that. But if the old gods are manifestations of Azeroth in some way, then you could make the correlation anyway. No, it's the Doom Amandos. I'm incorrect. No worries. No worries. Also, if God is omnipotent and omniscient, then when he created the world, he already knew every choice you would do and created the world the way so that you would do all those choices. So did we really make the choice, or did God make them preemptively? And that's the thing too, is like at that point, do you have free will? Is there even a such thing as good and evil if that's the case? Or do the bad things we do just exist as evil from God, right? Giving creatures freedom to turn from you and then punishing them forever with torture if they ever do, even a single time, is evil. I agree. It may be the case that we did in fact make those choices, but if God made the world knowing we'd make them, he's responsible for us making them. And around we go. Around we go. Dream as if you will live forever. Live as if you will die today. But using the old definition for doom makes me think it could definitely be applied to Zoval's use of you preserve that which is doomed. I never really thought about it that way. Interesting. A cosmos divided will not survive what is to come. In his death cinematic, the other Eternal Ones are preserving the fate and judgment of the Titans on the Shadowlands. Or even the cosmos itself. I like that. The world wasn't created like this, though. It's getting worse. I mean, one of the common things in the Silmarillion was a consistent state of decline. Effectively, from the moments of creation and the crafting of Ea, in the world that is in the heavens and everything has effectively been in a state of decline. However, what I think people maybe don't realize, and it's not like I've necessarily picked up on something that no one else realized, but it seems to me like the story of the return of the king and the fall of Sauron and all of that stuff it's all built. The decay builds and builds and builds until this pivotal moment where like the return of the true king, the bloodline of the Númenóreans takes the throne, and evil, in the case of Sauron, is like vanquished or whatever. That leads the world to a new age of prosperity and peace. So I guess what I took from the structure of it is that yes, it's the decay, it is the decline of creation consistently for a period, but that Eru effectively had put in, along with everything else, perfectly timed events like the rise of man and stuff like that would lead to a future which the Valar could not conceive of. And this is why the end of the world was not shown to the Valar, and why no one really knows how it's going to turn out, because effectively what I took from it anyway was that like the design has to incorporate evil, because in order to get to that penultimate moment where the fulcrum shifts and things become better, that like it's not just a line down, it's more of a parabola or a wavelength or something like that. It's up and down. I always interpreted it that Morgoth wasn't ever able to corrupt everything. Even his Discord didn't have an effect on the design. No, I think it did have an effect on the design. My argument would be that was intended by Eru. That like it's position. Some people perceive and position it as though it was something that Eru didn't know, or that it wasn't part of the plan, but I don't believe that. I think that he knew that Morgoth would lead to the Discord, and that was part of the design. Again, the contrast, the great evils rising in power, and the great hope and good that would arise out of it, but that not to make Eru disconnected from the creation that is evil. So I feel like we've kind of come full circle with the conversation, but it's a very intellectual one, and I appreciate everyone remaining respectful as we discuss it. I feel like this is a rare conversation to find in a place like Twitch and on YouTube, and so I really value your guys' input and going, you know, talking about it in moments of agreement and disagreement. It's really cool that we can have discussions like this on a freaking live stream. So thanks for that. The skill issue from an omnipotent god makes something lasting. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. Swapping back to WoW for a sec. Here's an idea. Hope it hasn't come up prior. Any chance that the WoW universe has periodic ultimate battles, and the last one was won by order? Hence, Titans can exist in the universe, and the Void Holy cannot totally manifest inside it. Maybe there's another Cosmic Forces battle coming. What Zoval was saying was doomed because there's another force that's going to win. Well, I think that it could be one big ass clock, and effectively the force that ends up winning is the one in the center. It is possible that there was former cosmic conflicts which led to universal reset moments where the most influential force gained an upper hand in the recreation of the cosmos, and therefore gained more and more control, and perhaps that has up until recently been the Titans. Order, the force of order. And that could exist as a repeating cycle, hence like a Renalash type situation. It could also be... Excuse me, sorry. It could also be that it has all been one grand conflict, and we are approaching the first time that it's ever reset itself or come back to it. But I think ultimately, even regardless of the 6 forces and their influence, that the 7th force at the center always conquers. And I guess for me, I perceive that as Azeroth, as creation and destruction. All of these other forces are either but fragments or creations of. They're like the Valar, and Azeroth is like Eru at the center. So no matter how much Morgoth or Manwë do or get involved, and you know, that Azeroth effectively has like a cycle of her own that exists. There are others like Farim who have philosophical views that the 7th force may have arisen out of the 6, and that it was somehow created from them in some way. But Farim could be wrong. I think that if we were to talk about a cosmic conflict and cycle, that we're looking at what would effectively be Renalash, but on a cosmic level. The battles of light and dark coming back in cycles over and over again. Perhaps Renalash is not one final apocalyptic battle, rather a series of battles that exist throughout creation forever that lead to constant rebirth and death and rebirth. And that there isn't necessarily an end to the cycle. It could also be that different cosmic forces that are indicated to be polarized opposites of one another exist within their own conflicts, and there could be conflicts in conflicts in conflicts, right? So a conflict of life and death existing within the conflict of order and chaos, existing within the conflict of life and light and shadow. So it's rings within rings. Not just one conflict, but layers of conflict that are related to each other and in some cases inform each other and interact, right? And maybe the interactions of said conflict can lead to something greater in the future. I just don't know. You know, I mean, it's that's why I love World of Warcraft, because frankly, so it's like a cosmic Ouroboros, it may be. And I mean, the fucking fantasy setting that Chris Metzen came up with when he left Blizzard is literally called Ouroboros, Coils of the Serpent. And it's about that concept. Like, I have the guide, the rule books for it. So that's why I don't think it's like far-fetched to think that that's kind of what they're doing. And when you have the moral relativism, as people refer to it, in World of Warcraft, like, I feel like that fits in a grand cosmic cycle structure better. He said the concept of Ouroboros is his favorite. I'm not surprised at all. I wish they'd elaborate on what the 7th is. Then again, I haven't been on retail in a while, so I think that it's like, it's free will. It's creation and destruction melded as one, and it's Azeroth. Like, Azeroth is the, to me, logical representation of the 7th force. She's the thing in the middle of the structure that is inherent and necessary to all of it. Like, and there's so many things that can kind of point towards this. I was just reading a fucking in-game novel or book written by a dragon earlier from the Emerald Dragonflight, Green Dragonflight, proposing that perhaps Azeroth is touched by all these cosmic forces, or maybe she's their true source. You would very much enjoy Farim's writing, Solinar. You don't even have to play WoW to appreciate it. This one here, Farim. So there's so much here, dude. Farim pre-exile, Farim in exile, and the Cypher Lore Codex, you'd fucking love this. These are like meditations on fucking reality. Variations on actualization, reflections on choice. Listen to some of this shit. A meditation on existence. Existence is contextual. The light cannot be defined without the dark. To have one requires the other. Language is also contextual. There's only meaning with reasoning. The deeper the reasoning, the ever-changing the meaning. Their thoughts encompass everything and nothing all at once. They are what we cannot comprehend. And so this is a collection of meditations on the first ones, which we don't have, you know, absolute confirmation exist. But if they do, I would wager that it's Azeroth or, you know, something like that. So this shit is fucking crazy. I'll give you links to all this stuff. This is from the Shadowlands Zone Zereth Mortis patch 9.2. I'll give you that. Farim pre-exile. This guy was a former Koreshi who became a broker. He has reports on things like the dawn of all things. He's basically like leading philosopher on the first ones, which are kind of positioned as cosmic kind of creators, if you will, beyond even the Titans and other things. But there's a lot of context given regarding the first ones that position them more towards the idea of a mythological set of figures that may or may not actually exist. You'll have to actually copy the last link I gave you because the link style fucks it up because it has a comment in it. So yeah, you'd really enjoy those. I would read them in Farim pre-exile, which is the Expedition Report A37J Part 1, and read through all those. I would then read Farim in Exile Part 1, and then I'd read the Cypher Lore Codex. Thanks for the stream and for the help today, Prince Power. All the best for you and your everyone. Thanks again. See you next time. Yeah, you too, dude. Thanks. Thanks for joining for the dungeon. Anyway, let me finish this.
80,000 Lisbon. 17th famous example is through history. Famous, all-powerful, and all good. Did I look back through history? Famous example is the earthquake in Lisbon, 1755. 80,000 people died. So that earthquake took place on All Saints' Day, in the morning, when most people were in church. If you have an earthquake, what's the first building to collapse? It's the ones that are the largest. Churches were the largest structures of the day. So, people died in churches. Then, there's a tsunami that basically wiped Lisbon off the map. Either God is not all good, or God is not all powerful. I don't know if God...
Oh, there you go. There's another perspective on it. I like the theory that the first ones are just Titans, but before the Pantheon. It could be. It could just be a masquerade as well. A structure of belief imposed upon the Shadowlands to basically keep it complacent, right? The way I view the first ones is they've always been intentionally portrayed as enigmatic, no proof that they actually exist. And the realm that hides their secrets is one that, as you spend time there trying to understand what they are, you kind of frankly start to go a little bit crazy, and you kind of become enraptured by the ciphers and the mysteries, and you're not ever really supposed to leave. So they kind of seem like a system of belief or myth that is meant to kind of keep the denizens of the Shadowlands who even interact with it basically trapped and complacent, because they're basically following the purpose of the first ones, and it stops there. Oh, this thing happened, it's the purpose. Oh, this thing happened, it's the purpose. Like, everything's just the purpose. So, yeah. Might Azeroth, Argus, Elune be the first ones? Yes, and they absolutely could, and I proposed that in a video too. And there are those who believe that the Titans did not create, but instead inherited some things. So there could have been like a first generation set of orderers who were destroyed or whatever, that the Titans have then inherited some stuff from. Or it could be from the creator, you know, Azeroth, Argus, whatever. Textbook cult beliefs on a grand scale. Yep. I want to know what the fuck Chaos and Demons are like without Sargeras. A prior force of order leading the charge. Seems like having a leader in a chaotic form is an oxymoron. So what's it like without it? Well, Chronicle pretty overtly, like, lets you know that demons are a form of life. They're just chaotic. And all demons are not inherently, like, bound to and addicted to things like fel. That was something that was like newly introduced to them that causes, and they are addicted. So in the case of the Illidari and Illidan, Illidan literally uses a font of energy beneath the Black Temple to cure the addiction of some of the demons. And they basically, like, demons are just, they're just chaotic life. It's life that came to exist in the Nether. That's the way I see it. Demons addicted to fel, it gets into a different territory. Oh, Elun's a whole discussion. We could talk about Elun for forever. The Tauren believe Musha, which we equate with Elun, and Anshe, the sun and one of the moons, are the eyes of the Earth Mother, who lives, you know, gave herself unto the planet to protect it from the darkness that was inherent from the beginning. And then I think it's in the Tauren mythology, the blue child, Losho, is the tears of the Earth Mother given form. So, yeah. There's different mythological views of it, but it's actually really interesting. In the war with, The Last Titan, they say that we're gonna go over the Anshe and Musha mythology. That, like, that view of from the Tauren, kind of insinuating, in my opinion, that it's going to turn out to be, there's going to be more going on there than what we... The mythology is not just the truth, is what I'm trying to say. So, like, there's going to be some revelations about it. I have posited in the past that based on his descriptions and mythologies and fairy tales, that Anshe is actually Sargeras, and that Elun would be his twin sister. But shit, what do I know? This is unprecedented. I made breakfast and you're still alive? Yeah, I am going a little bit later than normal. Do you think the Titans could be a play on the Greek gods, and the first ones would be like the Titans, the very manifestation of the primordial forces of the cosmos? Maybe. Sure. That's a goddamn good idea. Thanks. Thanks. I got a whole video on that if you're curious. It's you can type in YouTube Pyromancer on Anshe, and I'm sure it'll come up. That'd be such a crazy thing for Tauren storylines to dive into if Sargeras turns out to be Anshe. It would be fucking nuts. And I'm just saying, bro. Doom Lords and WoW, some of the oldest demons. I'm just saying, bro. I mean, I don't even need to say it. You know what I'm looking. You know what I'm saying. I'm just saying, dog. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, you know? Some people fucking hate this theory, but eh. I don't really care. How did that happen, though? Tauren probably aren't original to Azeroth. In the Canrathad Evanlock questline, you interrogate one of these Doom Lords, and Canrathad says, your kind far predates Sargeras' betrayal. What were you? And he eventually gets the demon to break, and the demon says that they were enslaved by the Titans. Forever, they were the Titans' hounds, forever enslaved to police the use of arcane magic. So, yeah. J.R.R. Tolkien did it like World War II. To remember that good is stronger than evil, if people believe it. Isn't Moloch a cow demon? I don't know. There is this one character from Forgotten Realms. What's his fucking name? What's his name? Sargonis? Sargonis is the god of wrath, vengeance, and retribution. He's a god without compassion or mercy. Though he works in the hearts of all mortals, his favored children are the Minotaur. This is from Dragonlance, Gods of Evil. Dragonlance Wiki. Minotaurs refer to him as Sargus, who represents power gained through brute strength and held with honor. Sargonis appears to Minotaurs as a gigantic Minotaur with either char black fur or blood red fur. Some of his other names are Argon, the Bull God, Dark Vengeance, Destroyer, which is one of Sargeras' titles, the Firebringer, the Red Condor, Red Fist, Condor Constellation, so Red Star Constellation. Yeah. Feels like maybe there could be something there. Anyway. Who was the fire dude in the Timeless Isle that was a Yongal? That would be Ordos, who sacrificed himself in a ritual to the Fire Lords to basically gain immortality, but he eternally burns as a result. Yeah. And his priests ritualistically set themselves on fire in order to emulate this ascension. Basically some kind of primal elemental ascension ritual that lit him on fire. Interesting. He's a demigod. Richard Knack wrote for the Dragonlance series? That's crazy. Tauren are not the peaceful dudes we thought? I mean, I think they are. It's just possible that Sargeras is kind of not really the way that he used to be. I think more so that Sargeras as Anshe is supposed to be more like them, not them being more like him, but who knows. They could have been a demonic race originally, and then, you know, made into Tauren. We just don't know. Or Yongal, you know. Where are you from and how old are you, if I can ask? I'm from the United States and I'm 30 years old. What's up, Nom Knock? Thanks. Yeah, that's a Tauren emote right there. The one that Wave used. That's why we never see Sargeras' legs. He has hooves, and Zal's feet at the end hint at the importance of that body part. Oh yeah. Sound theory. What are your ideas at the end of the trilogy? Kind of talked about this a few times today, but I don't know, revelation, changing the status quo. The Titans no longer primarily being in control, witnessing more of the primal world and primal universe before ordering. I don't know. Return of Illidan, Medivh. Maybe Sargeras. I think evil's like a parasite in the cosmos. We don't want it to exist, but it does, and it affects our lives, and some of us are taken over by it. Yeah, and it's there by design. What the fuck? From Czech, 39 years old. You should visit for our pretty girls. Oh, I'm married, but thanks. Huh. In Cyberpunk is better because it's from Poland. It's funny you say that because my wife is large part Polish. It's funny. Anyway, I've been going for 8 hours now, so I'm gonna get out of here. Sorry I didn't play any Cyberpunk today. I said I was going to, and then I didn't play any of it. So, next stream day, maybe. It's good to have a break. I have like fucking 10 days worth of VODs to edit, so. I'm getting out of here, man. Thanks for supporting the stream, guys, whether you watched on YouTube or Twitch. Thanks for chatting with me, hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed. Whether you just kind of lurked and watched, whether you followed or chatted, subbed, or gifted a sub, thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting. I'll be putting out more videos over the next few days. And then I'll stream again on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday like I normally do. So look forward to that if you want to see more Cyberpunk or come and hang out. That's all I got. Appreciate you guys very much. Thanks for hanging out. Stay awesome, and until next time, which will be next Friday, this coming Friday, I'll see you guys later. Peace!